Get into position, Simon. Welcome back to Sunday Studio with me, Panama Hat, and your host, Simon the Bandman Roberts. Here he comes.
That's just right. Pour yourself a drink and relax and let yourself flow into our hands as we take you to another Sunday Studio.
Yes. We have the house band back in situ, don't we? The Monsieur Giscard and his 27-piece electronic orchestra.
Vraiment.
Oh,
C'est bien.
See,
Allô,
Simon, we could
mes
do
amis. Ouais.
We could do this. We could do this all day on Radio 1.
Low speed, French,
easy
listening DJing.
Oh, yeah.
Just talk
so now
really slow.
we go live to Montpellier, where we will hear the sound of the ocean lapping up in the Mediterranean.
Ouais. C'est bon.
I will now break a fresh baguette on the microphone so you can hear it in all its glory. I bet that's what they're up to. You know, French easy listening. It's probably something like that.
Hey, Panama Hat, we're here again. It's Sunday Studio. And
Yes,
thank you again to our glorious listeners for tuning in. We are just helping take the edge off at the end of the weekend before we slide into another miasma of mayhem on Monday.
That's right. A horrible week is ahead for some of you, I'm sure. You'll have offices and factories and coal pits and whatever it is you work at to go and slave at. But you can forget all that for the next few hours as you tune out with the easy sound of Hat and Roberts on the Panama Hat channel.
So what are we facing this week? Are we facing a week of post-Jason Arday sort of death spiel? Are we just going to write this week off as you know what I mean?
I made one retweet, Simon, and it was simply someone who just said, apropos of nothing, prepare yourself for a week of the stupidest takes you've ever seen.
Yeah,
and I think that's more what we're going to get. So, as per usual, Simon and I will be backing out from the nexus of slop.
We will be resolutely ignoring the slop. We will be living a King Faroukian lifestyle as we are pummeled by lithe masseuses with oils and unguents, the like of which you have never heard, showering ourselves with gold. Not a golden shower, don't get that wrong. And enjoying the setting of the sun.
Yes, indeed, Simon. And speaking of the sun,
I
mean, I don't know what it's like where you are, but we are suffering in Willesden Green, old chap.
Is it really brutal? Are you? Is it another day on the Burma Railway?
Muggy. The last 2 nights I have lain there suffering. In my.
You've been tossing and turning.
Yeah, it's not been good.
Oh.
Awful.
What
I've been reading. I've got a fan here actually. It's on now, but it's a nice one, but it's fairly weak.
The problem is you really need retrofitting like a large ceiling fan, circa something they would have had in Alexandria in 1937. Several of those
belt-driven, slow-spinning. Yeah,
that's that sort of thing. And
do you imagine my house is just like the bar from Casablanca? You know, it's all kind of solitary and people in fezzes.
Yeah.
And
I like to think of you leaning against a marble pillar as a girl gaily disports herself in the pool and pours you martinis.
We're already getting gypped from the audience, Simon.
What's wrong?
E-begging again, are we? We haven't even asked. We haven't chilled yet.
No. We ask nothing of you other than your divine attention while we deliciously serenade you the night away. Malign Influence Reeves Gabrels, first in chat. Welcome and well done. He says, just caught up with the first Mead stream. Stellar. Good comment to open with. Strong opener. We also need a stream on The Falls, please. Or 6 hours of the Birdsong will do. That's a Peter Greenaway film, The Falls.
Yeah, we can get onto that, can't we?
We can do that. We can do anything. And there are all sorts of other things.
Well, right, you mentioned the Mead. I've been checking the comments and the views. Our Mead streams are doing gangbusters, Simon.
That's great.
People want more Jonathan Meads. I think it's very clear.
I think they do. In fact, I was speaking with a certain Pastor Aussie today over in Australia La La Land, where Banjo Patterson and the Billabongs are happening. And he was wanting to perhaps get back into doing a bit of streaming at some point. But I mentioned that there are several Jonathan Mead streams which might favorably intersect with us and his historical knowledge, to do with especially a certain Mr. Franco of Spain, and a certain Mr. Benito, latterly of Rome, and they might be quite good sort of little tipples for us to pour over our audience. So yeah, that could be a thing. And
your
Magnetic
judgment
North
for guests
as well.
is always solid. So a friend of yours is a friend of ours.
Oh, we try.
Bring him on board.
Mr. Paul Heron acquitted himself very well last week, and so did
indeed.
Rupert August Esquire. So, I mean, where have we failed so far?
Been successful, I think. It's
been great.
Now, we've got a bit of a treat for everyone, haven't we? Tomorrow night, we have another guest.
Oh, yes. Well, we say night. Are we?
Oh, sorry.
Are we going to be in the small hours, or are we going to be in the baking afternoon?
I'm afraid it will be the baking Monday afternoon over longer.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
And it will
just
be
checking.
2:00. 2:00 on this channel. Vidywell, my brothers. Vidywell. Because Simon, I, and our special guest, who we'll introduce tomorrow, will be doing an in-depth, all-afternoon look at the Kubrickian masterpiece, A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
And we will. It's a favorite film of all of us. You know, we've rewatched it copiously in preparation, haven't we, Simon?
That's it. Pull up a amusingly shaped penis sculpture. Pour yourself a glass of Velocet, Synthemesque, or Drencrom, and indulge in a bit of Kubrick appreciation with no real plan, but many digressions. I think that will happen. I was sending you. There's some quite interesting videos out there of the locations of Clockwork Orange as they are nowadays. There's quite a big one, but there's some other ones as well where people have not presented them with so much blather and narrative, but they're quite just interesting to just look at the places.
Well, I thought maybe we'd actually go through that on the stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because it might be an interesting sort of look into the location, because of course it is a piece of future fiction. It's set sort of 5-10 years in the future from when it was made. And we'll see what Kubrick got right and wrong about Britain.
Oh, I mean, I used to live down the road from it's the West Norwood Library, where the scene in Clockwork where he's being released and they have the little session on the stage where the naughty lady comes on and tries to arouse his etc.
passions.
Yeah, and that's quite. I mean, it's interesting. I used to pass it a lot and never even thought to go in, but I should have. And other bits of London, some of which are there, some of which are no longer there. We can regale the audience with all of that. I should say I've also been interested in watching another story of London, because I saw you titled this stream "Bombs Over London."
Yeah.
And did you mention to me that TV drama Mobland at all? Was that you, or was it?
No, that wasn't me. I don't think I've seen that.
Interesting. I would just say to anybody who is out there hasn't seen it, it's quite good, and it's a London crime family drama. And if you've seen something like Slow Horses, it's kind of very similar to that in the kind of style, the way it's shot.
I hope it's not as awful as Slow Horses. I had to turn that off after one episode. It was bloody awful. Bloody awful show.
You see, I love the Le Carre adaptations of Tinker Tailor and Smiley's People from the late 70s, the early 80s.
Yeah.
And Slow Horses is nowhere near anything like that. It's a bit of fun. And it's Gary Oldman. It's Gaz. Come on, he's good.
Yeah, but I got to be honest, Simon. This is going to sound weak. All right, I'm sorry. Is my reputation as a kind of stone cold critic of this kind of thing is going to collapse now, because I'm afraid, Simon, it was just too woke for me.
It was too woke.
Slop.
Well,
slop
there is
opinion,
that.
But it wasn't even sort of. It wasn't in just like a casual or even in a sort of stylistic way. It was like the whole world they portray was just so cardboard and fake and so kind of every single enemy they have to fight is some right wing blogger going to blow up Big Ben or something because he hates.
Well, exactly. I mean, the first series does have the dreaded right wing splinter terrorist group conceit.
Oh yeah. There's loads of them about, isn't there, Simon?
Totally, yeah. We're quaking in fear.
Maybe
right-wing terror attack.
Well, maybe that's what the elite theorists will be out there now planting bombs.
Oh, don't you start! Shush! None of that elite theorist talk on here.
Maybe it's Simon.
But Yeah, it's it's diverting. They do a series a year and they put it out, and etc. And this series Mobland is kind of similar in a way. It's story of a London crime family, Irish crime family, the Harrigans. The patriarch played by Piers Brosnan, and the kind of his wife, the kind of Lady Macbeth, played by Helen Mirren. And the stories center around the kind of, he's like a consigliere or kind of like a fixer for the family, played by Tom Hardy. And it's interesting. The writer is or one of the writers is Jez Butterworth. Now, I remember him sort of coming up through the 90s. Things like Play Like Mojo, I think, was one of his first big hits. And it's I've only about 4 episodes in. It's totally interesting. The focus in a way is very much on London, and a lot of it is done amid the architecture around the area of London that was reconstructed for the Olympics. The old Docklands, and the Millennium Dome features very heavily in the visuals. Yeah. And what you've got the sense of it alluding to is, as with the Millennium Dome, the massive sense of emptiness of London, from a moral standpoint, it's a city of economic flows. It's a city purely of money. It doesn't have any of the Notting Hill or Paddington film type aesthetics of cutesy chocolate box London. It's all about they all live in kind of coolly soulless modernist apartments on the Thames, or in sort of around and about the city.
It's all chic.
It's sort of chic in a way, but it's heartless. Modern it's chic. Heartless.
Yeah.
And it's the thing of the boss of the crime family, the Irish crime family. They've done well over time. They've become very, I guess, moneyed and somewhat sophisticated in their presentation.
The potato market.
Well, it's actually more fentanyl in this series, but yeah. It's
the great fentanyl famine.
And they've done well. And the patriarch, Piers Brosnan, they bought a country pile out in the Cotswolds. And he's one of the internal struggles of the drama is he's kind of styled himself as a gentleman of the land, with his cap and his welly boots and his etc. His shooting and fishing and all of that sort of stuff. And the Helen Mirren character is the kind of ferocious beating heart of the sort of Irish traveller criminal that is in tension with him. He's doing a sort of Great Expectations kick in a way. He's trying to become more than the sum of his parts, and she's trying to pull him back to earth all the time and remind him that he's a fierce Irish bugger. And that's part of it. It's that struggle of the sort of the people gaining money and losing their authenticity through being nouveau riche. But also with the Tom Hardy character, you've got a sense of someone who's very coolly competent at keeping the peace. That's kind of his job. It's to stop the warring families really going all out and massacring each other. Which, I mean, they dispatch a couple of families in the first half an hour of the first episode, and from then on, you admire the fact that he's a very competent persuader. And what you realize is that in a way, it's a story about how in London now it is just an empty sink of obsession with money that has to be massaged and managed by the certain kind of person that they want you to identify with in Tom Hardy, who essentially he's a manager with a gun. Really, what it is. He's not.
So you got Tom Hardy there, as you say, as the sort of gangster middleman, the kind of fixer, right? Going around, and it's Tom Hardy. He talking like that. Is it Tom Hardy doing?
He's
Tom
very
Hardy
quiet. It's more like this kind of
quiet.
It's all through his teeth and that sort of thing. And he's very.
Tom Hardy.
But it's very good because he's likable, the character. He's able to sort of be very polite to people, but not in an effete way, in a way that, you want to help me, I want to help you. If you do this, I'm going to have to break your legs, that kind of thing. And so he's very, he is actually quite likable, I think. I think there has actually been a bit of drama around the series that he threatened to walk out.
Right. This is recent then. This is like last couple of years. Is it still ongoing?
Yeah. 2025, first series. That's out there. The next one's going to be going up in September this year. and then I think they're going to start shooting a third season, but they had to persuade him back because he nearly walked out.
So, well, to be fair, I mean, he's got options. Tom Hardy, you know,
he has. But he's very good. He's very good.
Do you think maybe he's a bit sick of playing sort of London mobsters?
Yeah, he probably is.
I imagine he's probably
He probably would just like to retire to his nice house in Richmond, which I think is where he lives, and you know, and hang around the very pleasant hostelries there, which we know well.
We know well. I mean, you and I are fans of. We have our bourgeois weekends down Richmond on Thames, don't we, Simon?
This sometimes happened. But the thing I was working towards in this long disquisition, I shall say, is Jez Butterworth. One of his main influence, his main obsession, is Pinter, which is interesting.
Really?
Yeah. You don't necessarily.
Do you think that comes through in his recent work, like in Mobland, say?
In this, I think it's a question of. I was reminded very strongly of Goldberg and McCann, and the way in which the conversations can happen, like we said, very quietly but very forcefully. You know that there's heft behind these, what appear to be just pleasantries and words, and that's sort of quite refreshing in that they won't fight shy of violence, so to speak, in this show. But it's not the main focus. It's not just wall-to-wall brutality. It's that he talks people round very, very effectively.
Yeah, and so he's got that kind of Goldbergian affability to him.
Yeah, you can see the sort of tension being unwound by the skill of the character. And really, his ache, you know, what he finds tiresome is that people around him continually fuck things up, and he comes and masterfully cleans it up. And yes, certainly there's an amount of omnicompetence, I suppose, that you think, well, nobody could be like this in real life. Yes, it's a TV drama. It's got that escapist quality. But I think there is something deeper in that it seems to be really an allegory about not about crime, really, but about the way we live in London, that you need some people at the centre of the action who are going to smooth over the ructions. I mean, I suppose maybe in a deep sense, you might think that Jez Butterworth is painting a picture of the way the city's, should I say, demographic conflictions are going to have to be, dealt with in this manner of firmness and panache.
Well, I'd not heard of this. I mean, I'm really surprised. You've got a competent writer with Tom Hardy and Pierce Brosnan doing a story about modern London gangs and all the problems they have to face in, London of now, as opposed to, say, the 90s or the 50s or whatever. And also, I'm intrigued by this idea of Pierce Brosnan as a sort of, sort of godfather-y type figure, but someone who, if I've got you right, is sort of looking to go kind of culturally at least go straight. He wants to be a sort of,
Yeah, you can sort of see the mud on his boots, as it were, while he's trying to, put on his cravat. So there's something conflicted about him. He's not fully at ease with his own smoothness, although he has it. But the Helen Mirren character is just quite, noxiously evil and unlikable.
She's in it too. You've really got me intrigued now. You've really got me intrigued because this. No. I'm gonna have to give it a go, but if this turns out to be like Slow Horses, where I have to turn it off after episode,
well, that's the thing. I mean, I've seen. I was looking at a review earlier in Medium, which I guess is kind of centre left liberal kind of outlet, maybe worse than that, and they kind of panned it, and I think it's because in the wake of you've had a number of things like Gangs of London, and I think there's been a few other sort of dramas about the modern brutality of the capital of crime. But I think it's just, it's entertaining. And I think the interesting game to play while watching it is trying to read the deeper agenda in it. I think Butterworth is probably a pretty competent writer. And he's got, there's going to be a message, there's going to be an allegory in it, I think. And I'm sort of thinking it's worth sticking with at this point, just to see. I think it's something like 10 episodes, maybe 12 episodes. It pretty much cracks along, but they said, they thought it was boring. Okay, fine. Maybe because there's an embarrassment of riches on all of the different available networks that you can have. But I think it might be worth dipping into, just as a picture of London in its kind of final late capitalist modernist decrepitude in a way. You get very much, they emphasize very much how it's a city of flows, and people are less important. You see cars flowing along the arteries of the city, trains, all sorts of a sense of movement, of a dynamic system, of a monetary market. And the opening of the first episode is about the fact that this crime, it's strange in a way, because it has a sort of certain relation to The Godfather, where you see Don Corleone and The Godfather's got this strict moral position on not going near drugs. And this family instead, the patriarch, played by Pierce Brosnan, he's sprinting towards doing drugs. Fentanyl is the future, that kind of thing. So they're just looking for the next one to get into. So they're significantly less moral in that way. But a lot of the confliction is about the idea of family, of course, because it's a organized crime drama. There's always that play on the idea of your real family versus your organized crime family. But within that, as I say, there's this tension between Pierce Brosnan and Helen Mirren, because Helen Mirren's got this grandson, and he goes off the rails in the first episode, kills the son of the other big crime boss in London. And then they have to work out how to cover it up, and everybody's doing their nutting because of what this tearaway young guy has done. But it's Helen Mirren's got a relation to him similar to Livia and Caligula in I, Claudius. She's fostering this poisonous little imp in the bosom of the family, and you can see that this is going to probably unravel the whole thing for them. So worth having a look. And there is a relation to The Long Good Friday with the Pierce Brosnan and Helen Mirren on screen in the same thing again. So
that was just making me think, actually. Helen Mirren's got quite a history with playing gangsters' moles, doesn't she?
Well, you mean the cook, the thief, his wife, and her lover?
Yeah, she's. I just know she seems to play gangsters' wives and dolls a lot, doesn't she?
Yeah. Long Good Friday, Cook the Thief. I mean, she's got that. It's a witchy Irish. What would you say? Trailer trash, who has kind of gone up into the gangster world, and she's got a certain wildness still about her. She's not couturied, she's not primping, she's not uptight. She's very much some sort of strange, vicious earth mother for the family. So it's kind of gross. And there are the terrible modern implausibilities. One of the family have got a few soldiers in the family, a few protectors and hitmen, and the main two that work with Tom Hardy, one's a Spanish guy, okay, that's sort of plausible. The other one's a mixed race girl who's also a car mechanic in London, and she's all she's all too savvy with driving and shooting guns, and it all seems a bit come on. So
I can put up with that.
It's there to be enjoyed. I'm disappointed you thought Stray Horses was that bad, but I can see why, because it is.
Didn't get the thing is, Simon, I can put up with. I'm not that sensitive to it. I can put up when it gets a bit like that. It was just within the first episode, it was just endless bullshit, and also the kind of Gary Oldman character. Everyone said, "Oh, you've got to watch it for Gary Oldman. He does this amazing performance." And I was like, okay, the problem is that all the other actors aren't holding a candle to it, right? Because it's Gary Oldman. Yeah. They got no chance. Yeah. So the show kind of fell apart for me on the technical level, in that all these BBC sitcom actors are there, and Gary Oldman sat in the middle of them. It's like, well, this is a bit comical, and also because I didn't find his character particularly entertaining. It's like, okay, he's washed up, he's overweight, he smokes too much, and he talks like this and calls everyone a cunt.
He farts and he
and it's like
whatever.
This isn't. I just after the first episode, I asked myself the simple questions: did it make me laugh?
Maybe it's because I've just been reduced to accepting whatever.
Did it make me feel anything? No.
Spooned out.
Did it make me care about any of the characters? No. So what's the point?
You are preserving the stratospheric high standards that we should expect from drama, and which are defied by the relentless ladling of slop into our faces, which it probably does represent.
Duke Valentino says, "Have we seen The Cook, the Thief, His Wife, and Her Lover?" Yes, we have. It's a great
poster
film
on my wall. Yeah,
it's a standout.
Yeah, sensational film. Yeah, I mean, we should possibly do that. I mean, that was always fated as being Greenaway's allegory of Thatcherite 80s, the world of conspicuous consumption and the moral bankruptcy at the heart of that. So, would be popularly perceived about that period. And which, in a way, we can probably see now because it all looked like flashy good fun on the surface, loads of money. And while it was just destroying the fabric of the country and its future. But apart from that, it was great. The 80s were great. Yes, I'm sure we could do a review of it. Lots of people have been asking for reviews of various things. I've had requests for reviews of Jonathan Meads' Magnetic North as well, another of his good documentaries.
Send it on to me, Simon. We can put it on.
Also, the I think it's a 50s film, The Wages of Fear. The one with Jean Gabin about the guys driving the dynamite through the jungle, and William Friedkin's remake The Sorcerer.
Well, Sorcerer is one of my favorite films. But controversially, because it's a divisive film. A lot of people say it's just an inferior remake of Wages of Fear. I personally think it's just there isn't really any sort of objective criticism I can do. It's just I like Sorcerer. It's just a great film. I love the jungle. I love the dirtiness. I love the way it sets up its 4 characters. I love the brutality of its storytelling. It's just fantastic. And again, Wages of Fear, great film, but I prefer Sorcerer. If we're going to tell that story, then Sorcerer is my one.
Well, there you go. I mean, it's a crazy premise. I mean, I've not seen the film, but I mean, is there any fucking way you would drive a truck full of sweating, decaying dynamite through the jungle? I mean, there must be some great incentives in the film to make them do that.
Yeah, it is because in Sorcerer, it's
more than just a load of money.
No. So in Sorcerer, there are these 4 men. You see 4 vignettes at the start of the film that each show you why they've had to flee their home countries and end up in this disgusting little rotten town village, basically in the middle of the jungle in South America somewhere. Yeah. And one of them's like a gangster who messed up and did a hit on somebody that went wrong, and they're after him. One of them's a French banker who embezzled millions, and the police are going to come and get him. One of them's a Palestinian terrorist who did a bombing and has had to flee. Right, so they're all stuck there, kind of just waiting. Like life is just passing them by. They're desperate to get out, but they can't leave. And the other problem is that in order to flee the country, they'd need quite a bit of money, right? And they don't have that. They're all kind of there with nothing. And one day, the local economy is powered by this big American oil rig, and there's an accident and it explodes and it's on fire. And to put an oil rig fire out, the traditional method is you put a bomb in there because it blows up the aperture through which the oil and the pressure and the gas is rushing. Because there isn't really any other way to put it out. You have to collapse the hole. But the problem is that there's no good road. They can't helicopter it in, and the dynamite they've got is all really rotten and unstable. So they pay these 4 totally desperate schmucks to drive it 300 miles through the jungle, desperately. Because what other chance have they got?
And hilarious complications ensue.
Oh yes, carry on up the jungle.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, there's certainly an awful lot that people want us to have a look at. And actually, so much is coming in at me that I'm forgetting most of what people are telling me. So we're going to have a sit down, wire together a document where we look thereupon. And dare I say it, some people have suggested that they prefer the streams where we are just discussing the film rather than the watch-along. And I'm a bit conflicted by that because I want to do both.
What was that? Sorry, Simon. Like, you mean?
Were you not listening?
I'm trying to pour a glass of Jameson's, and I have to just spill a little bit, Simon. That's what happens. I'm listening.
Well, that is a tragedy. I mean, that is a tragedy. What were you trying to pour it into?
There's only a little drop. It's
thimble.
It's a port glass. It's not very wide. That's what
I see. A port glass.
There we are. Good. Sorry, Simon. Do carry on.
Not at all. Well, I can't really remember what I was saying anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much.
No, I'm pretty sure what you said in my garbled memory of the event.
Oh yes, that's right.
That people want us to do live watch-alongs, and
some people want live watch-alongs, and some people want separate review streams.
But as you were saying, Simon, we could do both.
We could do both. We can do both. And
see, we're gonna have to, because really those are 2 different types of content.
That's right. Yeah. As Vingle says, Mystery Science Theatre 3000 style, Mr. D has pioneered the return of that form. and we are merely emulous charlatans following in his trail, attempting to flatter the great form he has with this.
The simple fact of the matter is, Simon, we're going to have to do it on Twitter. We'll do the reviews here on YouTube, but the watch-alongs in all their copyright-free glory will be on Twitter. So, all of you in the chat, if I don't see you over there in the Twitter, if we don't have the same audience numbers, and I'll know you've let me down, right? We do this for you. And if you don't come over there, then you let us down very badly. Simon, I think the music might have gone up a level too high.
Do you reckon?
It's coming through a bit strong for me.
Let's see.
What
if I turn
are the
it down
audience saying?
slightly.
Are the levels good?
Let me put it down. There we go. I think it was just a bit of gusto and brio breaking into the music there. Yes. It is French after all.
Mind out, Maestro Giscard.
Now it seems too quiet, says Cows, and I think she's right.
Well, maybe I don't know. I don't want because the problem is I'm getting a different audio channel from the audience, so to me it sounds a bit different.
You're getting a superior channel.
No, I'm not, because for me it cuts in and out when we speak, you see, but it doesn't do that on the output feed.
I'll find some gentler music which will just tinkle in the background like a sylvan brook.
What about like the Taxi Driver soundtrack or something? Like the
Bernard Herrmann, some sinister
or some sinister jazz. Yeah.
Sinister jazz, yeah. Well, I could.
Did you no, I don't mean that sinister, Simon. Good God.
Oh, okay.
It's very tough. Yeah, you've always been the caretaker, Mr. Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
But what was I going to say? I've forgotten now. Bloody hell.
So you're getting old.
I'm getting old. I am. Well, quarter of a century in now, Simon. I'm past my prime. It's finished.
That's it. It's all downhill from here, I'm afraid. I was saying to Panama before the stream that I have now got to a point where I have certain aches and pains. And I was relating to him, you know how the sensation, this is to the chat, of listening to old people, and they bore on about they're taking, tincture of buttercup and evening primrose oil and, distillation of whale's amygdala and all these kinds of sort of things that they pump into themselves to deal with their aches and pains. And, naturally we scorn and ridicule such silliness, such herbalistic foolishness. And now I've got to the point now where I had a bit of a problem with my legs. My circulation in my legs was giving me jip and pain. And I discovered that if I take a selenium supplement and a red vine leaf supplement, the pain goes away. So I'm now going to bore for England on the subject of non-pharmaceutical supplements. So there you go. It's just going to happen, Panama. You're just going to decay.
Simon, let's just tell them the truth, shall we? Simon has the last week had such a surfeit of roast beef and port wine that he has succumbed to the gout.
Exactly.
And his leg is swollen and bandaged in strips of raw beef and up on a stool as we speak in the studio.
That's it. Yeah. That's it, as I am quaffing. You know how they used to drink when, what quaffing actually was? It's actually just drinking a draft straight off. They didn't sip wine. You just filled the glass and you quaffed, like, whoop, it's gone.
That's proper drinking.
That is why they got a build-up of uric acid crystals in their joints.
Because they're just bombing their guts with huge, punches of wine.
I knew one of the doctors I worked for when I ran a medical practice, a senior doctor, actually, very great chap. He had gout for a while, and apparently it is agonizingly painful. Although I didn't test that because I wanted him to keep paying me. So, what can I say?
Yeah.
Gout, don't get it.
Gout, no.
Go on.
My father, Simon, who in contrast to me is quite a health freak. Actually, he's quite he's very keen on sort of, good diets and exercise and all this sort of stuff. I don't do. And he once got a very bad case of gout, ironically, because he decided for 6 months he would go on a kind of cleansing, all vegetable diet. And so he did. And, he was eating hearty salads and all this sort of thing, having a nice time. Then he decided after about 6 months to break this diet with an enormous bowl of lamb stew, healthy lamb stew. But I think what happened is that at his age, the sudden hit of rich meat and heavy sauce triggered the gout reflex, and he was very very sore feet for about a week.
You do have to be careful with changing diet. I I learned this when I took up doing a bit of fasting in the last couple of years. I had a friend who was really keen on fasting, and that's just like liquid diet, basically, just liquids only. And the trick with fasting, no food diet, I actually didn't find it hard to stop eating. That wasn't the problem. What was difficult was the psychological burden of knowing that there were times in the day when normally you'd eat a meal and you didn't know what to do with those times. And you had an aching sense. Everybody in the world is tucking into a juicy steak or a tasteful whatever, and you've just got time to kill. You've got to do something with that time, and that twisted my melon, man. That was too much. I know, but the actual not eating is fine. That's easy.
I always find with fasting, the hardest for me is it not what there's that, as you say, with the kind of the kind of rituals of the day are all vanished, right? You don't have you can't sit down and enjoy something at the time you normally do.
Yeah.
But also I find that that first couple of days where your body kind of adjusts to not having the replenishment, the regular replenishment. So I mean, maybe it's just me, but I always get kind of very shaky, and I get like a weird because your mouth gets kind of like a little bit sort of fetid because you're not. I guess you're not processing anything with your teeth.
Yeah. I think so.
Anyway,
you can. No, you can. I mean, you've got to absolutely. If you are going to fast, anybody out there, do check up on it beforehand, because you've got to take electrolytes. And I took electrolyte tablets 2 a day, and you can exist on liquids. I did a 7-day fast. I would say by days 6 and 7, you're feeling a bit kind of faint in the morning, but it does go away. And you sure as shit lose weight, I can tell you that. But the problem you have with fasting for longer than 14 days is something called refeeding syndrome. And this is what killed a lot of people in the camps that were being relieved after the war. Is they gave them food and they often just died of heart attacks. You get an infarction. So that's not a good idea. Yeah, it's basically that, when you're putting salt into the body's so desperate for it that it breaks the bounds of your cells, and essentially the cells kind of flood, and you take the electrolytes out of your bloodstream, which is bad news because your heart needs electrolytes to work, and then your heart stops working. So it's bad to do that, and you're supposed to gradually go back on things like beef broth and stuff like that if you fast for a long time. And a friend of mine who did it for 28 days did that, and he was absolutely fine. And I think safely, I mean, 7 days it's fine. I could just start eating normally again. And I think up to 14 days you're okay, and you can do it. And you do get a sort of certain clarity of mind and energy back, and your joints stop hurting. I mean, there are actually benefits. People say, "Oh, it's too extreme" and all of that. It's quite clarifying in a way that you don't need to center your life around food. Is what I'm saying.
We're adapted to it. We the human body is not actually adapted to have 24-hour meals and food going into it. It's perfectly natural to go, say, 3-4 days without a meal. It's not particularly pleasant, perhaps, but it's not going to hurt you.
But it's not necessarily unpleasant. It's you feel like your body is getting a break from being stuffed with goodies, which you're then having to. I mean, one of the things is certainly as you get older, is I find if you eat food, you're knocked out. You just like, oh Christ, I have to. You end up having a nap after meals. And
Simon keels over into one of his food comas after an entire table of savoury delights from the continent.
So having less to eat, you kind of can sail through a bit more. It's not, it's not the worst thing in the world. And I think people who are very extreme about it, in terms of saying no, it's rubbish. I think they actually need to try and do it.
They should try it, and it's spiritually good for you. It's even if you don't need to lose weight or anything, it's spiritually good because it just teaches you that little bit extra of self-restraint or breaking kind of habits,
I mean, Jesus did it. What's the problem?
40 days, 40 nights.
Yeah.
Wilderness.
Yeah, but I certainly went down to some notches on the old belt and all of that sort of stuff. But again, it can come back quite quickly as well once you start eating again. So it's kind of one of those things where people who do limited fasts, like 3 days a week kind of thing, probably benefit best. Because your body's got time to acknowledge that it's running.
Yeah, that's right.
You've got this autophagy state where your body starts to use up dead cells and things like that.
And clears you out.
And ketosis and all of these things. And you start, but Yeah, go on.
So Simon was keen to get back into his corduroy trousers and leather waistcoat of old. You know, he was
That's
thinking
right.
of his days.
My moleskin. My moleskin. What would you call? What were they called?
Was it
Breeches.
jerkin or
No, they were like moleskin breeches. They were like something you'd see in a Jane Austen kind of. But in Australia, moleskin
like
trousers are quite popular. Yeah, they're sort of just like a cream color, but they're like it's like a thick. It's almost like a suede in a way, but very supple and soft. And a lot of people have them because a lot of people ride horses out there. So and you wear sort of ankle boots with them, like Chelsea boot style things. But everybody wears Blundstones, which are a popular brand, or RM Williams boots. Blundstones, yeah,
right.
But they're a bit shit nowadays. They've gone terrible. They used to be really good. And yeah, they're sort of I was cut quite a fetching figure when I was
quite the young chap.
That's it. Yes. But I would have gone full fop if I'd had the chance,
With your totally. Pipe and your waistcoat, and you put up your accent to be even plummier, didn't you? I bet.
Yeah, I was ludicrous. I was utterly ludicrous.
No.
It was fun for a time. But yeah, that was the 80s. We had to be DIY, man. We didn't get all this special clothing and gear like you have now, where kids go to shops and they're dressing in stuff that looks like it's
ready-made outfits.
Yeah, you had to do it yourself. You just had sort of standard bog issue clothing, and if you wanted to be anything. I mean, when I was at university, there was people. I was kind of in a sort of aesthetic set, and there were people who used to go to nightclubs a lot and fashion designer type people, and they would make costumes, as it were, and clothing for themselves. And I must admit, they looked sensational, and they could really tailor well. But I wasn't quite close enough to get the advantage of all of that.
Yeah. It's. I mean, people had to put taste and sort of self-expression into things in those days, Simon. As you say.
Oh yeah, indeed. We didn't get it all on a plate, not like now with your cheap fashion
shite.
And fast fashion and all of that stuff. But you dress in a timeless way, so you will never have that problem.
I've always gone for that. I always thought that was just because it, like, if you got a well-cut suit, even if it's of a sort of older style, you look at a photograph in 40 years and go, well, yeah, it's just a smart suit. It's not, oh, look at that, look, it's so dated. It looks like the 70s. I think it'll serve better in the long run, and of course, because with those sorts of clothing, I find that you put them on and go out, and whatever you have to do, people will treat you better. You'll just get that little bit extra when you're not expected to be dressed like that, and of course they're good quality, so you don't have to buy very many of them. You only have to get them occasionally, and when you do, they'll last. You know what you're doing.
What's a Panama slacker look? I mean, what does it look? What does it look? I mean,
slacker.
You're not going to be wearing board shorts and a singlet, are you? You're not going to be that kind of slacker. I mean, your slacker would be a kind of I don't know. I say imagine like a 16th century, very puffy shirt with lacing up the front, maybe. And
I mean, my slacker look is sort of like when the suits are in the cupboard and I'm not going out, I've just sort of got the old sort of Ramsey Nesbitt-esque,
really?
Easy, with my light dressing gown.
I can imagine Panama's slacker look is merely taking off his jacket, so he's wearing his starched collar with a waistcoat. Waistcoat. And,
waistcoat.
He might change his shoes inside to silken slippers of some kind, but that might be as casual as it gets.
I don't know. I used to be a bit like that, right? Because I just get up in the morning, put on the suit, and then just kind of that'll be it till bedtime. Then.
How many tracksuits do you own? Come on.
I don't own a tracksuit, Simon.
No tracksuits at all.
I don't own a tracksuit. I've never owned a tracksuit. But now, no, I'm a lot more lower effort nowadays. I think also, to be honest, Simon, just this summer has just taken it out of me. Just completely. I just can't be asked to do anything anymore. It's just I just want it to end.
I don't think it's worth.
I just can't face it.
Yeah. No. Don't try and make an effort when it's blisteringly hot. I don't see the point. This is the English person's folly that in Australia, when it's very, very hot, they've learned that you go inside, you shut the curtains, open the windows a bit, and drink, and that's it. You don't gallivant around trying to achieve great things. So if you're out there trying to prove yourself by matching it up in blistering heat, you're a fool. frankly, you are, because you are just going to die. And it is better to just save and reserve your furious energy for more temperate days.
Duke Valentino says, Panama Hat, what's your favorite cooking themed movie? That's interesting. It's an interesting one. I think. Well, immediately someone below him has said La Grande Bouffe, which I would. So it's a very interesting film, Simon. It's a kind of one of those sort of stingy anti-bourgeois satires of the 70s. That kind of it's known for its quite extreme content, but it's basically 4 very well-to-do men.
Yeah.
And they lock themselves in a house in the south of France, this great mansion, and they decide to eat themselves to death in this house.
Yeah.
So they have, the chef bringing in sort of huge amounts of food, and they kind of just gorge on it to the point of expiry. The thing is, I don't know whether we'd have to make a division between eating movies and cooking movies, because I mean, it's like you'd have to clarify the question, because it's not because there are movies about chefs and really about the art of cooking, and there are movies that are really just more about food and the art of consumption and eating. Like, for example, I don't know that Cook the Thief, the Wife and Her Lover would really be a cooking movie. For example,
definitely
you don't really see much actual cooking. You're obviously you see the kitchens and the kind of food prep going on, but it's all, the whole idea is that all this stuff is being rushed through for this enormous gluttony going on in the other room.
It's definitely the best.
You don't really focus on the food. I think that definitely would be high, because I think what that film has that pretty much no other film does is a painterly kind of Dutch old master sense of the glories of the table. So you get all these huge piles of berries and plucked turkeys and entire stacks of
succulent
bread.
tableau.
Cal says Boiling Point. That would be a pretty good contender, actually. Do you know that one, Simon?
What's that? No, I don't know that.
So it's a film. It's with who's the little Scouse chap? He's always talking like that,
Hey,
a bit of a.
All right.
Hey, all right.
Calm down.
What's his name?
Calm down.
He was in that woke program recently.
Scouse chap.
Quite famous.
Famous Scouse chap. Stephen Graham.
Stephen Graham is who I'm thinking of.
Oh, him.
Him. Yeah, Stephen Graham. So he plays the owner of this restaurant, and he's kind of a bit depressed and a bit down and out, and things really aren't going very well for him. And it's all filmed in one take, and it's not like a trick like they do editing. It's genuinely all done in one take, where they clearly had to rehearse it extremely carefully for this entire 2-hour film, where the camera
crew is show shot as a film,
kind of, but in a way that is genuinely very impressive. And it's all about this one night. It's all done in real time as they open up and serve the dinner, and it goes through all the personal problems of all the staff and the various events going on in the restaurant and the difficult customers, and it's kind of it's a really, really good little piece of drama, actually. I'm sure you'd love it. Though again, it's because that really is more about the people in it having kind of their. I don't really know that it's because it depends on what the guy meant by cooking movie. Because you could say something like, I don't know, Ratatouille, which is all about, or to a large extent actually about the process of cooking and about what it is to create a dish.
It's difficult to think of it. I mean, cooking. I mean, even food-related movies. I mean, the only thing I can think of in my mind right now is a movie from the early '90s, Delicatessen, by Jeunet et
I like that one.
Which is very black humor.
It is,
but it's good fun.
And it's sort of fantasy as well, isn't it? Like they have this sort of post-apocalyptic world where they all live in that one apartment building.
Yeah.
And it's owned by the butcher who's turning his tenants into meats occasionally when they don't pay the rent.
Exactly. So we could probably say that maybe Sweeney Todd would also count as a food-related film.
I suppose so. Yeah, in a sort of oblique way.
Yeah.
These are the worst pies in London.
Oh, don't get me started. We have to do that with Mr. D, surely. I mean, he hasn't done.
Oh, we will have to. Well, because we reviewed. It was him, myself, and Apostolic Majesty reviewed Pacific Overture, which is another good Sondheim musical. Well, because I messaged you about Bertolt Brecht the other night, Simon. I'm quite keen to do the Threepenny Opera. Which again is really clearly a big influence on Sondheim, especially Sweeney Todd.
Yeah. I definitely think these things need to be done as watch-throughs, because I think the problem is they're expansive and complicated and subtle works of art. And in a sense, much of the reviewing is in just collectively watching and appreciating certain moments as they land. That's
agreed.
my sense of some of these things. You can
Yes.
you can analyze them and do the cliff notes all you want, which is great. We can do analytics streams, but it's better in a way if your audience can actually see it. And not everybody has the time to prepare for things and watch things. We can say, go and watch this film, and then we'll review it. But if we're all doing it together, then it's an active process, and we can all get something from that rather than just do it like an essay. Musicals are always absolute shit.
One of the Germanics has again made a crapulous opinion, Simon.
This is
everybody laugh at
subversion.
him. Everybody laugh at him. Point and laugh at this man with no taste. No taste at all.
How
Awful.
dare he?
Awful.
Come on, Vingle.
Sort yourself out, Vingle. Sort yourself out. Germanic miserableness.
Find the musical appreciator inside you. It's
musicals.
there.
We don't do that in the German countries. We don't do
German.
that here.
He's not,
I know they're all the same. They're all the same.
They're all the
They
same.
all have the same.
Oh, I'm sorry. He says sorry for not being gay.
Oh, come on.
We're just we don't think it's gay to listen to musicals. We just think it's open-minded,
Yeah.
which is what we are on this channel.
The Germanics will say how about they're not gay and they hate musicals as they head out for the night to go and get urinated on in a rubber fetish club in Hamburg. So,
I mean, would you consider Triumph of the Will a musical? It's got music in it, hasn't it? It's got theatrical visuals.
You're only allowed to have eight hours of interminable Wagner, Simon.
That's true.
That's all you're allowed to have. Die Fahne. Anyway.
Yeah, Wagner. Yeah, he made musicals. Yeah, they were just more sophisticated musicals.
He made. Yeah.
It's still a musical. What's your problem?
Well,
It's musical.
That is one of those lines between forms where no one's ever really demarcated it. In that, there isn't actually a clear border between an opera and a musical for the most part. In that, a lot of it is just to do with tropes and presentation of style. But
yeah,
you are just it's a story with songs.
Yeah. I mean, opera. I've only ever seen one opera live, which was Otello up at
Verdi.
Up at Leeds. Was it Leeds? No.
Is it Verdi?
Northern Opera? Yeah.
A lot of Shakespeare operas.
Opera. Where's Opera North based? It is Leeds, isn't it? I keep getting confused with northern cities.
Opera North.
Opera North.
I saw a lovely Rigoletto tonight. Vera.
It is Leeds. It's Leeds.
Leeds, okay.
Yeah, it's in Leeds. Yeah, and I would say people should at least see an opera once in their life because it is different from a play. It's on a stage, it's in a theatre, but it is a different visual and sonic language altogether.
I think people don't realise just how diverse what opera actually covers.
Yeah.
Right. As a term, because it's not. We tend to think of opera as a genre. It's not. It's a whole range of musical and theatrical presentation style that can go from everything to your very early kind of Purcell type stuff all the way up to your kind of bombastic Wagnerian grand melancholic type thing. So there's opera for everyone. It's not something to be sneered at.
It isn't, and sometimes you can see a monument. I mean, actually I've seen two operas, I think, and Peter Grimes' Benjamin Britten, that's an opera, isn't it? That is technically an opera.
Yeah, that's an opera. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it's a straightforward.
I saw that down on the beach in Aldborough in Suffolk because, and here's me name dropping again, my cousin is quite a well-known opera designer, and he designed this performance of Peter Grimes on the beach in Aldborough. It was amazing because they set it during sort of World War II, and they managed to get this great coup of as it started, they got a Spitfire to fly right overhead. So
wow.
Whatever you think of the mythology of World War II and its symbolism.
That's some pretty advanced directing.
It was pretty good. It was a pretty good moment. And it was great watching it with the backdrop of the actual sea when it's a story about that deadly stillness of the fisherman's life.
That's right. I mean, my favorite Benjamin Britten opera has got to be Death in Venice. That's really incredible. And I was very lucky to see the touring production of it that visited Cardiff about 2 years ago. Utterly fantastic. It was a great opera. Recent, written in the 70s.
I was going to say, have you seen Death in Venice? Have you seen the film, the Visconti film?
Oh yeah, the Visconti film. Yeah. Which
what do you think?
Again, beautiful. I love it. It's a great piece of art. It very much plays up the relationship as being more erotic I think, than it is in the story. But that's absolutely fine because, to be honest, I think the only realistic decision you can make when you adapt Death in Venice is you're going to have to actually take one of the strands of desire. So in the novel, it's more kind of intellectualized. It's a bit more to do with his yearning for you.
Yes.
In the film, it's clearly much more of a kind of lust. You know, you kind of, you know, he's got the. He's well, because I mean it was directed by one of the great stately homos of the last century, wasn't it? You know, Visconti. So
indeed, and
yeah,
you've never got to be like when Mr. D watched Lolita a few weeks back. I mean, you've got to not be deceived by the superficial story, because I hadn't watched it for a long time, Lolita, but when he did that screening again, I watched it again. I realized what it was actually about, and it's not even about the person in the title. It's about man's demonic need to live in a romantic way that destroys him.
That's right. And it's I think of all people, actually, it was a feminist critic from Iran who said it best, in my opinion, which is that Lolita is the story of a young girl who does not even have a chance to have a life.
Yeah,
she doesn't exist. Her any chance of her developing as an independent woman is snuffed out before it even had a chance to begin. That's the tragedy of the story, and
that makes sense in the context of the takeaway that I took from it. That it is about Humbert Humbert's terrible narcissistic fantasy of love, and not anything to do with. Oh no! What's this? Is this Death in Venice? Oh yes, it is.
So because this the boy at the front here is the late Bjorn Anderson. Who actually he died recently, but my God, what a terrible, tragic life he led following this film. The documentary about him is heartbreaking. It's the man really had a time.
It's on the left there. It's a young Columba as he's sauntering through Italy on another of his jaunts.
He wishes.
Who played the main character? Is that Mastroianni?
That is Sir Dirk Bogarde.
Oh, that's Dirk Bogarde, right?
Yep, Dirk Bogarde.
I had in my head that it was Mastroianni for some reason.
No, it's an incredible performance by Dirk Bogarde.
Is it a good-looking film in terms of the way it's shot?
It's beautiful. Well, because that's almost all it is, Simon. There's barely any dialogue. You know, it's you basically have an hour and a bit of watching Dirk Bogarde stand like that and kind of stare goggle-eyed at this almost freakishly beautiful youth who's pacing boyishly around the hotel, slightly bored on holiday.
I mean, in a way, it's closest to the kind of themes that you get springing up in Greek myths, don't you? Where a god or a goddess is distracted by a beautiful youth, and you think, "Oh, come on, how can that be?" But when you set up a kind of, tableau in this form, you do something where you go a little bit deeper into the mysteries of the human heart, and people are very deeply conflicted about what they see and what they feel, and how that is rendered artistically as a challenge.
So the film plays in a much more realist way, but there's a constant implication in the short story or the novella it's based on.
Yeah.
That this actually may all be some kind of bizarre fantasy, perhaps a dying dream. Where the kind of Apollo, the representation of this incredible youth, that has long been lost by this sort of dying author. Who's sort of it's implied he's kind of been out of fashion and he's not been able to work or create as he once could. He's a composer in the film actually rather than a writer. But the idea that he's kind of struggling and he's dying, it's not just the physical death and the physical aging. It's his soul is kind of falling in and finally giving up. And there he is at the last moment, taunted by the image of the thing he once had. And there's quite a disturbing moment. In the film, where he decides that he must somehow find a way to charm this boy, and so he goes and has a barber put this ludicrous makeup on him to try and look more youthful. And it just comes off as very sadly tragic because he just looks ludicrous. Here we go. There's a picture here. Because he just looks awful. It's this garish, pale makeup, and of course, inadvertently, he just looks more like death. Than he starts to resemble a corpse, and again kind of plays into the idea that he may already be dead. This is just kind of some sort of purgatorial dream. I mean, again, and not to be too on the nose about it, but the whole thing starts with him being ferried by gondola over the waterfront to the hotel. Right, he's literally being carried over the river of the motif, right, of the river Styx and Charon, and it's all there. if you want to look for symbology in it. But yeah, it's an amazing performance by Sir Dirk Bogarde, and he barely says anything. There's very little dialogue, and the end of the film is just him just dying on a beach. He just sort of expires. He just kind of collapses, into a chair.
Oh, I see. Vingel in the chat says, I never listened to a full opera, but I love many individual pieces, especially Wagner, and I love Bach's cantatas. Well, he's getting there, isn't he? I mean, maybe we'll get Vingel listening to me. We'll get him listening to Hello Dolly in no time now.
It's our job, Simon. It's our job to educate the poor foundlings that are coming off the street to our great salon.
I mean, let's not with the scum, the plebs, the illiterati.
I didn't want to be so harsh, but yeah,
I didn't want to be too harsh either, and I retract that. They're not scum; they're just aesthetic reprobates, let's say, in a charming way.
And we can help them. There's a great picture here. This is what I look like now, actually, when I'm streaming. Here we go.
You on the right there in your
no
red and white bathing suit.
No, that's the entire summer has reduced me to this. I'm just dying.
I will say, if people think Panama is exaggerating, that he's not. He really does. He really does look like this. He only lacks the peach carnation in the
I don't have a peach carnation. But it would die. The heat would kill it, Simon. You can't keep him alive for more than a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh dear. No, it's been. I mean, just dying and unable to just because it's, again, I don't mind a bit of hot weather. I don't. I was in Africa, for God's sake. Only a couple of months ago. It's just it started in May and it won't end. It won't end, Simon. When I was lad.
That's right.
When I was lad. We go out to Pembrokeshire for holiday and have my birthday in July. And I'd be lucky if we wouldn't have 2 weeks of nothing but rain.
That's right.
We didn't used to. When I was a kid, we didn't have summer. Britain was famous
for
never having hot weather.
It will like that in old-fashioned times.
Here we are dying in this dreadful sweatbox.
It would rain all the time. It would rain in black and white. It would like that.
It would. Yeah. People actually walked 30 frames per second faster in those days. We hand cranked.
That's right.
We didn't hang about.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, we didn't have colour.
So if I say, to be on a sweltering beach somewhere, dressed in a fine rumpled suit like this, you would say, yes, but not so much to the sweltering. You'd like to be like that on a cool day in autumn in Hyde Park, in a deck chair. When
you a nice white linen suit is the Western version of like the Arab robes they wear in the desert, because it's really light. It's a really light. You feel like you're wearing pajamas if it's fitted properly. Yeah, you're just in just in pajamas. Like it's the
dish dash.
You don't even really feel like you're in a suit at all. You're just wearing a sort of like.
Would you ever go for some form of Arabian attire? Do you ever think I could sort of see?
I'd love to try it one day. I'd love to try it because I always thought one day I always want to dress like a mullah for no reason.
Yeah.
Just have a huge turban and a big black cloak and kind of carry an enormous Quran around.
It does look comfy. Reason. I will say it does look comfy for lounging around the house.
If I ever take a sojourn to the Middle East, then I will get some sort of like those white, like full length kind of Arab robes they wear and go around in that for a bit. Yeah. I think Cowles is said the thing that basically is true about hot weather though is that it depends where you are, right? Because I know people who they come from, say, the American South, right, or somewhere like Louisiana or something, where it gets genuinely, really, really hot when they have the summer, or I don't know, Australia or South America. But it's that people say that it feels different. So the temperature will be much higher in somewhere like, say, New Orleans or I don't know, Panama City or Bogota or whatever. Yeah. But you go somewhere, say like Britain, and you get weather that's much cooler on the temperature gauge, but it just feels different. Like it hits you in a different way.
Yeah.
Or like, for example, I've had much hotter temperatures than we have now in the south of Spain. Didn't bother me at all. Barely felt it. But sitting here in London, it's harder. There's something off about it. In the same way that the cold doesn't really get to me because I've grown up in Britain all my life. We're used to cold weather. But when we had like a sort of 12-degree chill in Paraguay, I really felt it. It's like, this is really quite difficult, even though it's only like 12 degrees in Britain is practically summer. But it was just, it felt worse. Somehow it's really awful.
And acclimatization doesn't help. I mean, my mother lives in Australia, and I was saying to her that next week it's going to cool down a bit. We're going to have very nice temperatures, like 19 degrees, 21 degrees. She thought that was freezing.
Yeah.
Too cold. Yeah. I mean, she gets up and it's 20, 22 degrees. She needs to put on a jumper and moan about the weather in Australia. But there you are. It is a different thing, as you say. Yeah. Yeah. Don't like Singapore. Too hot, too sweaty.
Muggy,
and yet
muggy.
You go to Singapore, get off the plane in the morning, go for a wander around the city. There are little Singaporean guys in their office attire, shirts, ties, shoes. They are literally, I kid you not, they are running up the road to work. That's the kind of discipline they have. And you're thinking they're not even breaking a sweat.
But is it a case that to them it's just regular weather, they're not really thinking that it's hot?
Yeah. They just don't register. And I was just buckets. It was hot.
Yeah, I bet it definitely comes down to acclimatization. Yeah, the human body takes a long while to adjust.
See, I kind of want to live by the sea, so you get the breeze. That's my thing. But lots of people
the
live by
problem with the sea, though, is
bad in winter.
Yeah, because you also get fog and all sorts of other problems with the sea.
Fog, that would be great.
Yeah, but not
like London of old. He gets me, lads. It's a real pea souper. Who knows what secrets its darkness hides? You've seen The Tall Guy, haven't you?
I haven't. I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's great. It's a film with Jeff Goldblum and Emma Thompson before she became so objectionable. And it's an American actor played by Jeff Goldblum, comes to London trying to make it. He gets cast as the lead in an RSC musical about the Elephant Man. And it's very funny. It's very
Elephant Man, the musical.
Yes. It's called Elephant, exclamation mark.
That is pure Chris Morris, isn't it?
Yeah. And the staging musical Victorian London is perfect, pitch perfect, kind of thumbs in braces, kind of.
How have I not heard of this? That's amazing.
Oh, The Tall Guy, 1987. Look it up. Well worth. It's just an amusing film. I think it was an early Richard Curtis film before he got to the whole, Notting Hill Love Actually stage. But Jeff Goldblum's very good in it. He actually fits in very well with a sort of English humor sensibility, and Rowan Atkinson's in it as well. Jeff Goldblum starts the film playing Rowan Atkinson's sidekick on stage, who's constantly humiliated and punished in various ways. And Rowan Atkinson plays a sort of nasty version of himself. But it's very funny. It's a very good film.
Very good. Very good.
A little bit sentimental in a way, but it's good fun.
Before we leave the kind of musical opera thing behind, Simon, they're asking, well, so her what's this? Oh, another bloody German, or is it a Boer? I don't know. Her on the site says which musicals are supposed to be good. Hair, Cat Starred Express, Phantom of the Opera. So again, I think the problem is when people think of the word musical, Simon, they see the glossy West End like Cats or Phantom, which basically like they're rubbish. Yeah, they're a bit of gay, glitzy drama. Like they're not. That's not what we're talking about. Simon and I are talking about the lesser known, for the really, really beautiful thing, like as people have said in the chat, Sunday in the Park with George reduces me to tears. It's a beautiful meditation on the nature of art. Sweeney Todd, Sondheim Sweeney Todd. Do not watch the 2007 film with Johnny Depp. It's rubbish.
Don't watch that.
Find a recording of the actual original music.
The original, the
really good play
staged with George Hearn as Sweeney Todd. Right. Len Carey originally played him, but George Hearn is and it's going to look old to you. It's going to look stagey because it's filmed on a stage. But Sondheim is just incredibly clever. And funny.
The richness of the lyrics. I mean, also, what are people doing watching this channel? I'm not trying to be funny here. I mean, seriously, what appeal do I or you, Simon, or this channel have?
They want
people who are like, what? Why would there be any good lyrics?
They want a musical of something rubbish. They want, Can you get a musical of Transformers? Or something like that. That's what they want.
The whole point of this channel is that we talk about art, basically, and we talk about. I would just assume that people would have a broadness of mind, where we wouldn't have to sit down and go, well, see, this was a man. He was called T.S. Eliot, and he wrote these poems called the Four Quartets. And listen, they're not like traditional sonnet poems. They're all
Yeah.
modernist, and they don't
Yeah.
follow the convention. It's like it sort of feels like that. I'm just a bit shocked. Like, surely people who are already here would not have to be sort of babysat through, just having to be introduced to basic. Oh, by the way, there are musicals that aren't camp and gay and rubbish that are actually really good and enormously artistically invigorating. It just feels. I'm just a bit surprised.
I think you've got to find it where you find it. I mean, I know Matt Berry was always very inspired by things like Jesus Christ Superstar. They're kind of early 70s, kind of sort of outrageous, all on offer kind of musicals of a British nature. And we mentioned the glossy musicals and stuff. I mean, to be honest, I've never gone and seen Phantom of the Opera or Cats or anything like that. I'd happily be open to go and seeing them and seeing. I mean, the thing is, they're produced to such a high standard. They might be impressive just in that way themselves, but yeah, I think if I would say in the chat, Cows has mentioned Hamilton. I would actually quite like to see Hamilton. I have to say. Sorry.
Well, hang on. Again, Vingle, compared to something with that, there's something about singing with fake smiling. Why do you think that if it's to do with anything to do with the theatre or music, it's just people jumping about being ludicrous, right?
I think there's a worry that it's effeminate in some way.
So you're going to tell me that later Mozart and operetta, and
people are singing
and all that is because that is directly what musicals are based on.
Singing is all gay. I'm sorry, Pamela.
So
all singing, men singing especially, is gay.
So if we put him down and we make him watch, I don't know, the Barber of Seville, he's going, this is very gay. We don't do this in Germany.
It's huge gayness coming out with men singing. Sorry.
All right. Well,
anything with men singing, I think that's most music all the way back to when music started is gay.
Simon, I get very wound up, and I think we better stop because I'll get in one of my moods then, and it'll.
Don't get wound up.
This is meant to be relaxing. This is meant to be Sunday studio with Hat and Roberts to end your week with Hat and Roberts on.
Everything
Sunday.
Is happy and fun and chill in the Sunday studio,
and not at all gay.
Slip into something more comfortable. In fact, take off all your clothes right now, pour yourself a drink, and enjoy lashings and lashings of fresh banter.
Yes, indeed.
There we go.
Yes,
Rocky Horror Show. That's fun. I've watched it. The film's quite good.
But again, it's like there's nothing wrong with camp, right? It's just fun. It's just funny. Like
it's just a different tone.
Why do you feel threatened by it? If it's just a bit of camp, right?
Yeah.
It's you don't have, if it's fun, it's fun.
Yeah. There was another musical that somebody mentioned that I thought was quite good, but I can't remember what it was. Never mind. It'll come back. Yeah. Some musical things are fun.
Yeah. Exactly.
I was going to say West Side Story. West Side Story. I never seen West Side Story. A few years ago, it came on. I must have just looked at it on YouTube or clips or something like that. And I thought the choreography is sensational. It's amazingly well done. If you're ready to appreciate that, if you're not worried about it being too gay. And it was just, I've always been impressed by musical theatre actors, their level of skill and execution of timing, singing, speaking, acting all at once is quite a thing to behold.
Duke Valentino says, what are your thoughts on Les Miserables? Well, I like some of the songs from it, but I don't like the whole show. I find it's a bit turgid. Doesn't I find it a bit badly paced and a bit slow. And I have seen it. I like maybe 3 of the songs, but the whole show is just not really. It just doesn't really do it for me in the same way that something like Sweeney Todd does. Interesting bit of linguistical autism. Simon, you know the reason that it's called Les Miserables is because there's no way to actually directly translate that. It doesn't really have it. There isn't actually a cognate for it in English. Because obviously it's close enough to the word miserable, you kind of get the gist of what it means.
Would you say the immiserated? Could you say? Does it?
Not really, because
doesn't quite capture it, does it?
That Le Miserable is sort of. I think the most accurate word would be something like the dispossessed.
Yeah, it's like the cast off. I was going to say.
Ones. Yeah, the unfortunate ones. But Les Miserables, it's such a choice bit of poetic phrasing that it kind of you can only really call it that. You don't want to translate it. It wouldn't have the same. It would be clunky. Les mis.
Duke Valentino asks, what are your thoughts on Oliver Reed performance in Oliver Twist 1968? Oh, first time I saw it, he scared me.
Is he in that?
Yeah.
I forgot he was in that. Who does he play?
He's Bill Sykes.
Well, he must be pretty young in that then.
Not so young. I mean, he's kind of, I'd say he's almost in his prime at that time when he was a young guy.
The problem is, Simon, I can't recognize him unless he's like, 15 stone and pissed, basically. So I just
I saw it as a kid. He was quite terrifying, I thought, actually, which is good. It's a powerful performance, but he was a great actor.
He was a force, Simon. He was one of the last real men.
I mean, that's stuff that we could, again, stuff that springs to mind that we could cover. If you just watch old interviews with Oliver Reed, this is a much underappreciated thing. He had fantastic, marvelous skills at being deadpan with interviewers, at taking them down the garden path and winding them up, and doing it completely straight-faced.
That's right. He would look them in the eye and say something ludicrous, and kind of just challenge them to challenge him, and they would never do it, would they? We
should actually just put on, if you find him, I'll see if I can find it. Oliver Reed, the acting.
Yeah, get me the clip, and I can put it on the screen.
Because I mean, it's not very long, but he does it. I think he has like a BBC journalist come along, and he gets him. Here we go. I'll send it to you in the private chat. But
all right.
It is just a joy. It's just funny, the way he bullies this guy.
All right,
it's very good. Hold on. There we go.
Of course, I'm sure people are familiar with his appearance on After Dark with the "Give us a kiss, big tits."
Jane,
over
Jane, what's her name? Jane.
Some miserable old feminist who looked humorless and boring.
Yeah.
And Oliver Reed is just so ungodly drunk.
I mean, he's one of those people who turned into a strange caricature later life. I mean, very much like David Hemmings, the star of Blow Up. The way they became David Hemmings became kind of unrecognizable at the end of his life with his strange eyebrows and his portliness. And
he sort of stopped acting as well. Hemmings, because so what happened, I think, is that he got really famous with Blow Up. He was like the man of the 60s for a while.
Oh yeah.
Then he was in Charge of the Light Brigade in 1968. Now, Charge of the Light Brigade is not really it's kind of a failed film. Not because of his performance. His performance is fine. And it's a really interesting film. I've watched it many times over because the way the script is put together, the attention to period detail, the kind of story it tells, but it's not really finished. It doesn't feel, it's two separate films kind of joined together without much success, I think. And supposedly David Hemmings' diva behavior was so bad on set that he was basically blacklisted. No British director would work with him, and he sort of faded into obscurity.
Peter Cook also let himself go, says Joe. Well, Peter Cook let himself go. I mean, it's the kind of tragedy of the great drinkers of the entertainment business, isn't it? That you do wonder the things they could have done. But then, I mean, the story with Peter Cook was always that he became bored very early on. He he climbed the mountain very early on in his career, became witty, sensational, funny, and admired,
became the man,
attractive, and then he kind of thought, it's the old "when there are no more worlds left to conquer," Alexander wept, isn't it?
One of the few times I ever agreed with Stephen Fry was Stephen Fry's very angry appearance on a talk show just after Peter Cook's death, where everyone was saying, "Oh, isn't it a shame he wasted potential." And Stephen Fry got quite angry because obviously they were friends, they were quite close. He said, "No, that there was not an ounce of wasted potential. He did everything he could. There wasn't anything left for him to do with his range of talent. There simply wasn't." It was not as you say, Simon. He'd done all he could really do and reached the end of the line. And also, I think he was a lot less miserable than people seem to give him credit for. He was. I think he was more lighthearted than miserable most of the time. But
the star that burns twice as bright burns half as long, and you have burned so very, very brightly, Roy. Guess the film.
It's ringing bells. I know it's something I've seen, but it's not.
Oh, everybody's seen it.
It's not Conjuring. What's the? No, I'm not going to get it.
Star that burns twice as bright burns half as long, and you have burned so very, very brightly, Roy.
Is that Blade Runner?
It's Blade Runner.
It's of course, yeah.
It's Tyrell.
Your impression got so seamless towards the end. I could just see the guy's face. So I was like, oh, that's it.
And that actor, hasn't he been in Blade Runner? Because he was Joe something or other. He's been in like brilliant classic films playing iconic roles. And I should know the films that he's been in. Was he in a Kubrick film? Played by Joe Turkel. The late Joe Turkel, sadly. Yeah, he was in. Yeah, he's been in Kubrick's. He was in The Killing, Paths of Glory, and The Shining.
Oh, he was he was Lloyd, wasn't he? In The Shining.
Yes, he was Lloyd. Of course, you forget him without his Blade Runner glasses. That's
it. Your credits all good here, Mr. Torrance.
Yeah.
Hell of a party.
Well, again, it's one of those beautiful things of the great character actor. Blink and you'll miss them in history, but they leave an impression and a memory on you, and irrepressible character. That's a great thing.
Lloyd is one of my favorite performances of his.
Yeah.
Really creepy.
Yes.
The money's all good here.
Yeah, it would have been.
Right, Simon, if you
there you go.
If you fade down the levels,
I'll fade down the levels.
Fade down. Simon sat in front of this sort of 40-foot mixing board covered in about a million buttons. It's like the inside of a Boeing 747, his control desk.
I'm going to fade down
the tech
by
goes into these streams.
Crude pressing of the pause button, because we're going to just hit this Oliver Reed clip and enjoy it.
We are breaking our rules a bit with visual stuff, but I don't really care.
He's not the dad in Clockwork Orange, no.
That's Philip Stone.
Sorry, that's Philip Stone. Yeah, I mean, in terms
of
Kubrick frequent flyers, yes, he is.
Alex, boy, we can't very well just throw Joe out, can we?
And when my wife tried to prevent me from doing my duty, I corrected her.
Mr. Torrance, a nigger,
a very naughty boy.
And the way that Jan Exon just goes, a nigger, it just gets me every time.
Dear,
a nigger,
such language we disavow.
Oh, we're quoting. We're quoting.
Yes, we're quoting. We're quoting from a great work of art. So chill out.
Yeah.
We'll read.
If one is good. Loud. Oh, that's very loud for me. Is that loud for everyone else? Because that's deafening.
Yeah.
I'll have to turn that down a bit.
But it's fine.
All right. Here we go. So this is Oliver Reed. Simon, just introduce this clip.
It's just Oliver Reed giving a little bit of acting lessons to some. I think he's a BBC journalist or someone like that. Very short clip. It's only about 3-4 minutes long.
All right.
Thank you very much. Oliver Reed.
If one is going to play a heavy in a film, and the great difference between the really dangerous man and
I think there's a great beauty in that face, Simon. There's a great wistful eyes, isn't there, on him?
Got great big bovine eyes, but he has a lovely, delicate diction.
He does. Classically trained, of course.
And of course, big eyes like that, a huge advantage on screen because it's about what's going on in your eyes. It's not just an unfortunate genetic mishap. It's great advantage as an actor to have expressive eyes, especially ones where is undoubtedly, when you see Oliver Reed on screen, he's undoubtedly masculine, but he has also very expressive eyes that people may say even have a quality of the feminine about them. But that's the danger and the quality of a great actor, is that they can have all of that at their disposal.
Now, what's Oliver Reed's ethnic background, Simon? Because I don't think he is, but I always hear a slight Welsh lilt in his voice when he speaks.
Let's have a look. I don't really know, to be quite honest. Oliver Reed, he was an English actor, etc. He was born in Wimbledon to Peter Reed, a sports journalist, and Marsha Napier Andrews. He was the nephew of film director Sir Carol Reed and the grandson of the actor-manager Sir Herbert Beerbohm Tree, who I remember from my early theatrical obsessions. Reed claimed to have been a descendant through an illegitimate step of Peter the Great, Tsar of Russia. There you go.
There you go. Now I can see that. I can see all of that in his face a bit. But isn't it just
I can see a rustic quality in his face in some pictures where you do see it very strongly. He's got I like the fact he's got the body of a bruiser and the voice and the mind of a sensitive sadist.
This man was very well read too. He could apparently recite most of Tennyson from memory, according to Anthony Hopkins.
And drinking under the table.
He was Bowden's cultured thug.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
was.
yeah.
I mean, really, this
Yeah.
is the epitome of that. I think.
You see the interviews with him on American TV in the 70s. I mean, there's a famous one where I can't remember who it was. Is it Phyllis Diller or someone pours a drink over him?
That's
But he
right, yeah.
speaks in a way that people think is kind of mannered and effete, but it gives a great read on him because of the contrast with his very solid physicality, that he's so precise and kind of gentle in his expression that it's a great combination. It just works.
Shame we don't have beautiful names like Max. There's a Herbert Beerbohm Tree, you know.
Yeah.
Seabohm Roundtree, and you know.
I mean, Herbert
Gilbert
Beerbohm Tree
Keith
was a big deal in Victorian theatre, so that's all you need to know.
Well, he directly originated a lot of the modern Shakespeare parts, didn't he? In how they're performed.
I can no longer remember. He's someone that I knew about when I was back at university. I used to read every book on theatre. I mean, it's the sort of people who, oh God, I've forgotten so much. This is a problem. It was who was it who did? Oh, no, I can't remember who. I won't go any further. There was a German director who famously did A Midsummer Night's Dream, and it was done with a level of timing and precision such that people would say that, you know, in London, they would say, so-and-so's dream is starting exactly now, because he would be absolutely clock perfect with timings. Wow. And there would be people would say, you could say you watch by it. And the notable thing about it, I mean, it was the age of high illusionism on the Victorian stage. So it was like, had real trees and real rabbits on the stage. It was that kind of thing. I'm just trying to remember who it was. But anyway, we can find that out later.
Now, Simon, if this is a bit, see you in that company with your antics, you know, going out for drinks down to the pub between cues, you wouldn't have lasted there.
Not at all. I'm a complete lightweight. Yeah.
You would have been under the table at the local, and they'd be going, "Where is he?
Where's
Simon?"
Hang on. Okay, yeah, Beerbohm Tree had live rabbits on stage as well, but that's not what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a German director who he had a revolve on the stage, you know, like a big disc that turns and stuff. And people, I think the expression was like, it's starting to turn right now, kind of thing. It was an expression like that it's actually happening.
All right, Oliver Reed.
The loud man is the dangerous man, has a great silence about him. And so always I find I have terrible trouble with sound men, because I'm known in the business as the whispering giant.
Pause.
But
Sorry, the director I'm thinking of was Max Reinhardt. That's the one. Anyway. He had a revolving stage and a magical forest on the stage, and I think he had rabbits as well. So there you go.
Sorry, I'm on mute again. So I was just saying, they really loved their kind of overly naturalistic performances, didn't they, back then?
Well, that was, as I say, that was known as illusionism. When you try to create the look of a real world, a real street in Verona, or a real castle, or whatever, with all the detail, like a film set, basically on a stage. That's what we call illusionism in theatre. People might call it realism, I suppose, but realism can be defined in other ways as well, and it's more usually used as a kind of acting term, like psychological realism.
Yeah. All right.
Eyes are quite hard, you see. Don't blink. The screen is so wide, you see, that it makes every eye about 6 foot across. And if the audience is supposed to be frightened of you, and you start blinking like this, like Bambi, a lot, which some people are sometimes inclined to do when they're nervous, then it sweeps across the screen, and it's not as convincing as if you're going to be deadly. You don't see a cobra blink, do you?
No, you don't.
Another thing you do, don't play it with curly hair either. Get your hair, you know, straightened out.
Why can't a villain have curly hair?
No, villains have straight hair. Idiots have curly hair.
Pause.
Well, Simon, that's me finished then.
That's brilliant. Idiots have curly hair. If you're in the chat, you have curly hair. Remember, we can't see it.
Own up.
But you're an idiot. Michael Caine has talked about and demonstrated this thing with blinking eyes correct in his famous acting masterclass, which you can go and find on YouTube. It's there. It's only about an hour long. He talks about not blinking because it strengthens you as a character.
All you got to do is don't blink. If you don't blink, they'll think you're older. And
He
if
does
you
this.
don't
He
blink-
tells you about when you're facing the camera. You use the eye furthest from the camera to look into the camera because that looks more naturalistic than if you're looking at the camera. You know, go and watch the class.
No, thank you, Turkish. I'm sweet enough. Well, that wasn't him, was it? That was Alan. What's his name? Bricktop. Hello, Turkish.
Alan
Hello,
Ford.
Turkish.
Yeah.
Alan Ford. Hello, Turkish. Do you know what the word nemesis means, Turkish? Oh, Bricktop.
Anyway, see how he breaks this idiot journo down.
He's already messing with him by just saying declarative statements. Like, I'll tell you who was a master of this as well. V.S. Naipaul, the late novelist. He would just say, "Well, I don't think women can actually write at all. It's never been proven."
Yeah.
And the journalists would just because they've got no bite, they've got no brain, they've got nothing in them.
You could tell it as well then, because from the beginning of this interview, you can always tell there's a
he's immediately fucking with him.
There's a strange tension with Reed where he can be very serious, very quiet, very specific and prescriptive, but you can tell he's on the edge of danger and making this guy laugh or hitting him.
It's why am I taking time out of my day to tell you all this stuff that means nothing to you, and you're not even being interesting. You're not even in it. You can't even. You can't even give me anything interesting to chew on here. You're just sitting there giggling and being sort of irrelevant. I mean, I'd be angry too. I'd start saying racial slurs and see what he does or something. Cool.
Celtic Perspective 5183. Robert Webb, in an interview recently, said he had to go minutes at a time staring into the camera in Peep Show because the POV shots wouldn't line up if he blinked. Correct.
God, yeah.
Continuity. You've got to be aware of these things. And
Even
blinking is go on.
Oh, it never occurred. Oh, all right. So,
yeah.
It never occurred to me that they'd have to do things like line the blinks up in Peep Shot.
Here's an old actor's trick I'll give you for free.
Sure.
This is a trick that's associated with the concept of status on stage, which I've talked about before. Where if you're a high status character, like typically a king, high status takes up more space, more time, more of everything on stage. That's the principle of playing high status. So, you can say less, you could be slower, more controlled in everything. Low status characters, they take up less time, less space. They're more self-effacing as characters on stage. That's a kind of broad rule about status. And one of the tricks of status is you can change your status by very subtle mechanisms. I did once. I did you have a stage fight qualification called the BADC certificate in England. And once I did that years ago, I took the certificate, and you had to learn sword fighting and rapier and dagger fighting and unarmed combat and all the kinds of things that you see actors do on stage, how to trick the audience when you're doing a slap or a punch and all that kind of shit. And one scenario we had to do was, sort of Romeo and Juliet. Typically in that play, there'll be a couple of Capulets and a couple of Montagues passing each other on the street, and they're going to get into a sword fight, that kind of thing. So we had to do these exercises because basically they wanted us to play that kind of scene where two friends meet another two guys and a fight erupts between them. And what they wanted us to do was not actually have the fight. We built up to doing that with the swords, but what we had to do was sort of kind of trying to intimidate each other, and then the acting part of it was to say to the audience, who do you think did it better, or who came off best in that non-physical confrontation. It had to be like a kind of like a stare off kind of thing. You had to sort of, the audience had to read who came off strongest in this non-verbal, non-physical confrontation. And I kept winning it, and they didn't know how I did it, because we would have to, the scenario was two of us, or, it could just be one of us passing another one. Let's say one person passing another one from opposite ends of the stage, as if we're walking past each other in the street, making eye contact, and then passing away from each other. And you had to, as it were, create a tension and a violence and a fight without actually doing it, if you see what I mean. And I kept winning it, and they didn't know how I did it. And the trick is that, when people get into confrontations and they start staring each other out.
Yeah.
The actual trick with status, and it's a thing that people read completely unconsciously, but when you're actually in that confrontation state, the people who stare each other out, nobody kind of wins that. In status terms, the way other people read it, when you're having a confrontation, is the person who breaks eye contact first is actually the highest status person. Because he's saying, I don't care who you are.
This confrontation is not worth my time.
Yeah. So I would pass these guys and I would sort of give them the eyeball and they would eyeball me, but I would break the contact first in a very casual way. And people would not kind of understand why I came off looking stronger, because that was the trick that you do to, you often read about this actually in Ian Fleming. There's often scenes in the books where Bond is kind of meeting the villain in a casino or something like that. And they have a meeting. And Fleming often describes this, that the villain is so super self-confident that he locks eyes with Bond's eyes, but he looks away carelessly and disinterestedly. And it gives that kind of lizard dominant quality to the villain, that he's so confident and super smooth, he's not threatened at all. And that's why he looks away. People make the mistake of thinking, no, when you're staring someone out, you've got to really stare them out for longer than the other. It doesn't work. It doesn't actually work in real life. The person who looks coolest is the person who looks the other person in the eye, fixes them, and then changes his focus to something else as if he doesn't give a shit. And that actually works.
As you say, it's not worth my time, not worth my status is beyond this interaction.
It's the message that's being conveyed. So if you imagine, like Tom Hardy, an actor like that, and you have a kind of thing to stare him out, he's just going to sort of look away and start talking about the football before he smashes your face in. He's not going to. So yeah, that's
it's like in that Cray Twins film where they're in the pub and all these guys are really raring for a fight. They really want to do them in. They've got their little hammers and little weapons, and they're all staring at him. They just won't take their eyes off him because they're really raring for this. And he's like, it's like they're not there. He just has a pint and goes, "Does that taste a bit off to you? Is that off? Should we change the barrel on that?" It's just, as you say, it's total obliviousness to it.
Celtic Perspective 5183. I think that was the Michael Caine point. No, I don't think Michael Caine makes that point. He might do, but I actually got it from a very ancient book called Impro by Keith Johnston, who is one of the masters of improvisation. And anybody who wants to learn about improvising should read that book. It's a bit like the sort of the videos that AA does in a way. It's actually very good just as kind of life skill stuff. It tells you how to access bits of yourself creatively by kind of rejecting your inner censor, and being able to improvise is just to let stuff that flows through your mind come out and not judge it, not worry about how it makes you look or how it reflects on you. And in that book, he discusses the concept of status on stage and the tricks like the ones I'm telling you about there, about how high status characters behave. I mean, an example of a high status character, Marlon Brando as Colonel Kurtz in Apocalypse Now. He's barely saying anything or moving. He's ultimate high status. JJ Sphere says, what did you tend to look at to break eye contact? Look at anything you want, doesn't matter. You're just shifting your gaze away, and it just conveys. And usually the way when you break eye contact with people is you're not trying to avoid their eye contact. You're just, how can I put it? It's like you're looking through them. That's what you're doing. You're dismissing them completely.
Well,
you're saying you're not even there. It's like the Mad Men meme. I don't even think about you at all.
I don't think about you at all. Yeah, I think that kind of sums up the hierarchy, right? It's not like the person who really wants to fight is kind of on the second hand, because they're putting the stake up, aren't they? It's them that's invested in it.
That's right. Yeah.
What's that in Othello? Not Othello. Titus Andronicus, where he something the harm I've done thy mother, and he goes, villain, I have done thy mother, and just walks away. It's again, it's that kind of just hand waving. Just no, we're not going to have a conference. I'm not interested.
It's one of the reasons people handle conflict so badly is they get locked in to eyeballing and squaring up and all that other stuff. And actually, like he's saying here, it's always the old saying, do you worry about the man with the red face or the man with the white face? You worry about the man with the white face. The red face man is angry and he's combative and performative. The white face man is the cool, calculating guy who will, take you out when you're not paying attention. So you always look for it is the thing of you look for the quiet ones, genuinely dangerous people. Do you remember there was that little video that was going around on social media a few months back of a guy on the tube, and I think a big guy was getting in his face. It might have been a black guy getting into this face of this little white guy who was standing by the tube door, and this white guy just fixed his gaze on this other fellow, very calm, very physically relaxed, and then when the moment came, he just struck him down. And he didn't have to do an awful lot. A lot of the sort of success of things like acting or being in life is actually just intense relaxation and focus on what you need to focus on, and also playing some of these odds as well, that people don't realize these are switches that they respond to. I mean, I've been able to use it in situations where people have got shirty, and you can take it down by reducing them very quickly by the way you use your eye contact. And other people notice it and they read it, and the tension just goes. And I mean, if you want to fight people, of course you can, but it's not a great idea.
It's a very different, the brawling.
You want to come in there with curly hair, doing this with your eyes? What, doing the whole gambit so Auntie can see you? Don't smile, you're a villain. And then the accent. How are you going to play it? Let me hear you like.
Here's a copy for you. That's my first speech. As you can see, it says, "Ice cream man."
Cometh, right.
I'll just do the first line, if I may.
Yeah.
This is great, this stuff.
I told you, old man, to leave us alone.
I beg your pardon?
I told you, old man, to leave us alone.
Are you serious?
Well, I was trying.
I can't understand what you're saying.
I was trying
and you're
quite hard.
shouting it because you've been to RADA and the sound man has told you speak up. I've just told you to speak softly. I told you, old man, leave us alone.
I told you, old man, to leave us alone.
Why are you doing that with your mouth? You trying to kiss me?
Keep the mouth.
Well, you don't have to say, leave us alone. You're doing enough with the accent, aren't you? You don't have to give it all that with the trumpet. You're not playing a trumpet. Right. Try it again.
I told you, old man, to leave us alone.
Much better. Much, much better.
I've got
genuinely
another
was.
line, which I think is really going to give me trouble here. It's, "What are you fools doing in
No,
here?
you've got some more.
Get him."
You've got some more here. I told you, old man, leave us alone. You're going to get the young lady into trouble. What are you going to do to her? Or what's the young man doing to the young lady?
I don't know.
No, well, why
I
are
don't
you
know,
saying the
see.
lines that you don't understand? Don't use your hand like that. Villains don't do that. Bank managers and professors do that. Start to live your part from now on. Right. Take it from the top. Deadly.
I told you, old man, to leave us alone. You're going to get the young lady in trouble. But not half as much trouble as you're going to get yourself.
Good. Now why don't you pause it? I told you, old man. Leave the young lady alone. Pause. If you don't, you're going to find yourself in even more trouble than my grandmother when she was sucking eggs.
Trying hard not to laugh.
You're not listening, are you? Piss off. Out of here. Bloody joke. Go on, piss off. Bloody think you were hard, man. Go on, piss off out of it. Come on, I'm trying to tell you. Piss off. Dear. Bloody dear.
I mean, that was really quite something. See, Simon, that's how I feel about the listeners half the time.
I
They're
told you,
they're
old
not
man,
listening.
leave us alone.
If we were sat in an auditorium with them and I had to have the
Yeah.
chip I get from our crowd, I'd furious.
You'd devastate them with that exactly the kind of acting that Oliver is showing there.
Oh, I don't know
You'd
about
be,
that.
you'd
I don't
be
think it is.
feline and dangerous on a stage, I think.
Yeah.
Just the
What was
way you would raise your monocle to your eye would be terrifying.
Just the eye. See, like I was thinking about what you were saying the other day about face acting, right?
Yeah.
And I was getting dressed in the morning. I put my glasses on, and I did do a little bit of like, can I do a bit of subtle eye socket? You know,
Yeah.
just a little,
Yeah.
a little. Obviously, people can't see, but it's just the little pull your cheek down a bit and raise your eyebrow a little.
Yeah.
Subtleties.
There you go.
Subtleties.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Giscard. Back in there.
I think that's quite instructive, that acting class there. You saw what Oliver could
What
pull
was-
out of a mere novice.
What was going on there? I mean, why did? What was the? What were they trying to achieve?
Well, I think it. I think it was meant to be sort of a light-hearted bit of filler piece on a magazine program of some kind, where some ingenue BBC reporter who might have gone to RADA is coming for an acting lesson off Oliver Reed, and he's absolutely hopeless. But the lessons are still valid. It's silence and stillness is what a lot of good acting is about, because it is going on in the eyes. If you let the camera watch you in that way, people will be able to see what you're thinking, and that's where much of the acting is coming from. It's not really about your action.
But I think, as Oliver Reed said, it's that he's just saying the words. The guy was just reading the line. He wasn't why are you saying that? What is it that your character is trying to put across by saying that? Right? Yeah. It's not because I think the reason Oliver Reed was so frustrated was because he was like, well, look, this isn't some great mystic wisdom. It's fairly obvious. If you're trying to threaten somebody, you go low and you pause. Yeah. You draw things out a little bit more, right? You don't just say things because you're reading a line.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, you're taking up time and space when you're slowing things down. That's part of being high status. You're making people concentrate on you. It's I'll send you another one, actually. There's another brief one that let's have a look, see if I can find it. It's a Gary Oldman one. I'll send it to you, and it's quite short. You can see exactly what I mean. Again, by tiny gesture. There we go. The way you use your movement of your body in relation to the effect you want to achieve.
All right, let's get download the video. We haven't chilled at all, Simon. Maybe now's a good juncture to quickly.
While Panama is setting up this video, I'm going to smoothly segue into a brief promo for the Panama Hat channel. I want you to like and subscribe if you haven't done so already to this video, and in fact all the videos on our channel. Go back retrospectively, watch all of them, like all of them, tell your friends about each and every single one of them, and then head straight over to ko-fi.com/Panama Hat. That's ko-fi.com/ all one word Panama Hat, and relieve yourself of the weighty riches that are clanking around in your pockets and pulling your trousers down. Put them in our bank account, and we shall ensure that they go to maximal good use.
Simon needs a few more people on his massage team, and we need the salary pot a bit higher. Yeah. So get giving, everyone.
I need physiotherapeutic handling every day in order that my back doesn't feel bad and my legs don't ache.
I'm not hearing coins. I'm not hearing coins jingling.
Do the ad more menacingly. Says very cool. Everyone says,
do it like Oliver Reed.
Like Oliver Reed. You see, that's the thing. I would struggle to do an Oliver Reed. He's difficult to impersonate as well. I don't know how you do him.
Yeah. Rather patrician, but deep, and you're not even listening, are you?
He has quite a light, refined voice when he talks. It's very held in. But you can't get it unless you're Oliver. It's the contrast between.
Everybody go over now at ko-fi.com/Panama and give us a load of bloody lolly, a load of bloody clobber, a load of bloody lemonade, a load of bloody donuts. All right.
You're a big audience, but you're out of shape. With me, it's a full-time job.
Lorna, Lorna, get back in the car, Lorna. Lorna, come on, get the professor.
Yeah. So,
all right, here we are. So we got a YouTube short here of Mr. Oldman. Was it Sir Gary Oldman now?
It's Sir Gary Oldman now. Yeah.
Sir Gary Oldman. He's been knighted, isn't he? Acting trick to look evil.
Here we go.
All right. Oh, Simon, the music.
Which is from James.
Oh, get rid of that. Get that bloody music out. So, bloody bands all over the bloody place. All right.
It's gone.
It's gone.
There's a little trick, which is from James Cagney. If you, not necessarily evil, but if you want to look tough, you bring the head up first, then the eyes. You like that?
Like that.
Yeah, it's almost blink and you'll miss it, I'm afraid. But that's just a minute gestural adjustment that you make. Head first, then the eyes.
People, all arts, people who don't actually practice art don't realize that all these tiny tips. They go, oh yeah, people love to talk about, just because you moved like this, or you put a comma here or whatever. But it's you don't notice it, but your brain does.
Yeah.
Right? When you're watching stuff, you don't consciously note these things, but these are all part of human communication. So I think we better play that again, actually, because it was quite short.
It's quite quick.
We'll just watch that again.
There's a little trick, which is from James Cagney. If you, not necessarily evil, but if you want to look tough, you bring the head up first, then the eyes. You like that?
Simple. Yeah.
Okay. It's effective.
Yeah. There's all sorts of
The
stuff.
menace is there.
There's all sorts of stuff like that.
Mm.
Quite handy.
Yeah, very good.
So what are we talking about this evening? What load of old rubbish are we talking about? I can't remember.
Well, we're on to the subtleties of the craft now, Simon.
Subtleties of the actor's craft. Yeah.
The actor's craft.
That's it. Yeah. Well, go out and do it.
Well, what's chat saying? Any questions for us?
Pretty sure that Marlon Brando used that move, says Philip. You know what it signals is strength.
You consider me to be an assassin?
I can't even. It just sounds like Donald Trump.
What's the matter with you? Your brain gone soft. Never tell anybody outside the family what you're thinking.
It sounds like what's his with the funny little man with the eyes? What's his name? The one that's in Casablanca.
That was killed. Marlon Brando, Pat. I hope.
Yeah, but it was, but it sounded like what's his? He was always getting parodied on Looney Tunes and things.
Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about, don't you?
No.
The one who talks like this. Yes, Rick, but I'm gonna get killed.
What's his fucking name? What's his name? He's very oh, fuck it, I can't remember.
You'll come here on the day of my daughter's wedding. You'll ask for my help, but you'll ask with no respect. Okay, listen. You're gonna have to bring in a couple of cheeseburgers before I can say the line. Francis Ford Coppola. I can't do this. I swallowed a bug.
You ever see that where he swallowed? He actually does. There's an app. Sorry, Peter Lorre. That's who I was thinking.
Peter Lorre, as in Casablanca. Peter Lorre.
Yeah. That's
I know you despise me, Rick.
Yeah, that one.
yeah. That's it. You do a very, very good Peter Lorre. Very good.
No, it's the only thing I can do. See, like I say, everybody does a crap version of someone because there's a catchphrase line that people can do, and that's the only one I know. I've seen Casablanca, and Peter Lorre does have that thing, but you can only form the impression around the way they deliver a certain line because it gives you almost all of their vocal mannerism.
Isn't it interesting how for years that nobody could do a really good Trump impression because everyone was trying? Do you know, like for the when he sort of kind of burst into international stardom as the kind of figure that we know him as now, he was like, no, it took people years. Like there weren't really impressions because it's not
everyone's trying to do the voice, talk like that,
but it's not really in the voice. It's the really bizarre way he halts and shifts his sentences.
It's the
around.
pacing.
That's what actually makes you sound like him. Okay, losers. Okay, Patriots. Let's go.
Yeah.
And I said no. I said no, Biden. Like it's more in the bizarre tonal things than the actual pattern.
It's the pauses. It's the type of words they use. It's the way he changes mood in the middle of a sentence. He's trying to build something very serious, and then he says, it doesn't matter. Ours are the best anyway. All of that kind of stuff. He goes off track a little bit, and then he comes back, and you don't have to be able to necessarily do the best Trump
hotels in Gaza.
Yeah.
It's the cadence more than anything.
Yeah. I mean, Nick Dixon, who sometimes does a Trump impression and stuff. It's not the best Trump voice in the world, but he plows away at it and he picks up the mannerism of Trump and the sort of words he uses and the way he expresses them. And that's better than trying to do the Trump voice and failing.
Yeah, because if you can't get the pitch, you're not going to get the pitch. Like it's just you got to do the mannerisms instead. I mean, also very few people can do because when Trump's just speaking, when he's not kind of shouting or trying to project in the middle of a speech, he'll do. I can't do it, so this isn't going to be a good impression. But
Yeah.
He goes low like this. He just talks lower like this, like he's just talking to a normal room full of people. It's just
Yeah.
And I said no. I said we're not going to get out of the Middle East. I said we can't do that. You people know a lot about trucks. Bing, bing, bong. Okay,
Yeah.
it's but it's not. But he's not doing this. He's not doing the Trump thing all the time because he doesn't always talk like that. Like it's not. It's
Yeah.
I've yet to see someone actually do like a comprehensive impersonation of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It's not. No one's quite there.
They build over time. I noticed when people like Rory Bremner used to do shows on Channel 4, they'd have their own show. They'd do a series of impressions. Often they'd start quite weak, but just through sheer repetition, they build the strength of the impression up, and it does get better. Professional impressionists, they really apply themselves to it. It's like the way everybody can kind of like do a sort of Tony Blair sort of thing like that, that sort of halting kind of speech. It's like I just thought we'd go to Warner Up because I just really believed in doing it, and that's why all those people died. That sort of thing. But that's a shorthand of someone else's impression of Tony Blair.
Yes.
That you can then adopt, and you end up still doing that. And you can develop it from that. But really good impressionists will refine over time. So you've got to cut them slack. I mean, like I say, Tony Lapidus, who's very popular at the minute, he some of his start not quite right, but he gets the tempo right and style.
I think kind of apropos of what you're saying, Simon, I think really good kind of generational sort of impressions. They have to be developed over multiple comedians, if you like, or multiple impressionists, and that you cut like it. They're not something where you can sit in a room and just come up with a voice. They do get developed over time. Actually, really getting the mannerisms and the voice and kind of learning from how other people do it is pretty key. I mean, before Trump, it was the my fellow Americans, we are on the precipice of going to war with the United States of Soviet Russia. Yeah,
good. Exactly.
Kind of, but again, that's not Kennedy. That's decades of people doing the Mr. President Vargas.
But there's some bits of Kennedy. There's some bits of Kennedy that are like that, and you often may have to start with finding those idiosyncratic bits where you can grab it. In the final analysis, it's their war. They're the ones who are going to have to win it or lose it. I mean, that's a sentence I remember him saying.
Storm, Dick. Calm down.
But you can develop it from there. Mine's not very good, but you can then latch onto them.
So
Nixon.
Nixon.
I can't do Nixon.
Well, Nixon's a bit like Trump, where it's actually very difficult. Like, because again, everyone can do that. Watergate, Mr. Harriman, but that's not actually Nixon. That's just kind of going and being jowly, right? And the actual Nixon voice is really, really specific.
That's more of a technical accomplishment of adjusting your larynx to make those noises. That's kind of difficult. Whereas the patterning, the vocal patterning, sometimes can help you lean into that sort of thing, which is why it's better to start with that and familiarize yourself with the sound. And sometimes you won't get it because you won't have the vocal register to do the voice. Some people just like Peter Hitchens is difficult in a way because actually he's got quite a deep register.
Very deep.
And that's just ways. Actually, I was going to return to
it's all over. It's all over. It's all over. I don't work for Mail on Sunday. I don't work for Mail on Sunday.
Poor Hitchens. No, I don't have any sympathy for him at all. I was going to ask you, with reference to fashion earlier on, in relaxed fashion, have you noticed this thing of Hitchens ostentatiously wearing a shirt with braces, no tie, usually, as his uniform? He doesn't appear in a jacket. He doesn't appear with ties on. It's shirt and braces. And recently he's shaved off his beard as well. So he's looking less Old Testament, but he's going back for that, focused Hitchens quality of the past. I think that he was getting away with a lot more with the beard in a way. He was able to be more sententious and magisterial.
AA got to the heart of the Peter Hitchens issue a few years ago when he watched the Peter Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens debate from 2000.
Yeah.
Which is, he's just very autistic. Basically, is the issue.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
because people think of him as, oh, he's very rapacious Englishman who talks like this, and he's very set in his ways. But if you actually watch him when he's sort of trying to project, like not just talking one-on-one, trying to kind of build up a point or do rhetoric, he's not comfortable in it. He's a bit awkward and a bit jerky the way he moves around on stage, and he's got this habit of pushes his chin right up in the air, like he's trying to hit something with his nose, kind of
the looking down
like
the nose thing,
talking like this. And Germany is an extension of the EU, I think, and this kind of bizarre straight. Whereas Christopher Hitchens, totally the opposite, right? Smooth operator. His whole trick really was not actually being terribly intellectual, really, in the people he was going up against. But you had this, especially because I think a lot of American audiences at that time were just a bit wowed over by this erudite English sounding voice. They let him get away with things that he wouldn't have otherwise got away with, basically, because I can't do the impression, but
it's difficult to do C. Hitchens, but I mean, he is, as you say, he had a smoothness and a relaxation. That's what he ultimately had. He was very, very relaxed, and to be honest, he may have. A lot of people say he wasn't intellectual. I understand why they might say that, but to me, I mean, for me, it's a case of he's my, I'm the stupid man, and he's my idea of an intelligent person.
C. Hitchens.
C. Hitchens, yeah, and I think he just actually he understood a lot about screen acting in that way, by being able to just slow down, relax, and focus himself in a way that Peter Hitchens is very kind of stiff, and he throws everything down the barrel, as it were, of his own face, where Hitchens does a lot of just looking around and moving, where he's not really using his eyes in that way. He's using his voice because he had a sonorous voice.
That's right, and he had a way of carrying his sentences over into each other that would really, like, it's almost kind of like a trance-like thing. You kind of do get drawn into his rhetoric. Also, I should say, I'd said not particularly intellectual. He was a very intelligent man who wrote some very great work. Actually, I'm a very great fan of Christopher Hitchens. So, I think he was actually slightly. I prefer him to his brother, to be honest. Even though
let's put it this way.
I
think he has a better basis on which to begin, because as a more attractive personality, he can employ rhetoric more easily and persuade you, perhaps less by the force of argument than he can by his sheer sang-froid, his charm. And Peter Hitchens has to be quite querulous and forceful. No, I'm not saying that. No. And he's always having to sort of punish people he's talking to say that that's not what I said at all. Whereas Christopher Hitchens was able to just take you on a kind of tide of persuasion.
Christopher Hitchens had that aura around him, where I think it was very easy for even people that knew a great deal more than him to feel slightly stupid in his presence. In that, you might be right, you may have out-argued him, but Christopher Hitchens would look at you with those eyes and that sort of pudgy face and the sort of I'm a hard-bitten Fleet Street journalist kind of sort of posture, and just kind of wear you down a bit. I think he would just sort of have that. And if you really think that, I'm not going to waste time talking to people like you. I'm going to go to my posh literary salon and have some wine and cheese. I don't want to talk to you. I'm a liberal, And that I think the problem is Peter Hitchens is never able to do that. He doesn't like he invites mockery more than he does kind of awe, I think.
Yeah. And I would say for Peter Hitchens, that he does that thing of, well, people think I haven't got a sense of humor and all that stuff.
Yeah.
If you go and look up the podcast he does that AA mentioned, the one he does with Sarah Vine, Michael Gove's ex-wife, I think it's the Daily Mail podcast or something, or the Mail on Sunday podcast. It's got surprisingly few views, actually, which is strange. But it's been a regular thing that they've done, I think, for a few years now. And if you go and listen to a few of those, they are quite good, actually, because you do actually get the sense of where his humor is. He is a bit like an Oliver Reed in a way that he does do a kind of deadpan act. And he can build up slightly surreal scenarios, actually, in a way that you can recognize he is funny. But he saves it for that kind of conversation with her because, she's an appalling person, really, and a bit of a ditzy tits, and he can kind of get past that by just rolling out the surreality of a proposition that she makes and taking it a little bit further. And you can see that he could actually, if he let himself go, but it's not his stock in trade. It's his stock in trade to be appearing to be misunderstood, and everybody thinks I'm a humorless git, so I'll just let them believe it. And there's some people who like to do that, of leaning into what people think about them and not really changing it.
Sometimes that works. It's Cows is certainly referenced. I used to be able to do a very good Arthur Lowe impression, Simon.
I
haven't done it for about 5 years though, so I got no idea if I can still do it.
Arthur Lowe. Yeah, I saw a reference in the Mr. Moon books in the chat, and I thought
that was it.
Yeah.
Was because he used to, Mr. Happy was fat and right.
That's good.
And
I can hear it in your voice.
You did a treat, but I haven't got the.
No, I can hear you've got the vocal equipment to do it. You could do it.
Now, look here, Wilson. Do you really think War McNaughton Home Garden Tour is going to put?
I can't really do it. Like
No. You just the little snatch you did at the beginning. I could hear it. You've got it. Yeah,
Mr. Happy, which Mr. Tickle came across the school.
That's it.
Yeah. It's there. You just have to go and immerse yourself in it. It's like some of those old guys were just terrific narrators. I mean, we mentioned Michael Hordern before, who used to do the Paddington stories, the animated ones in the 70s. He just had such lovely voices to tell you stories to. That was just
Well, it's like
I don't really care about anything else they did. Just the children's stories were the best.
When we were watching Willie Rushton, I mean, he had one of these great old sort of narrative voices, didn't he? Obviously in a slightly more eccentric way, but I mean, he used to narrate a lot of the Thomas and Friends, children's railway stories. For that,
we're going to have to Celtic Perspective. We're going to have to save any Mr. Deltoid impressions to tomorrow's stream.
Alex boy, you've not got too bad of a brain on you, Alex boy.
Morning, Mr. Deltoid.
Yeah.
I hope they torture you to madness, boy.
Played by the great Aubrey Morris, who was the captain in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on TV well, of the B arc.
Would you say that's a good example of when to do overacting, or do you think that's not overacting? Am I getting that wrong?
You know what? I think there's a lot of crap talked about overacting and hammy acting. Acting is kind of context dependent. One of the greatest skills, if you want to be an actor, is to pick up a script and to understand the tone in which it's being done. And that's difficult because everybody thinks that every script you have, let's say for a film, has got to be done in a kind of heart-rending, Al Pacino, deep method, Marlon Brando, tearing yourself inside emotionally. And sometimes a script is just light and frothy. I mean, I think, for instance, something like, I don't particularly like Wes Anderson because I think people are right when they say he's the poor man's Peter Greenaway. But I understand from watching bits of his films like the Grand Budapest Hotel.
That's my favorite of his. I think it's a cracking film. Anyway.
So there you go. So the tone of his. So you would know if you knew that what the tone of his script was, you'd know how to play it. Do you know what I mean? When you see how it's done, if you were just given that script without knowing how that's intended to be played, you could ruin it by being over serious or trying to look for psychological realism in the parts. But it kind of has to be done in that particular style, and knowing how to, play French farce or play Shakespeare or how to play, classical Greek drama. There are different voices of style.
To be honest, Simon, I think actually that where Wes Anderson is really failed in his filmmaking is when he just wants to have everybody be this kind of Bill Murray deadpan, we're all just really chilled out, and even though there's serious things happening, we just kind of wander through life talking because we're kind of, isn't at the end of the day, isn't life just a little bit, isn't it just a bit, and the reason that Grand Budapest Hotel stands so many miles above his other films is that, for once, his really sugary, confected style and this beautiful, heartwarming kind of reactionary almost substance of this yearning story for old Europe and the times of before actually do meld together. It doesn't feel jarring, and
exactly
and because who are the two lead actors? You've got Ralph Fiennes doing his sort of finicky, rather camp. Oh, hello, darling. I'm managing director of this hotel. Hello, can I help you? No. And of course, that's totally non-Wes Anderson. That's sort of almost sort of late 70s British camp style of acting. This sort of very, very fruity. But then next to him, you got this kind of manic, because I don't remember the name of the actor. It's Tony something, but he plays like the little boy who sort of shows up at the hotel and is sort of trying to. It starts out as a lobby boy, and because his performance is almost sort of raw. Like it's almost like there's not much acting. He's kind of just sort of running around panicky, and because English is meant to be his first language, he sort of says the lines in a way that are almost like he's reading a script, but in a way, again, it's the little bits of experimentation and kind of characteristic undercranking that make it work. If that film was everybody going, oh hi, it's Bill Murray being really just chilling, that like it would have been crap, it would have failed. Wouldn't have had it.
But I mean, apart from my disparaging remarks about Wes Anderson, the point is it doesn't matter what I think. If it works, what he does, and you get the style and the film carries you along, that's all that matters. And I can see why that particular film, as an example of his work, does what it should do. And therefore, the kind of attack as an actor you will make on a Wes Anderson script as opposed to a different one. And Wes might say, well, I want to do this film slightly differently, whatever, will modulate this. But you kind of have an idea of his voice and why it's like The Office, the Ricky Gervais Office, that sort of tone of how actors did comic acting in that affected actors for the next 20 years in terms of how they played comic scenes, the kind of comedy of cringe and embarrassment. There was a style that came out of that that lots of actors then got. They went, okay, I know what you want here. We're doing a fly on the wall documentary.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Paul Whitehouse made a sketch attacking that, where he comes and goes, I'll tell you, actually, just to let you know, it's something that someone I've actually noticed recently is a lot of actors are when they're saying their lines and that they're starting to talk a bit like Ricky Gervais,
and it was totally real. He was totally right. Yeah, it wasn't really even a funny observation. It was just right. You noticed it in every program that they took their cue from. This is how we're going to do quote naturalistic comedy acting, where everybody's a bit kind of shy and they smile and go, it's a bit crap in it, and mug in a certain way, and then look at the camera, because that's what they were just trying to replicate. Joe asks, can I do a Basil Brush laugh? No, I can't do a Basil Brush laugh.
I can.
Go on.
Boom, boom. Actually, I can't do the no. I can't do the laugh. Wait, he does it. What's it? No,
he does a kind of. It's like a barking kind of thing. I can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. I remember it I can hear it, but I can't do it.
I can't do that. Oh no, I'd forgotten he does a laugh. I thought it was just the boom boom.
Yeah. Duke Valentino says, do you think that Withnail and I is the best English film? Yes. Okay, moving on. What was that British radio comedy show from the 50s? Round the Horn?
Goon Show.
Possibly?
The Goon Show.
Could be the Goon Show. Could be Round the
He's
Horn.
falling in the water.
Could be the Navy Lark. What else? What other 50s? I mean, could be Hancock's Half Hour,
it's a pretty broad question, isn't it, Simon? That British comedy show from the 50s.
It's a bit huge, yes.
Yeah, we're going to need
in
to
terms
narrow
of
that down.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite comedy show would have been Hancock's Half Hour. Hancock's Half Hour, but I can't do a Hancock really. But
it has to be Round the Horn for me.
Round the Horn. There you go.
And I needed a legal representation, so I went down the street and found a lovely law firm called Boner Law. Oh, hello!
There you go.
It's just good,
Yeah. I told you I met Betty Marsden doing a play. Yeah.
You did, yeah. Very interesting story, actually.
Yeah. I've not really listened to Round the Horn, but I mean, I've still got time, I guess, in my narrow-minded life.
It doesn't hold up as well, I don't think. I mean, I agree with you that Hancock is like by far the more the more interesting, more talented show. But Round the Horn has like early appearances from people like Kenneth Williams and Hattie Jakes that are really good. That I like. Mean, and it just has a sort of raucousness to it as well.
I think Hancock on the radio. I'm not sure I rate Hancock when he did stuff on the telly. I know a lot of people think that's the more classic Hancock, but I think the stuff on the radio, because the pictures are better on the radio, as they say. That was just me,
Maybe.
Yeah. The stuff he did towards the end of his life was terrible and tragic and awful and rubbish.
Did you ever see that really good little TV play about him with who's the fellow? I never remember I love him as an actor, never remember his name. He's always in. Is
it one of those BBC 4 plays about entertainers of the past?
Yeah, what's his name? He was Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man, and he played Kenneth Halliwell in the Prick Up Your Ears.
Oh, Alfred Molina.
You know what I mean? Alfred Molina, that's right. Yeah.
How do you say? Is it Molina or Molina?
I've never actually heard it said. I've always said it in my head as Melina, but I
You're
don't know.
closer to like Semolina.
Semolina,
Alfred Semolina, we'll call him. I thought you have more of a grip on the Hispanic sound, don't you?
Well, yeah, but I don't know what because if you're British and you've got like Portillo,
Molina.
you know, like the Spanish wouldn't say Portillo, it's Portillo.
Philip is saying it's
Miguel
Molina.
Portillo. Molina.
Miguel
Molina.
Portillo.
Molina. There you go.
Yes.
Mine, senor, I am very thirsty. If you would take my passport out of my baggage in the plane, I'll come and sit with you.
Alfred Molina stole the show in Boogie Nights.
What?
He probably did. Yeah.
Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights. He was in Boogie Nights. Do you remember? Have you seen it? Have you ever
I've seen it. I don't remember Molina.
Well, it's towards the end of the film, so it may come out of people's memories. He's the guy in the dressing gown with the really sleazy. He's got a gun, you know, and they go to his house, and I think they're trying to score a drug deal, and he's got a little Asian boy.
Oh, that's Alfred Molina
throwing the little bangers around.
Oh yeah. God, I didn't recognize him at all. He was quite svelte then, wasn't he?
Relatively speaking, but I think
that's probably why I didn't recognize him. He's quite a big man normally.
I did think "Prick Up Your Ears" was the best thing he'd ever done. I think he was great in that.
Yeah, Prick Up Your Ears is fantastic.
Understated part maybe, but it's
yeah,
great dynamic in the film.
Good. Well, because you really get the sense of the sheer resentment and kind of frustration of the guy that actually led him to do the. Because again, it's not just like it was a lover's tiff and he stabbed him or gave him pills. No. It was he beat his head 47 times with a fucking claw hammer. I mean, he was pissed off, to say the least.
And it's the right balance because you can see Gary Oldman playing Joe Orton, and you can kind of get caught up in his cheeky charm because he is a kind of cheeky, charming guy.
And everybody loves him, don't they? Adore
and you can also see, why Halliwell would smash his head in with a hammer.
Just getting sick of him. Kenneth Williams has some very interesting recollections about those two because obviously he was very close with Joe Orton.
Yes, they could go on holiday to Morocco to pick up little boys. I mean, to enjoy the sunshine.
Exactly.
Yeah. Have you seen Meantime with Gary Oldman and Phil Daniels, says G. Valentino? I have seen Meantime, but it was so long ago. I think Tim Roth was in Meantime as well, wasn't he? Isn't that great?
I believe Melina was also performing in Fiddler on the Roof while playing Dr. Octopus. So, yeah, because he's got quite a pair of lungs on him, too.
Yeah.
Actually, I have to say, Simon, just a week ago or something, some random little old some YouTube skit from like 14 years ago popped up in my feed, and it's Alfred Molina as a children's theater critic, but he's like this because this he's there in his sort of turtleneck and a blazer sitting in the audience. There's some school play. There's like 6 kids singing a song or something, and he's just there going, "I can't believe this. I haven't seen anything this bad since junior high school being turned into Nativity. This is dreadful." And he goes up to one of the kids afterwards, this 4-year-old or something, and he's like, "You butchered it. I've never seen the like." And the kid starts crying, and he goes, "Now where was that emotion in the play?"
Melina was in The Boroughs, an absolute shit Netflix series, says Tolpercourt. It's interesting how he's, again, one of those actors, I mean, like Michael Caine, who just had to leave at a certain point and make a career in America because, let's face it, Britain is a very hard place to succeed as an actor. Island. Unless your name is Benedict Cumberbatch. And I heard Mr. D call him a rude name the other day, Benedict something or other. But anyway.
Benedict Bramblepatch.
Why? I mean, Benedict Cumberbatch, why? That's my only question. Why?
He's just...
Can he be somewhere else for a while, for a few decades? Could he just go somewhere else?
You know the kids use that word mid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And just mid. That's Benedict Cumberbatch for me. I don't hate him. He can act. He's clearly got some talent, but he's not Olivier, right? He's not gonna.
He's just a man with a funny.
That good.
Yeah, he's just a man with a funny face, like a witch doctor's rattle. That's all. He's just strange looking.
I have to say, I saw him live in Frankenstein. Opposite. I can't remember who it was, but they did that thing where every night the two of them would flip a coin.
Was it Johnny Miller?
I think it was Johnny Miller. So they'd flip a coin to decide who was going to be the monster and who was going to be Frankenstein. So when you went in to see the play, you didn't know who was going to be who. But it was a great performance, though. It's fantastic.
Johnny Miller did that American version of Sherlock, didn't he? And I don't know if it's any good.
Elementary.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I hear it is actually quite good. Certainly far better than the really crap Cumberbatch one they did here. They didn't get the character at all. They do not understand how Sherlock Holmes works as a person, because that was the whole start of everyone's got to be an autistic super genius who's mean to people but it's
right.
okay because he's so clever. He's a wizard and he can do magic things that normal stupid people can't. That's why the people on Reddit.com love it so much, because they sort of sympathize with that idea that there's
Sherlock was basically for girls. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was for gays.
Well, I didn't want to say. Yeah.
But that's what it was for.
I was looking at some comment in the chat I was going to raise. I'm just trying to remember, see where it was. Can't find it, but what the hell? The time is 10 minutes to 10 on Sunday, the 16th of August, 2026.
Fast approaching 10 o'clock now on Sunday Studio. The time is whizzing towards.
Let's just let's have a look and see what the latest headlines are on the BBC.
Hang on, Simon, we have to do that.
It's all depressing. Oh, yeah. People who fled Stourbridge fires start to return home. Oh, there was a fire in Stourbridge and some people's homes got burnt. Okay, because the climate emergency is happening and we're all going to die.
The fire department said this is the one thing we really didn't want to happen.
Yes. Oh, dear. I mean, don't bother looking at the BBC News. It's all rubbish. I've just looked at it for you. I was actually just thinking, coming up to 10 o'clock, let's have a look at the news. And the news is just rubbish now. The news is just, oh, here's a story on BBC News. What's driving men to get penis fillers despite the risks? What?
Now, what is, Simon, what is, let's do some investigative journalism.
Yeah.
What is, pray tell,
a
penis filler?
Oh, well, it must be for men who have hollow penises, I assume. It's like something to put in the penis in order to fill it out.
All penises are part hollow, surely, because they do.
Well, I guess, yeah. They obviously want something more expansive even than... I don't know.
What are you filling it with?
I mean, the best thing would be to fill it with a nice claret, probably. Because then at least you could save it up for a drink or something like that when you
Oh God!
On a night out, but I don't know how you get it out of the
surprise for a lady.
Yes, exactly. Hollywood actor seeks help from vicar for series. Reverend Paul Cawthorne helped Michael Sheen identify sites where toxic waste was dumped in the 1970s. Oh well, that's going to be great. I really want to watch that.
Simon, I'm putting an end to this feature. No more news.
I'm not going to look at the news anymore. Don't look at the news. It's rubbish. It's just all rubbish. All rubbish stories.
What's your tipple tonight, Simon?
My tipple tonight was a vodka and orange and a little energy drink. I'm afraid I needed a bit more liquid refreshment.
That's all right. A bit of pep.
So we can sort of linger on.
Starch in your collar.
Into the small hours where we go into our late night groovy jazz cellar mode, where we start.
We have a lot more Studio Giscard to go, and it's going to be a funkier for another few hours. So do stay with us. Right. Well,
what's been? Yeah. Oh, go. Yeah, go.
You could ask me a question. Go.
No, I was going to say what's been happening in Cricklewood these days. Have you noticed any great changes afoot in NW2?
I've noticed the shops are running out of orange juice.
Oh,
so that's why I'm just drinking whiskey tonight rather than vodka orange, which I would be drinking.
And you said which one? You're having a Jameson's, did you say?
Yeah, Jameson's. Lovely Jameson's out of a little port glass. So
yeah.
Yes.
It's a bit cheap for you, isn't it, though?
Jameson's? No, I love Jameson's. It's what I grew up on. No, not really. Mid-range whiskey.
It's mid.
It is mid. I mean, it's not anything really good. It's not anything really bad. It's just my preferred tipple. It's you know how in fiction characters have a trademark drink.
Yeah.
Like they come in and Scotch on the rocks or martini, steak not shirt, shaken not stirred, or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose my version of that is just Jameson's. This is what I drink as a default drink.
And there's no shame in that. I mean, I've known people who, in terms of whiskies, they could have anything, but they will often just like a bottle of Bushmills Or,
Yep.
I mean, in my father's case, he liked teacher's whiskey, which I think is held to be pretty awful, but maybe there's some magical quality it has once you imbibe it, because there is a certain thing with whiskey that it's not necessarily how it tastes on the surface, it's what it does to you.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, sometimes a man just needs to sink a drink. You know, I don't care about the complex flavors and smokes. Just get a third of a bottle of whiskey in me and go to bed.
yeah, absolutely right. I mean, it's like I like cider. I don't drink beer, so I like ciders. But in the end of the day, when you drink all these fancy artisanal ciders with the handcrafted labels and all the oldie worldy homey kind of stylings, and they taste like rubbish, and you just think, what I really want is a bottle of Strongbow, and I'm happy with that, or a bottle of Aspel's is what I prefer, really. But I just want something dry, commercial, and I know what I'm getting. I don't need your, 28-day matured cat piss cider from somewhere in deepest, darkest Herefordshire, because some of it, a lot of it is just crap. Sorry, but
sorry to interrupt, Simon. Mr. Vingle's on his way out the door. Auf Wiedersehen. Okay. Back to the land of the miserable Germans. Go and watch a musical. Go and watch Sweeney Todd or Sunday in the Park with George or something nice.
Yeah. What does AA say? Go and watch Tim Pool.
Yeah, bugger off and watch Tim Pool.
Go and watch Tim Pool. Tim Pool, where is he now?
Yes, indeed. Tim Pool. Well, under a beanie.
I guess he's still there, but we don't need to know.
No.
Yeah. Should we have a drinks refreshment moment? Because I probably do need to refill my glass at some point. I could just leave.
We're 2.5 hours in. I'll tell you what. Shall I find something to play as a little interlude?
You can if you wish. I can just.
Well, you mentioned Michael Sheen earlier. I might have the Michael Sheen the famous tobacco advert.
Oh.
Where he's
Michael Sheen tobacco advert.
90s Japan. Oh yeah, it's incredible.
Michael Sheen, the Welsh actor.
People will know it. People will know.
One of the
not Michael
Sheen.
Four. Charlie Sheen. No.
Charlie Sheen.
What's his
name?
Say
Charlie Sheen.
No. Right. Who's the one who was in Apocalypse Now?
Yeah. Martin
His
Sheen.
son.
Oh, Charlie Sheen. Yeah.
Charlie Sheen. It is Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen is the son. Yeah. Martin Sheen, father of Charlie Sheen, and Emilio Estevez, the other actor's son.
Emilio Estevez.
Estevez.
Right, I'm going to play a lovely Panama cigar advert, Simon, and let's go and refresh our drinks. We'll be back with you in a minute, chat. Hold on tight.
Speak then.
Oh, yep.
No, thank you.
No thanks.
No, go away. Oh, no, Mrs. No.
No, certainly not.
Oh, yes, lovely, thank you. So, there we have it. Proof that smooth and satisfying Panama cigars are definitely not for comedians.
Hey, just a minute. I'm just as funny as
Panama, the serious cigar.
I'm an entertainer.
Feel a new man with this subtle splash-on body rub. Enlivened, invigorated. A man of action.
Alternatively, splash out on a pack of Panama cigars. This will bring you instant six appeal, because there are 6 of those smooth-smoking Panama cigars in every pack. Panama, the only cigars with 6 appeal.
Be the king of the road with these Carlos Fandango super wide wheels.
Alternatively, settle for a pack of Panama cigars. This will bring you instant 6 appeal, because there are 6 of those smooth-smoking Panama cigars in every pack. Panama, the only cigars with 6 appeal.
Send away now for this handsome chest wing. Simply a fix to the torso for that devil-may-care caveman look.
Alternatively, stick to a pack of Panama cigars. This will bring you instant 6 appeal, because there are 6 of those smooth-smoking Panama cigars in every packet. Panama, the only cigars with 6 appeal.
And cue the music.
We're back again.
Hello.
And
Hello.
I've got my vodka and orange topped up. I must
Very
say
good.
the vodka, which is the Rachmaninoff vodka from Lidl's. I don't think it has a very high alcohol content. I think it's...
Well, it has to. I thought it had to be 40% by law, doesn't it? Vodka.
Well, I certainly hope so. It's not. I don't know. Maybe it's just that my tolerance has increased with age. I've got this thing which is a little, little metal bucket thing which you put measures in, and I thought it was a single measure, that thing, but it's actually a double measure. And I've often been putting.
You actually do measures, do you?
Well, I measure it out because I somehow think maybe a metricated way of drinking is a more, I don't know, not honest way of drinking in some way, that you know what you're drinking. I'm drinking a double. But I've been putting 2 of those in a glass. So I've actually been drinking quadruples, but I haven't noticed much difference in myself, I have to say.
Well,
despite drinking 4 measures of vodka in a glass. So I'm just having a feeling, maybe I'm going to have to change brands of vodka. I think this Rachmaninoff is jipping me a little bit with substandard vodka.
Been ripped off. Well,
Yes.
Simon, all we have is vintage wine and memories. So
That's right.
we just have to put up with it, I suppose. What's going on in chat? I think they enjoyed our cigar intermission. Alf Hyford Modest supports his chores to watch this. Chores at 10 o'clock on a Sunday.
Well, I used to like doing things like that late at night. I used to like doing hoovering late at night when I lived in a flat where I could do that without disturbing neighbours. I'd do a lot of bathroom cleaning, kitchen cleaning, hoovering.
Our lady upstairs tends to hoover at sort of 7 in the morning for some reason.
Does she?
Yeah, hoovers a bedroom an awful lot.
Have you got floorboards in your...
Yeah, so it's not like it's a huge racket, but I can just hear it going as it drags back and forth. So I always think, not that I mind the noise, but it's, what are you doing at 7 in the morning?
There you are. There you are.
Then, Simon, not everyone's as bone idle as I am, so...
I'd like to say you're part of a leisured class, which carries on a great and durable tradition in British.
Living to be rather than do.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Any excuse.
Yeah. So I'm just having another look at what's on at the Prince Charles Cinema again, because remember last time we spoke of all the great things that were going on at the Charlie, as you call it when you live in London.
The Charlie. I'm going down to Charlie to see some Stanley Kubrick tomorrow.
Yeah. So there's quite a few films, and they seem to be having a bit of a Japanese or Asian film themed week at the moment.
Perfect Blue, the animated film, because I've been meaning to see that for quite a few years, but I've not got around to it.
Can't see that. They've got Shogun Assassin on tomorrow. They've got The Blade, and a film called Kimi no Nawa, which I think must be some Asian thing, and then Seven Samurai, which could be good.
Very good, of course.
Which could be good.
Oh, it could be.
They've got Stalker, the Tarkovsky film, on Tuesday. I mean, I'd love to see that on the big screen. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which I've not seen actually. Kiss of the Spider Woman from 1985, which I think has Alfred Molina in it.
You've not seen Texas
Chainsaw? No, I've still not seen it.
I'd love to show you that, Simon, because it is a cracker. I mean, it's a real scorcher, that film.
Yeah. I was listening to someone, I think on a podcast or somewhere, saying that really the Halloween films and all of those, was it on some of our friends' podcasts, but the Halloween films were kind of weak derivatives of Texas Chainsaw Massacre in its essence. That kind of 70s, early 80s horror boom was really just playing out.
I would agree that they're inferior films, but I don't think it's because they're derivative. Like Halloween.
Get this. On Wednesday, you've got to listen to it. On Wednesday, 12:15 p.m. at the Prince Charles Cinema on Leicester Square in 4K. Labyrinth, 40th anniversary.
Oh,
he's not going to go
this Wednesday.
This Wednesday.
Should we tell him? Should we tell him now?
Probably should. Yeah.
Tell him. Actually, Simon, if you let him know, because maybe we'll postpone Deepest Law and we'll go and see the pictures.
He'll be there with his Jennifer Connelly plushie in the first row, weeping hot tears of joy rolling down his rosy red apple cheeks glutinously as he sighs and is amazed by the great presence of the film on a big screen, which he probably hasn't. I mean, I doubt he's watched it on a big screen.
What time do you say it was, Simon? Because I actually already going to the cinema on that day, to the Nickel in Holborn, to see some Giallo. A friend wants to collaborate. So I've got a friend whose ambition is to make a modern homage to Italian Giallo cinema, set in Britain, shot in London.
That's quite ambitious.
He's asked if I want to help with the script.
Wow.
And we were talking about the other night, and I said, sure. But I've only seen 1 or 2 Giallo films. I'm not that familiar with him. So he said, right, you and I are going to go and watch some proper Giallo. So he sent me a list of films to find. And he said, well, on the 19th at the Nickel, they're showing one of the classic Giallo movies. So I'm going to go and see that. But that's at that's about half eight.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know much Giallo. I mean, I know it's the genre of schlocky Italian horror from the 70s. And some good music in Giallo films. I know that. Do you know which ones he's recommending?
I've got a list here, so I'll read the titles. I've not seen any of these, so I can't comment on them. So they are Bird with Crystal Plumage.
Plumage.
Profondo Rosso.
Deep
Hatchet
red.
for a Honeymoon.
Yeah.
All the Colors of the Dark. Death Walks on High Heels. Don't Torture a Duckling. And The Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward.
Ooh, that sounds painful.
So the only one I've seen is Suspiria, which is sort of the sort of most famous one.
Yeah. Suspiria. Yeah. I certainly know of that one. I've not seen that one. Yes, this is 12:15, Wednesday, 19th of August. Labyrinth, 40th anniversary showing. Later on the day, they have Casablanca and 2001 again, and in the evening, they have The Passenger from 1975, which is Antonioni film with Jack Nicholson.
Really interesting film, that.
Yeah. I saw it after watching Blow Up. I didn't like it as much. It's not the same kind of film, but it's Antonioni, and the last shots are astonishing in that film. They're really, really good. On Thursday, they're playing La La Land, which we have been asked if we might.
Yes,
discuss.
That's right.
You know, could be good. We don't know. Give it a chance. On Friday, 21st, they're playing Heat. Michael Mann's, Robert De Niro,
film.
Al Pacino film. Trainspotting, 30th anniversary. Wonder how I'd feel about seeing that again. It's not my favorite Danny Boyle film.
I was never that keen on it.
Yeah. Mulholland Drive is on Friday.
Very good.
Reservoir Dogs. That's, if you've never seen Reservoir Dogs on a big screen, can I recommend that? Because you should.
I've seen it quite a few times, but only on a small screen. I've never been to the cinema, so maybe I'll give it a go. Do you think I should?
I definitely think you should. Actually, I think the impact of films is just different, especially if you're seeing them for the first time. I saw it the first time in a cinema. That's how it works. I've seen it on TV and small screens since, but it's just not the same. You just don't. You get the sense of the baking heat going on in the film, and the roughness and the chaos of it. It's just good. It's just good. I'm not a big fan of Pulp Fiction, but that's also on the same day, on Friday. And speak of the devil, we were talking about Delicatessen. That's on Saturday the 22nd. They're showing Delicatessen.
And that's at the Prince Charles. Oh, I might go and see that.
All at the Prince Charles. In the evening, you can watch Solaris if you want to go for another Tarkovsky film. 1972, and after that they're showing Salo.
See, I've only seen Salo once, and it was on a rubbish VHS rip on a laptop, and I may actually go and see it in the cinema just to actually get the full experience of that film.
Yeah. I don't think you can really say you've properly enjoyed a film. You can say you've seen a film, but you've not really properly. Its effect is just changed, by size and by soundtrack as well. The way sound works in a cinema, it's just different. Just is. You can't fight it. You can say, "Oh, I can watch it on my phone. I can watch it on my computer at home. I don't want to go to the cinema. I can't be bothered." It won't be the same. You're not watching a film. You're not really watching a film.
No, it's true. It's true, Simon.
Yeah. So good showing.
You have to appreciate the art as intended.
That's not a bad roster for the Prince Charles. I would think they should do a few more interesting deep cuts of slightly not exactly more obscure films, but there's other kinds of classics in the past that should be put on. I mean, even just things like watching Godfather trilogy in the cinema.
Yeah. I mean, it's as you say, Simon. There are certain films that you must see properly projected in the dark room.
Some people here may have seen, because there will have been reissues, but when you cannot, if there's an opportunity to see Apocalypse Now in a cinema, you cannot not go.
My friend, the end.
Yep.
I love Apocalypse Now. I'm a big fan of the Redux, like the most recent cut, where they add in a bunch of the stuff they took out.
Yeah, so I haven't seen that. I'm prepared to, but I haven't seen it yet.
So the big argument is whether they put back in a scene where about halfway through the film, they come across this outpost where they get fired on, and they hear this strange language, and the Chef, the character who's with a moustache, is from New Orleans. He goes, "Wait a minute, no, they speak in French. They speak in French," and he shouts back some sort of New Orleans Creole French to them, and they kind of stop firing and they come out. Oh, it's Americans, and they find this sort of Victorian French plantation house in the middle of the jungle, just still as this kind of holdover from the colonial days, and they just sort of stay there for a night, and Willard has a brief sexual encounter with a woman there, and the argument is whether that scene provides a nice staging point for the mid of the film, or whether it just breaks up the pacing. Some people say, look, they're already deep into the journey by this point, stopping and having a dinner at this house, and this kind of scene about the French. Like, it works in the thematics of the film, but it's a bit slow. Personally, I love it. I think it works. I think it works really well. I wouldn't take it out. Though I understand, like, because when you add everything back in it, you're getting to a 3-hour film then. So I understand why at the time they were keen on cutting it down.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're appropriately lubricated when you go in to see a film like that, a long oniric film like that, then I think it doesn't really matter, does it? 3 hours, 4 hours.
When it was being made, people didn't appreciate just what a piece of art it was, did they? So the producers say, "Well, we need to cut it."
Duke Valentino in the chat says, "Which cinema is this?" This is the Prince Charles Cinema, which is just off Leicester Square. Literally, you go to Leicester Square, and it's down a little alleyway on the northern side of the square, and it's a repertory cinema, which means they basically show films in rotation of different genres, different ages. They show older movies, they show new movies as well, but it's tended to more become a repertory cinema showing older movies because you don't get the opportunity to see them anywhere else. There may be other rep cinemas around the land. I've been told the Curzon chain might run repertory cinemas in other. Yeah, well, as I say, the Curzon in London is mostly new films. I mean, I really just want old films. Really. I mean, what are new films? It's Cape shit, isn't it? Really, that's what new films are now, or Oscar bait, Cape shit and Oscar bait. And so, there's so many good old films. They don't even have to be the top old films of the past, but if you see them on a big screen, it's so much different to go and see. I mean, there's a film that Brian De Palma made, kind of an emulation in a way of Blow Up. Called Blowout with John Travolta. It's sort of similar principle in the film, and it's a lesser film, but seeing it on a big screen is actually really good. So sometimes it could be the lesser films that actually you think about them differently if you see them as they were intended.
The thing is this, Simon, because so many films on that list I want to see. But if I go, I'll just be in the cinema for the next 2 weeks. There'll be no streams. There'll be no appearances from me anywhere. I'll just be locked in that cinema watching all these great movies.
What would be nice is if we could break into the projection box at the Prince Charles and do streams from there. We have to, make the guy unconscious somehow, like chloroform, and just watch the films and do commentary.
Mm.
Has anyone seen
Yeah.
Andrei Rublev? I have not seen Andrei Rublev.
I haven't, to my shame. It's one of those films that I've sort of been told is a masterpiece, but I've not got round to it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, like, the sort of the great Russian classic cinema, or any kind of classic cinema, it should just have the opportunity to see it in that way. I mean, for instance, we talked about things like Fitzcarraldo. If I was going to see it anywhere, I'd love to see it in the cinema.
Oh, I mean, I've never seen any of Herzog's films in the cinema, so that would be a huge treat for me.
You're all, see, the kids are being deprived.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, Boogie Nights came up earlier, and I wouldn't mind seeing that again in the cinema, because I know it's obviously a bit of a spicy story, but I loved it as a film because it's over a long period of time. It's a spread of how the rise and fall kind of films I quite like. And I think Boogie Nights was actually really well done in terms of recreating the period. And there were bits of it that were so like my memories of the 70s, living in Australia, where it's a bit more like America. Like the scenes with the pool party in that film.
Mm.
I'm not saying at the age I was, we all had kind of like porno pool parties and stuff.
I was going to say, Simon, we haven't heard this.
But the atmospherics and the details of how it looked was just like it. That's all I can say. Clothing was sort of cheap and crap and colourful, and nobody cared. It didn't matter.
I mean, it's kind of a story of the the roman in a classic sense, like what we call the novel in Europe, the roman. Like, it is really a classic story of that kind, isn't it? The young man going out into the world, being defeated and left for nothing, and humiliating himself, and then while the industry collapses around him.
Yeah, and it's kind of an echo of Raging Bull, I think, deliberately as well. Pool parties were a very small part of American culture, says Philip. Yeah, I'm sure they were. But I certainly know they happened in Australia because people had pools. In Perth, where I lived, I think there's a higher percentage of pools per head of population than anywhere else in the world. And you could just do that. We would often, my friends would break into the local school pool that we used to go to in Perth. Once we'd left that school, we would just, we were there in primary school, and then in university, we used to go back and break in and swim in the pool in the evening.
You and your mates lounging around pools, getting drunk.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was fantastic, but you couldn't do that now.
No, when I was a lad, we'd go to Australia and go to porno pool party.
Yeah, we didn't have pools. We'd go down the mine for a party. We'd go and sit there and have a drink and contract pneumoconiosis. And have you seen Salvador with James Woods? No, I've not. I think it's probably a good film. It's an Oliver Stone film, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Not sure, though.
Salvador.
Salvador.
Could be good.
This is I'm sorry, I'm sort of vibing to the music. This is some great
you're drifting along.
Fun.
Yeah.
This is the problem is, Simon, I'm forgetting that I'm meant to be presenting the show, so I'm just sort of zoning into.
Not at all. It's a shared endeavor. Hayford Mod says, we once dropped some acid, then decided to go and see Twin Peaks Firewalk with Me. It was a neat idea. It had its moments. Yeah, that could be tricky. I wonder what Mr. D would think about that. Twin Peaks Firewalk with Me on acid.
I mean,
could
to be honest,
could be very disturbing.
They're probably joking a bit, but I do think I'm sure it'd be fun, but it's not really proper art appreciation, is it? This dude, let's do acid and drop out, man. It's all been there, done that. It's all been. It
can be, yeah. I think when you're young, it's kind of. I remember watching Blue Velvet with friends and being a bit drunk and a bit stoned, and it was great. But it's not a kind of model of you just trick. I think there was always that thing with 2001: A Space Odyssey back in the 60s that they would all kind of drop acid for the Stargate sequence at the end and blow their minds and all that kind of stuff. I think the idea of using drugs to enhance the experience yeah, okay. I mean, have a drink, have a whatever, but nah. I think the thing should just fucking blow your mind anyway. It shouldn't really be like I say. You see Apocalypse Now in the cinema, it will.
The idea of going to see a Lynch film on drugs is kind of insulting, I think, because I respect the art so much that I need to be in my most sober frame of mind. I don't need to be on some. Also, because the problem with acid is it makes you think things are profound that aren't profound, right? Like you're not. No one ever came up with anything that good on acid, right? That's why all the whole triplet thing in the '60s died, because it was all just a load of old shit. It's not. It's just fine. Enjoy recreational drugs. Sure, it's a good time, but the idea that you're going to get some sort of profound, amazing kick out of it is just silly. I think so. Enjoy art sober.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Comic 06 in the chat. This is update. The Rex in Berkhamsted is good. I assume the Rex is a rep cinema in Berkhamsted. So we know that the Rex is good, but where else? Where else has a good rep cinema? Battleship Potemkin, says Alphabet Cat. Of course, you should see a classic like Battleship Potemkin. And if you can see it in the cinema, well, yeah, good. Yep.
Oh.
Other films.
See, this is the thing about the Prince Charles. It's almost too good. It's like they've got so many good things on them all the time. I can't possibly get to see them all.
Yeah.
Or I could, but I'll just have to, not leave the building for sort of 3 weeks or something.
Yes. Okay. Hayford Mod says, I never said it was profound. It was more like a merry-go-round. Well, yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's fair enough. But
I don't think it has to be
by
profound.
all means,
just be enjoyable.
No. And if you want to go and see it on acid, then do. But as long as people don't think that it's sort of like a superior mode of viewing it, then by all means, go and have some trippy fun on the old tabs.
Yeah. Somebody asked in the chat, what's... Go on.
Well, just if we're on the subject of acid, something I would not recommend doing is getting on the tube while on acid, because that ain't fun. I'll tell you, that ain't fun.
Oh, yeah. Maybe don't do that.
Hurtling through a tunnel full of, in a train full of normies, as the I wouldn't do that again.
The somebody asked in the chat how much actually is the Prince Charles what's the Prince Charles ticket price?
Oh, it's pretty reasonable.
And bafflingly, I can't really find anything on the site.
I went to see Ben Wheatley about a few months ago there, less than that even, I think, but it was like £9 for the film, but 12 quid extra for the talk. I mean, bear in mind, last time I went to a multiplex to see a new film that had come out, like a View or an Odeon or something, that was like 30 quid all in.
Exactly.
And drink, but like you're paying far less for the independent good films and the actual the proper cinema than you are for the slop. So.
And what I think that Charlie does is they run lots of membership things. So you can buy, it says here you can buy a membership, £15 a year, which is nothing. And then sometimes that means you can go see films for as little as £1.
Yep.
And or it's £80, or is it £80 for a lifetime membership? So, it's pretty good.
They also do all-nighters. So if you're if you want to see like, the 9-hour War and Peace, or you can see like all the Lord of the Rings films in one sitting or something. Like, obviously, it's quite a taste. Like, it's people say, "Oh, I don't want to do that," but if you're into cinema and you like seeing things in one go, then you can go to special all-night showings where they have sort of catering and rules and all sorts of ways to make it work, and you can go for breaks and whatever. And it's good.
And you can also hire the Prince Charles Cinema if you want as well.
Yeah.
There's 2 cinemas, Screen 1, Screen 2. Screen 1 is 300 capacity and Screen 2 upstairs is 104. And average price seems to be, it's about £1,500 for most day sessions for Screen 1. As it goes later in the day, it gets more expensive. It doubles to about £3,000. And for Screen 2, you can hire it for about 1,200 quid. And goes up to about £2,000 for evening slots. So, but then that doesn't take account of getting a print of the film, which I imagine would be expensive as well, unless they've got like a load of prints of films. Don't know.
Or maybe they know people who can get them for you.
Yeah.
Do you remember we were talking about Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, Simon?
Yes, yes.
So on the 28th of August, 3:30 p.m.,
yeah,
they're showing that, if you fancy catching it.
It's almost sort of sunk to the status of not even a real film because it's just like a.
But it is.
It is actually title in the game. Yeah, yeah.
Apparently, I really like it. I had a great time with it, but it's genuinely a good movie.
Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. I'm just looking at images of it. Right. Okay. For some strange reason, I always thought it was like a cowboy film in my head.
It's sort of westerny, but it's set on the Mexican American border, so it's not really a western in that sense.
Yeah. Okay. That's well, yeah, maybe worth having a look at. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those legendary films that you realize you haven't seen.
Bring Me the Bread of Alfredo Garcia.
Yeah. I remember there was a guy I used to know who was in the SAS. He was an old guy. His favorite film was an old Western called Valdez is Coming.
I love that.
Yeah, Valdez is Coming.
Valdez is Coming. Yeah.
He made me watch
so
it.
much, doesn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't. I don't think it was the greatest film, but it's probably a classic for Western aficionados. But I am a spaghetti Western man myself. The Great Dollars Trilogy obviously is the best.
I don't know, favorite Western. I was never that. I mean, when it comes to like sort of light-hearted comedy Westerns, I always liked. That was good.
Which one? You broke up there. Say again.
Oh, sorry. More of a light-hearted comedy Western rather than a sort of straight one. But
like Blazing Saddles.
No, it's not a parody. It's just a sort of Western, but more light-hearted.
Yeah.
It's called Support Your Local Sheriff.
Ah, I've heard the title. Yes.
Are we getting some interference right now? We're not breaking up, are we?
No. It was just your mic. I think it just compressed a bit, and I couldn't hear what you said. Alphabet Cat says Prince of Charles Cinema is great. I did see the 6-hour version of Bergman's Fanny and Alexander there a few years ago. God, I didn't know there was a 6-hour version. I haven't even seen the standard theatrical cut.
No, I don't know what the standard is for this.
Yeah. Gosh. Yeah. Cross of Iron from Sam Peckinpah. And that's Alphabet Cat's favourite. My dad liked Cross of Iron. That's the one with Lee Marvin, isn't it? Set in the German army in World War II. Rio Lobo. I remember I saw Rio Lobo at school. We used to have a film club at which, this is in the 70s, we would watch either John Wayne films. We'd watch Rio Grande or Rio Lobo, or we'd watch Jason and the Argonauts and the Sinbad films as well. And that was a good night out at primary school in 1978. Panama's been rendered pleasurably unconscious from the delicious vibes of he's gone. No, it's just me. Oh well, never mind. I never liked him anyway. He's gone forever. Panama, come back. Or maybe it's just me. Yeah. And Alphabet Cat, you like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid as well. I've never seen that. I've never seen it. I should have seen it. Feels like I should have, but I haven't. So meantime, we're just going to have to vamp for time, as they say in the music business, while Panama reconnects to this stream. Given that he's running it from his computer, I can't actually. The Hat Man is kill, says Cowpill. Yeah, he dead. He gone. Oh, he's back.
But I lived. I was killed, but I lived.
There you go.
I believe there was a minor earthquake in Willesden Green, and it knocked the cable out for a moment.
I was going to say,
but
we're
back now.
Yeah, I was worried. Maybe we had an internet outage here a year or two ago, but it was people stealing. What? Oh! Can you not hear me?
What's going on? There's something going on with the internet around here, Simon. I think it's sort of bobbing in and out. You can hear me now. Okay.
I can hear you perfectly.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just a bit. sort of what's happening. And before it cuts out again, someone mentioned Butch Cassidy.
Yes,
that's probably my favorite Western. I know it's not, it's kind of a sort of anti-Western, but that's probably my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my favorite anti-Western would be Westworld, actually.
You mean like the original film with
Richard Benjamin and Brolin's father, James Brolin. Yeah.
Right. I've not seen it.
Oh, you've not seen Westworld, the original? Don't bother with the TV series. Just watch Westworld.
I've not seen either.
Oh,
so isn't it they have to like enter a fantasy world or something where
it's a resort called Delos, which is it's somewhere in some desert of America somewhere, and it's a huge pleasure theme park which is populated by super realistic androids which look like people, and it's divided into 3 parts: Roman world, medieval world, and Westworld. And our hero Richard Benjamin goes to Westworld. And there they encounter a problem as the androids start to break down in a malevolent way. It's very atmospheric, very good, really, really good. Love Westworld. And Yul Brynner's in it. And nasty things happen at the end. Not in a graphic way, but just in a good nasty way, if you can have a good nasty way.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Alphabet Cat. Westworld is sort of Jurassic Park before Jurassic Park, but the way it goes wrong in Westworld is much more interesting and sinister and moody. Yeah, it's good. It's good. And I mean, they did a series of it with Tony Hopkins, kind of being the guy who runs the place, but the guy who runs the place isn't an important character, if you like, in the whole story. I think they kind of developed it a bit, and there are interesting moral dilemmas that they developed in the TV series about. Do the robots feel that they're being abused by the guests and all these kinds of things, which is interesting. And you might have to dip into that. But sometimes the simpler concept, I think, is the more effective. And Westworld just has a lovely spookiness about it. It's just great. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
I mean, I've still got to get bloody Disco Elysium out the way. Simon,
yeah.
I bought that now because obviously we were paid to do it. So
yeah,
I'm gonna have to just get down and play. I meant to do it today, but alas, other things came up. So,
is it the sort of thing where we could actually play it on stream and then become incredibly wealthy millionaires like PewDiePie?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's been done, Simon. I think.
Do you reckon?
I think people have got there before us and playing the Disco Elysium. So I don't know.
Oh, that's a shame. Never mind.
Never mind. Anyway, yes, you'll get your review of Disco Elysium soon, chat. So. Don't worry.
The Dar 4525 says, I once went to a fancy dress party as Yul Brynner from Westworld, but no one knew who I was. Well, that was a fancy dress party full of wankers, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly. Do you think he shaved his head and everything?
I hope so. If he wasn't being authentic to the part in that way, I mean, that would be disappointing, and I would regard his comment less favorably if that was the case.
I remember we had a long
discussion
about Yul Brynner, didn't we, during the Giles review?
Yes. Brynner, chicken dinner. Never mind. I don't know why that came to my mind. It's a silly thing. Bit
of ad-libbing.
Mention of Logan's Run in the chat. The original one with Michael York and Jenny Agutter. I suppose. I was never really attracted to Logan's Run, but maybe it's worth a rewatch. Yeah.
This is getting quite awkward for me. The internet is still not really hacking it.
Oh no!
It keeps kind of cutting out. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. I don't think it's me. It's not my.
Do you think it's the heat in the wires in Cricklewood? Is the bamboo sort of overheating or something?
Maybe.
Could be. Infrastructure is breaking down. It's very late stage Soviet Union.
It is.
But then that's because we are living in the late stage Soviet Union, and we haven't quite realised that yet.
Simon, if only there was a program which we could dive into each week in great depth to look at the parallel between Britain and the late Soviet Union. Eh? If only there was a.
It was a never-ending program. Yeah, that went on absolutely forever, and people hardly made any progress with watching it at all. I'm not bitter. I'm honestly not bitter. I'm really not bitter. Yeah. if it was constantly diverted by talks about Austrian economics and football, I wouldn't mind in the slightest.
No, wouldn't happen at all. Oh dear.
Never mind. Taking it out on the bell.
Oh, I shouldn't have brought it up. That was very tactless of me.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yes.
Well, see us on Wednesday over on
Yeah.
Occasion. Well, Simon, do you think you're just going to have to start using more hard force on him?
I think I've decided with a lot of things, actually. I am just going to let them flow over me, so to speak. I'm just going to let myself stand back. I think, actually, I don't want to get, we don't go political on this channel, not too intensely anyway, but the whole problem of the age, as we know, is getting drawn into things and becoming part of the spectacle, becoming the victim of the outrage bait. And I've actually decided to just step back and, because you do feel your buttons now pushed on a daily, minutely, secondly basis, such that you think, I've just got to stop burning out my synapses with looking at this stuff, which is designed to infiltrate my emotions and set them on fire, pretty much like your internet is going tonight. And sort of had enough of that. So I'm going to let people argue and stand back and try and make and think about different and interesting things. Is there anybody out there? Panama's gone again. He's gone. He dead. He vanished. Oh well, never mind. You're listening to the Panama Hat Channel with me, Simon Roberts, and just me, Simon Roberts, at the moment. And it's 37 minutes past 10 on Sunday, the 16th of August. And our backing track is from Radio Giscard, episode number 13, 1 hour of French library music, 70s cinematic grooves. And now Panama Hat has gone again. Great. Nothing ever works anymore. Yes. It doesn't work. Oh well. Sorry, chat. This is me live without Panama Hat again. But he's sprinting even now back to the microphone, and we will be with you in a few moments. Meanwhile, please enjoy the dreamy late night grooves. Poor Hat, indeed, poor Hat. Give us a song, Simon, says Scaddy Warrior. No, I will not give you a song. But thank you for trying to encourage me to give you a song. It's worth always asking, but I refuse. If I had a song to sing, I would consider it. But in the meantime, I would just say that as part of an upcoming project, the King's Flame Festival, which is being mounted by our friend Nathan C.J. Hood in 2027, that's next year, I hope to be working on a project which will involve some music and some poetry that we will be performing at the King's Flame Festival, which will be over a weekend. And more of that when I have it. But I spoke to the musician involved, or the musicians, just one of them, but it was just one guy representing both of them, on Friday, and it sounds like it could be really interesting. And so we will see. Music and speech and maybe song and other stuff will be part of King's Flame. But more details of that will come in due course. Do follow our friend Nathan C.J. Hood on Twitter, if you are on Twitter, and the Pendragon Foundation, who are mounting the King's Flame Festival, which will be in aid of Pendragon Foundation's work in restoring our old and decaying castles. There are many of these around the country which need a bit of love and restoration, and it's a very practical way that you can put your energies into restoring something of our connection with the history of this great and glorious island, and hopefully at some point give Pendragon the muscle in terms of human resource and financial reserve to go further into developing the restoration and ownership, dare I say, of castles, which have been sorely neglected. And so this will be an ongoing project to which Mr. Hood is personally committed, and he has an excellent team of people in support who are going to be helping him along with just the physical restoration, but also the mechanisms like the King's Flame Festival to draw attention to the work. So please do check that out. Pendragon Foundation, if you do a Google search for that, that will come up. And that will give you information on what Nathan and the project are doing. And we hope there will be a collaboration that will build around that into other parts of the festival scene and the historical, I suppose, and traditional awareness around castles in the future. And having filled a little bit of space, I see that Panama Hat has now rejoined us.
Not happy at all, Simon. Not happy at all.
He's not
No idea
happy
what's
at
going
all.
on.
Which internet provider are you with?
British Telecom.
British Telecom?
British Telecom. BT.
Are you a stupid fool?
It was the best in the area, Simon. All I could do. Look,
They're
it
all
doesn't normally
rubbish.
let me
Don't
down.
worry,
Normally it's
they're all
fine.
rubbish.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You know, but look, now it's no. I wonder if we're being DDoSed.
Do you think so?
Someone.
Yeah.
I think because we've given away where I live. Everyone's pointing antennas at us and jamming the signal, and it's going to have like our own Max Headroom incident.
If you were out there listening to this and you were interfering with Cricklewood, stop now. Leave Cricklewood alone. It's quite a large area, but nonetheless, you will not interfere with our streams. So
I bet it's Vingle. It's Vingle, isn't it?
Yeah,
it'd be him. Oh, how dare he infer that I was
he's
Norvego,
part of
not a pure Jord?
Yeah, he's probably part of some hacker collective that says shut it down in Cricklewood or Willesden Green. I mean, you know, what's the more upper crust, Cricklewood or Willesden Green? It's a bit like, you know, saying
Brent.
You know, yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's like when people in West Hampstead say they're in. Well, no. When people in Kilburn say, "Oh, I'm in Hampstead Borders," you know, that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, to be
fair,
fair,
West Hampstead Borders.
That's what I do. I just say Willesden Green instead of Kilburn, basically.
Yeah.
To avoid the connotations.
Well, it's not really Kilburn where you are, but yeah, it's
no.
Kilburn's it's not the worst in the world.
No. Someone's saying, "Do I know Alan Corran then?" Who's Alan Corran?
It'll be difficult unless you had contact with the spirit world.
Who
been
was Alan Corran?
Dead for some time. He's the father of Giles Corran, and he was Punch magazine, I believe, was Alan Corran's domain when it existed, and he was here we go. Yeah, he was on the News Quiz and Call My Bluff on telly.
Okay.
He was a humorist.
Why would I know him?
Yeah. No, he died nearly 20 years ago now, so
okay,
that's not going to happen.
Nope.
But
never heard of him.
Yeah. I think he probably means, do you know of Alan Corran and his works? But I don't think his stuff has been particularly durable, to be honest. Punch magazine kind of fell out of favor a long time ago. And the stuff that you get on, the News Quiz on Radio 4, this is ephemeral stuff that it's not like they put it out on recordings or anything like that. It's topical, news-based comedy that goes on Radio 4 on a Friday afternoon. And usually it's kind of smug and rubbishy in the way that programs like QI are. Or Have I Got News for You?
Terribly smug.
And here's the connection. Here's the connection. Alan Corran used to always talk about his home of Cricklewood. Yeah.
I see, okay.
And I think in fiction, the Goodies were based in Cricklewood, weren't they?
Not sure. Never. That's another thing I've never seen.
Ricky Gervais lives in Hampstead. but he only wears black, so you won't see him, says Joe.
Yeah, I think he recently bought this big sort of very empty house up there. Last couple of years. Yeah. But,
yeah.
No, I've never bumped into Ricky Gervais. I bumped into what's his name? Yeah, the one that Have I Got News for You?
Oh, what the
Private
old Hislop.
Ian Hislop, that's right.
Ian Hislop.
I bumped into him once or twice, and he's very little. He's a dwarf-like man.
He
he's
is very
small.
unimpressive. Yes.
Mm.
Yes, I saw him in a hospital once. I think he might have had an embarrassing medical condition, but I can't be certain about that because I don't know him. Angus Deaton, says Alphabet Cat.
No, it wasn't
yeah,
Angus.
no, God,
Deaton.
he's been out of action a long time. Yeah, I've got his autograph somewhere on a cassette of Not the 9 O'Clock News. When Rowan Atkinson came to Australia, I went to the stage door of the theatre and waited for him to sign the inlay card on my cassette with his name, Rowan Atkinson. And then Angus Deaton was playing in support of his tour, and I didn't know who Angus Deaton was, and I sort of felt slightly embarrassed that I wasn't asking Angus Deaton for his autograph, so I offered it to him as well, and he signed it with a kind of snarky comment about, "Yes, I know you don't know who I am." And he was being good-humoured. He was being good-humoured. I said, "No, I don't."
Okay, there you go.
But he was playing the kind of fall guy in all of Rowan Atkinson's sketches in that show. The character was called Perkins in every sketch, and he was always being humiliated in some way, and that was kind of part of the running joke. That all those characters he played were Mr. Perkins. He seemed pleasant enough. He didn't seem like the cocaine-addled, whoring Angus Deaton that we came to know and love. Not that he did do any of that, by the way. I think Panama Hat's died now. He's gone. He's been gathered unto the Lord. I merely see his avatar in a spectral form, haunting the screen, but alas, it seems, perhaps his internet connection has, for once and for all, died. And I'm left again, wittering into the void as the night slips away, and we're coming up 13 minutes to 11 on Sunday, the 16th of August, in the year of our Lord 2026, on the Panama Hat Channel. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, I can't see any message from Panama. I think he's lost. In the chat, Joel Kelly says Deaton was great in a great sitcom called Nighty Night. Yes, Julia Davis, Nighty Night. I have a bit of a thing about Julia Davis, or at least Julia Davis in that period. I thought, yeah, she was lovely. Not so much now. I think she's had plastic surgery now, which I think is a really bad move. She doesn't look good. But there you go. She was very good as part of the little repertory company around Chris Morris in Blue Jam, and she was in Big Train as well, I think. I like Julia Davis. She's married to Julian Barrett from the Mighty Boosh. And I saw them once in a bookshop in Waterloo, and she looked just like she did on the telly, and so did he. And I didn't say anything because I like to leave it there. I don't want to spoil it by being the weirdo who walks up to them and says, "You're Julia Davis, aren't you? You're great." Because I didn't want to do that. I wouldn't do that. That would be sad. That would be deeply, deeply sad. And I would have to slightly ignore Julian Barrett because I didn't really know much about him other than Nathan Barley. And it would look kind of weird. Yes, I know what the parking meters are. Thank you, Joe. I got that quote. Yes. Yeah, but she was she was very nice, an appealing looking lady, you might say. Philip says, yeah, if you became so famous, Simon, that I knew who you were by face, I wouldn't even make mention of the fact that I did. No, it would be awkward. It would be embarrassing. It would just be nice if people came up and said, "Hey, hi, how are you?" Can I buy you a drink? Can I give you lots of money? I mean, that's the sort of thing I kind of like to hear. And Panama Hat is entering the building.
I don't know what I'm meant to do, Simon. It's not my router.
So
it's
frustrating.
The router's fine. It's just that for some reason the internet coming through is just cutting out intermittently. So I don't know.
I think there's heavy congestion in your area. I know it's deeply frustrating. Actually, I get incredibly annoyed when technical stuff goes wrong, but all was fine. And we had a nice chat in the chat about Julia Davis, the comedy actress, who I really wish she'd married me instead of Julian Barrett, because that would have been quite nice. But she didn't. And you've gone again. This is oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie me. Never mind. It was all going so well until the interwebs lines in Cricklewood overheated and melted, and the show died. But what the hey? It's a pleasant way to spend a Sunday evening. Cow says, "Oh God, no cap, for real, bruh moment." Forgive my pronunciation of that Zoomer speak. I'm doing my best. I'm an old man trying to catch up and work out how to speak Zoomer. Joe says in the chat, "The idiots are consumer slaves, oblivious to the paradox of their uniform individuality. They wear belts below their balls. They babble into handheld twit machines about that man bummed by a wolf." Another great Nathan Barley quote there. Yeah. I remember those days when Hoxton Shoreditch was like that. Back in the sort of days after the dot-com bubble in London. And I mean, you still get people like that walking around. If you go to Brick Lane, places like that, you will see people like that. It's kind of still going as a kind of simulation of a simulation of the sort of London creative types. And yeah, a lot of them do appear to be idiots. But hey, that's kind of what London was like back then. Gosh, yeah, I sort of remember. Sort of terrifying, really. Yeah. And Panama Hat is joining us in the chat there. Nice to see him on the other side of the microphone. Welcome to the stream, Panama Hat. He says, "Could somebody check to see if it's a North London thing?" Joe in the chat, "Oh, it was bummed by a wolf." Yes, it's bummed by a wolf, not bombed by a wolf. I think I first saw Davis in Jam, which was nice. Yeah, I think that's probably the way. I first actually learned about her when I was working at the Gate Theatre in 1998, and the director was casting a kind of postmodern deconstruction version of The Tempest by a West Indian writer, quite well known, called Aimé Césaire, called Une Tempête. And we had a part for the Prospero character, who was meant to be a sort of authoritarian colonialist. And one day I was in the main office manning the phones, and you get people ringing up wanting tickets. I picked up the phone, and the guy wanting to book some tickets for it was not for that show, it was for another show. The guy at the end of the phone, it was the voice of the Doctor from Blue Jam. And I said, "Are you the guy who plays the Doctor in Blue Jam?" And he said, "Yes." And we had a good chat, and that's how I got to know David Cann, who played the Doctor in Blue Jam. And I told him we were doing the casting for this version of The Tempest, and I got him in for an audition, and he got the part. And this was quite this was kind of thing. So I got to meet David, got to know him a bit, and we went and had a cast party at his house in London, which was nice. And then I dropped out of contact with him after a while, and then I caught up with him a few years ago, and we went out for a few drinks and things at the time, and then we sort of fell out of touch again. He's a lovely guy, Very nice. We had a good old laugh. We had a sort of slightly weird thing, though. I think it was like a falling out, but not a falling out. But I think he kind of had things going on, and I was probably a bit of an intrusion in some ways as well, which is a shame. But he is a very, very cool guy, and I'm privileged to have spent some time with him. And he has got a great sense of humor. Yeah, I see we're getting comments in the chat from this Panama Hat guy. He's saying it's a rubbish show. I tend to agree. It's extremely poorly planned, and the technical support is appalling. But you never know. Things might pick up. It's 4 minutes to 11 on Sunday, 16th of August, and you're on the Panama Hat channel with myself, Simon Roberts, and accompaniment from Radio Giscard, number 13, which you can find on the interwebs on YouTube and enjoy it for yourself. Perfect time to go and get some vodka. Panama Hat, says Cowles. Looks like a few postcodes have been cut inadvertently, says Philip. Oh, so there is actually an internet outage in bits of North London. Oh dear. Oh shit! Oh, so there's actually we apologise for the technical problems affecting this evening's broadcast. Panama Hat will be rejoining us any moment now.
Apologise for anything. I'm going to get them. Whoever they are that's doing this, I'm going to get them. I think whether it's the weather or what, furious.
Joe says the Doctor in Blue Jam is great. Yes, he is. Nice guy. David Caan is the name of the actor. Who is the old actor who does club news on Blue Jam? That's Michael Alexander St. John. He actually died shortly after the third series of Blue Jam, unfortunately, but he did have a good voice for that stuff. So, yes, you have got technical problems in your area.
Unfortunately, it seems to be the case, Simon. But nevertheless, I'm a professional and the show will go on.
We plow on heroically in the Blitz spirit. Isn't that what we all do?
Simon.
Blitz spirit.
Blitz spirit. In a couple of weeks' time, when it's gotten even worse, and there's mass power outages, and Burnham's fled to Manchester, and we'll still be here, still broadcasting, keeping you entertained on a Sunday night. So
yeah, we're doing our best. So we've got our stream tomorrow on A Clockwork Orange, and I wonder, should we take up the mantle of the Academic Agent channel and actually perform a Kubrick season, such as was talked about in Days of Yore? Do you recall? There was going to be a Kubrick season. There was even a spreadsheet online where AA set it up that we were going to come on for different films in the Kubrick season. And it never happened, unfortunately, which is a shame. We could steal his thunder, perhaps. Although it would be difficult to do that if the internet kept breaking, which it seems to have done again. And unfortunately, Panama Hat has been cast into the turmoil of cyberspace. He's now floating down the etheric digital plug hole and will no longer be able to join us for this stream for the next couple of minutes, I'd say. Carl says we should perform a radio play. Perhaps we might do that at some point, although I don't know. It could be tricky. It could be a Pinter play because we would certainly have lots of pauses. Celtic Perspective says, fuck me dead, that's a great idea. I'd be really interested in that. Might finally fork out some pennies for that if you go through with the Kubrick season. Well, we might have to hold back the Kubrick season, make you really, really want it. But with the Kubrick season, do you think we should start from the earliest Kubrick, from films like The Killing and so on, or should we just go for the classic Kubricks that everybody knows? It's a good question. I don't know. I prefer probably to go for the classics everybody knows, but everybody would want to do the classics. I mean, who doesn't want to do a stream on The Shining or Full Metal Jacket or Eyes Wide Shut? I mean, they're the ones. I'm not so bothered about the early ones. I'm not even bothered about Dr. Strangelove, to be honest. Paths of Glory is a good film, but it's like you want to go for classic Kubrick, don't you? You want that sort of great color period of Kubrick. It's tricky. It's tricky. We'll see. We'd have to be fair. I know. I saw Dr. Strangelove recently again, and I was less engaged with it. You know, there's always have to say something. This is slightly heretical about Peter Sellers in that film is a bit much. I don't know why. He's good in other films, but there's something I find about that. It's just, it's too much. It's too much. Yeah. Alphabet Cat says, trouble with Clockwork Orange is I think because it was banned in the UK for so long, I think that gives it some sort of myth-like status. And I suppose it does. And people fail to see the film for what it is. They see the architecture of critique built around the film instead of the film itself. I just think stylistically and aesthetically, it's remarkable in itself. And that maybe, I'm not saying it's enough, but it kind of is enough. I think it was just an astonishing way to formulate and visualize that story. And he did it first, and he did it best. And that's why it's an intriguing film. The stage version of Dr. Strangelove, which was a Royal National Theatre production, to give it its full title, the Royal National Theatre, which is available online if you know where to look. Certain naughty websites, which are freely available if you know them. But of course, I can't tell you what they are. But you can do a search for National Theatre and it will come up and you can watch it on there. So I watched a little bit of it, and I don't know. I've got a problem with Coogan in some ways. One film that people have asked us to review, and which I'd like to review, is 24-Hour Party People. Steve Coogan as Tony Wilson, the great Manchester impresario who brought up Joy Division, New Order, Durruti Column, Happy Mondays, etc. That would be quite interesting, I think, to do, because it's a good film. It's a fun film. But Coogan is so unlikable in reality. He just is. He's a chippy Mancunian type, and I don't have much time for them. Panama Hat in the chat says this streamer is a shambles. That's a very fair comment. Kubrick, says Joel Kelly, kicks off with Strangelove. However, unfortunately, it's an incredibly inept satire, but good genre parody. Yeah, I can probably agree with that. The satiric force of it is somewhat lost on me. Joe says, I read about Burgess's lifestyle the other day. He was a committed debauchee. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I thought he'd be, into collecting beer mats or something like that. He doesn't look the type for gross moral turpitude. But perhaps he did. Coogan is a good actor, says Alphabet Cat, but I think he has flogged Partridge to death, and then there's his politics. Yeah, he's got strengths. Although I think sometimes he plays the same character in multiple films, like the character he plays in the film about Paul Raymond, and the film about Philip Green, Greed. It's kind of the same character. He's got an idea of the evil capitalist that he can't stand, and he wants to kind of punish that person frequently and boringly. Panama Hat in the chat, he says we'll do a Burgess stream sometime soon. It's encouraging that Panama Hat, now having stepped over into the listener side of the deal, is now dictating from distant cyberspace how it's all going to work. And I sort of feel he doesn't have a right to anymore, because he's literally not on this channel. And it is I who am plunging forward, the flag in hand, to create content for free, for nothing, on a Sunday night, where the time has just gone 5 minutes past 11, and we are once again in our groovy zone with Radio Giscard. The younger generations don't appreciate Kubrick like they should, says Cowles. That's worrying. That's deeply concerning, as they say. They should appreciate Kubrick, but then again, they're not given a chance. That's the problem. Because they need to see this stuff on the big screen, like I keep saying. That's what should happen. So, you know, children in primary school should be watching Stanley Kubrick films on the big screen from the earliest possible age, so they get over the trauma and then they can start to enjoy them. But we've got to crack open their minds with quality cinema at the earliest possible opportunity. Anthony Burgess was a tax dodger, says Joe. Lady of the Night addict, mainly Asians. Gosh, I didn't know that. Anthony Burgess had the yellow fever. Gosh. Dipsomaniac, smoked 80 fags a day, and he detested exercise. Wow. But was he happy? And if he was, clearly it worked. Panama Hat should get a refund from BT for their shambolic internet service this evening. I quite agree. But everything is falling apart. It is the USSR. Back in the USSR. That's where we are. You don't know how lucky you are, boys, back in the USSR. We have Panama Hat in the chat saying, everyone put their money in the Ko-Fi for the lawsuit against BT. We will be hiring the finest attorneys at law, solicitors, and bailiffs eventually when we reclaim BT's property from BT and spend it all as we punish them and put them in the stocks and ridicule them mercilessly for the rest of their lives because they are rubbish. Other internet providers are available, of course. I have friends who are with Virgin. They think that's quite good. I'm with Zen Internet, which is a provider up in the north of England. And it's pretty reliable, although it's 30 quid a month, which feels like a lot of money. And is, in fact, a lot of money now. But you never know. Hello from Bournemouth, says lowly viewer with his Vincent Price Witchfinder General PFP. And he asks, oh, the chat has jumped again, so I can't see him. He asks, what does he ask? I can't see. He's gone. Hello, come back. Oh, hello from Bournemouth. He says, MR James stream sometime. Yes. I have agreed to this on a previous occasion. I think we are just in the very happy phase of finding our feet with the channel and working out how we're going to schedule these things in. But we will schedule them in, and we will do them because we have a plenitude of content that we want to thrust down your earlugs for your enjoyment. And this will happen. Yeah.
Well, Simon, I'm back for another 3-second stint on the air.
That's correct.
Before I get taken off again.
I think if you talk really fast in one long sentence, the internet won't be able to cut you off because it's the pauses maybe that do it.
Let's try that then. I am the very model of a model major general of the vegetable Adam and other things like that. So I'm categorical. I'm rather looking into your all right now.
You're doing so well. Yeah.
Yeah, dear. You ever a fan of Gilbert and Sullivan, Simon?
I very much a fan of the Mikado. They did it at school. I went to a place called Perth Modern Senior High School in Perth, and we had a very strong music stream, lots of music students. So they were allowed to put on productions because they could play instruments and sing and stuff. And they did the Mikado, I think, in the last year of high school, and they were very good. They were very good.
Very good, isn't it?
I mean, proper,
3 little maids from school are we, filled to the brim with girlish glee.
And I remember there was a production in the 80s where Eric Idle was in the Mikado. Do you know of this?
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, I saw.
You've
Well, I
seen that
didn't see it live, but I know that. Yeah.
I remember because it was on TV and it was simulcast, which was the thing that they used to do back then, where most people didn't have stereo TVs, so they put the film on the TV and they would play the soundtrack to it on the FM stereo classical station, and you could turn that station on your hi-fi, and the soundtrack would come through in lovely beefy stereo, which was a
was there not an issue with the delay between the two
no,
services?
no,
Wouldn't there be
no, it was completely
delay or-
synced. It was completely synced. It was the way it was the way you could get. They did it with Sweeney Todd when the production of Sweeney Todd was played out on Australian television. They did a simulcast. I mean, simulcasts were a big thing actually because it was a great way. They would play concerts on the telly, and you could hear it then with better sound because most people were still operating on old mono TV sets with brown wood veneer on them, and it was a way to have good. It was a creative solution to get good sound.
When sorry.
No, not at all.
Taking a drink mid-sentence. Very bad presenting.
No.
When you were in Nipper,
Yeah.
did you have one of those old TVs with the ashtray in the top, like with the indent
Oh
for
God.
it?
No. Did you? Have you ever seen such a thing?
I've never seen. It's the one they have in Bottom. They're like wood panel TV with an ashtray in the top.
I mean, I don't even.
The
know
idea
if
being
that's
that
real.
you'd all be standing around and quite chic, with the TV, stropping fag ash in the tray.
I've got the only ashtray I knew of was I've got my dad's old ashtray. People might know these things. It was like a 70s ashtray. It's like a freestanding ashtray. So it's like a what's it like? It's like a how do you describe what it is? It's not like a flat pan. There's a flat pan ashtray, and then there's a long neck. Like this is all in sort of chromium colored. It's chromium steel. And then it flowers out at the top with the ashtray bit, and there's a little handle on the top where you can rest your ciggy. And you would have them by your chair because they come up just to where your hand height is when you're sitting in your
I know
armchair.
the ones you mean.
Do you know the one?
Yeah.
How do you describe them? Like a columnar ashtray.
Yes, you'd see them in like Jeeves and Worcester. They'd always have like a freestanding column ashtray. I've always wanted one, but never quite thought, I'm going to really go for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, Panama, this one I've got, I'll get it done up and I will bequeath it to you if you will use it.
Oh, that'd be very kind of you, Simon. Though I mean, my flat's not terribly big. I don't want to take it off you just for the sake of having it.
It might burn down your flat. You never know. They might be illegal now or something like that. But they were kind of stylish. But I mean, I kind of regret not smoking for that reason, that I can't use it for anything really useful. I mean, I suppose you could stick flowers in it or something, but that was the.
Well,
and you can unscrew the neck and pour them out, which is good.
Of course, people saying about the TV in those days, people would rent TVs, wouldn't they?
Well, we did for a long time. Yeah, it was really expensive.
Was it Rumbelows?
In
rentals
in Britain. Yeah, I think Rumbelows. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the thing. It was so expensive to have a TV or a video record. And video recorders, when they came out in the late 70s, I mean, they were something like ridiculous in terms of like thousands of pounds. I mean, really, really, really phenomenally expensive. And sort of a bit crap.
Far beyond anything the average British person could afford. I mean, it was years of salary.
Yeah, back in the sort of mid 80s when my friends got the first video recorder that had a stereo output on it, and then we watched Star Wars on it. It was amazing. Like with a big hi-fi system and the sound coming out.
Oh, seeing that for the first time must have been incredible.
It was fantastic. I mean, everybody just takes it for granted now that you get fab, but it was amazing seeing it with big stereo sound because you just had crappy little speakers in the telly before and it was rubbish. And then, it was actually a huge thing. I remember now. It was incredible.
So, even my brain's failing now. I can't remember what I was going to say. Again,
it's all right.
Dear God, Simon, shambles of a show, isn't it? Shambles.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
We're doing our relaxing best. People.
Adverse conditions on the northern line. Oh, sorry, on the Jubilee line, I should say.
Northern Circuit.
On the Northern Circuit.
What I was going to say is that a discussion in the chat about Anthony Burgess.
Oh yes.
So just a bit of a correction there, people in the chat. His wife wasn't murdered during the Blitz. She was very badly raped by a gang of American servicemen and lost a baby. Yeah, she miscarried a baby. This is while Burgess was stationed in Gibraltar during the war, so he was unable. And he was, I think, rather cruelly denied leave by his commanding officer to go home and see her. He didn't get back to her for some time, I'm afraid. So she did later die of complications from alcoholism. But that was quite a while after. But no, she wasn't murdered during the war, but she was very badly assaulted by American GIs in London, I think.
Christ. That's grim.
Nasty time. Very grim story. But that's partly what features in Clockwork Orange. You know, you have when they get assaulted and the writer is unable to do anything. You know, Vidi well, brother, Vidi well.
Other writers, names beginning with B, whose wives met terrible fates, would include William Burroughs, of course.
Oh yeah, Willie Burroughs. Well, I mean, you know, the thing is, Simon, if you've got a rich family that can basically bribe you out of a criminal murder charge, it doesn't matter, does it?
Well, that's what you'd want. I mean, if you were really wanting to escape justice.
Is, you know, he was this. Oh, I'm this maverick, drug-taking, crazy guy. Oh, I've shot my wife. Oh, it's all right though. My, you know, rich, waspy, multi-millionaire family will just come and make sure it all goes away. Oh, great, nice one, Mr. Burroughs. Nice one.
Have you ever seen the film of Naked Lunch?
I'm not. No, I know the book. I've not seen the film.
I'd say it's good. It's good. It's Peter Weller, who played RoboCop, plays the kind of Burroughsian central character, and I think it was Cronenberg who did the film, and that's actually really good. It captures the idea of the interzone that he goes into when he takes the drugs, and the way it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like sort of meant to be like Tangiers or something in the kind of interwar period or post-war period, I should just say, actually.
Which who directed that?
I think it was David Cronenberg. David
Cronenberg. Sorry, yeah.
Judy Davis plays his wife in it. Ian Holmes in it. Julian Sands, the late lamented dear Julian Sands, who I thought was a terrific actor, who died in a very strange way. And Roy Scheider.
Oh yeah,
is in it as Doctor. What's his name? Doctor. God.
Roy Scheider from Jaws.
Naked Lunch. Doctor. Oh fucking hell! What's his name? Dr. Benway. Yeah, Dr. Benway.
Benway.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, but a very well realized film. You know, grotesque and disturbing, and you know, Peter Weller, although he's a bit mad nowadays when you see him talking about acting and stuff, he's a bit intense, but he had a lovely quality on screen.
Okay. Yeah. Weller.
Well worth it.
Well
worth it.
I'll give that a go. I've got a big list now. A big list of films to see.
We have. Sure, indeed. But we're going to plough through them manfully, because the amount of content we've got will last us probably for the rest of our lives.
Probably.
And that will be, you know, a good way to spend it.
Roy Scheider. I want to say he's also in Sorcerer.
Roy Scheider.
The American Scheider. Sorry, not Schneider. Yeah. So it's Scheider.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to say he was in Sorcerer.
Oh, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah. As is it Jackie Scanlon, the ex-mobster who ends up having to flee? Yeah, I think it's him.
I remember seeing a picture of him on a poster in Sorcerer. So
you know the story behind Sorcerer, Simon. Why it all went so wrong?
No,
for that film. So, director, William Friedkin.
Yeah.
Wanted to make a remake of Wages of Fear. Wanted to do a kind of gritty 70s one.
Yeah.
And so he wants to do all this shooting in the jungle. He gets all these actors in. Half of them, you know, they quit or they can't do it because of the conditions there. It goes over budget by millions. They build this really extensive rope bridge set.
Yeah.
For when the truck's trying to drive across this rickety bridge and it's swaying and it's flying all over the place, rather like this clarinet solo is. And it's all sorts of technical problems, and I think the river they're on dried up, and they managed to get the film finished at last. And after all that effort, all these millions of dollars, all this faith in Friedkin, he was the man that did The Exorcist, so he was kind of a god in Hollywood at that time. Friedkin couldn't be touched. The studios wanted to give him what he wanted, and it came out the same weekend as Star Wars.
Oh dear.
So no chance. It was destroyed, vanished into obscurity for decades until it kind of was critically reevaluated much later, and it's fantastic. Came out the same weekend as Star Wars, and that was that.
Gosh. I saw the other day our patron saint of the channel, Will Self.
Oh yes,
Interesting interview. It was from a few years ago during COVID. He was talking to some kind of some sort of lefty. It was a sort of remote, like a Zoom kind of a lecture for a sort of lefty organization that was having some kind of festival. It's actually quite an interesting talk. I thought of suggesting it for a dissection, actually, because it's the thing about Will is he's both great and terrible in some ways. Some of his ideas are really terrible. Some of his attitudes are really terrible, but he says some interesting things during this chat and reveals interesting factoids about himself. And one of the things he loves is James Bond films. He and his current wife quite like sitting down to a James Bond film, which he kind of finds slightly ridiculous, but it's just a fact of life. And he was talking about how that last Bond film got held up by COVID. They have to can it because it wouldn't be able to make back anything on release. So that's why they held it back for such a time. And it wasn't worth it in the end because it was crap. So
I didn't see it.
I don't know why they bothered.
I heard the reports. I'm interested at it. Will Self likes to sit down and enjoy a James Bond film. Because, well, I've got to do it ironically, of course. I can't appreciate the machismo and the display of the contempt for women that he shows in his films.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he is hysterically committed to the climate change agenda. He thinks the planet is burning, all of that sort of stuff, which is sad.
Well, I mean, we
sad
are.
Sad nonsense.
Here in London, I don't know about the rest of the planet. But,
Cricklewood is burning, yes. Paris is burning, Cricklewood is burning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly willing to believe that the climate is changing, Simon. I just don't believe that we have any impact on it. Like, it gets warmer and it gets cooler. It just happens. You can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, we go through cycles. I mean, 20 years ago, there were some very hot summers. And 20 years before that, or probably 30 years before, 25 years before that, there were some hot summers. I mean, they do happen. It is just like weather from year to year.
Weather changes.
Some years, the summer is like really rainy. And the only good days of the year are a few days in spring, and then it just rains for the summer. And some winters, it's really quite mild, and it just rains. The winter a couple of years ago was like that.
Yeah, I remember.
Some winters you get a cold snap in, January, February, and it's quite harsh, but short-lived. It's England. It's weather. We have weather. New news, we have weather in England.
Sometimes, Simon, the weather is warmer, and sometimes, get this, it gets colder.
Oh, you startle me with that revelation, sir.
I know that's radical thinking on this topic, Simon, but I'm willing to stand by my guns, sir.
I think you need to have a good lie down, because 99% of the world's scientists agree with Will Self.
Shall I give my head a wobble, Simon?
Give your head a wobble, mate. Mate.
Give your head a wobble.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a crazy man.
That.
You're a radical.
Yeah. Give your head, because I'd never heard it before, the whole silly sausage Britain thing. Give your head a wobble? Is that a real phrase?
Apparently.
What does it even mean? Give your head a wobble.
Now I see people in the chat saying it just started raining. I'm hearing incoming reports. Weather changes. It rained for 3 minutes, says Clyde Frog. Here, wherever
it's
Clyde
very
Frog
exciting
is.
to me.
I wonder if Clyde Frog is on the Clyde, and therefore in Scotland, or if he's just a frog.
He wallows in the mud of the banks of the Clyde. He's a frog, so he lives in a little hole.
Let me see. Oh, officially raining in England, says Joe. Yes,
the drought
it's raining.
is over, Simon. The drought is over.
Yeah. There you go.
Maybe that was my internet interference. It was Andy Burnham playing with the weather machine.
There you go. Shawshank moment. Yeah, Tim Robbins is out there standing in the rain as it.
That's going to be me.
Pours all over. You've seen the Shawshank Redemption, haven't you? Yeah.
I've seen the Shawshank Redemption. Very good film.
You know it. Yeah, it's good.
It's a bit. Sort of sappy, but
it comes across that way now. Yeah. But it is well done. I mean, I always admire films that can have quite a long running time and still hold your attention. I think that's important.
Can you do a Morgan Freeman, Simon?
Can I do who?
Morgan Freeman.
Oh, Morgan Freeman. I can't really. I don't think I can. I'm trying to think.
Well, Andy Dufresne had been in that prison for 14 years when he went. I can't.
Yeah. You know, I know what you mean. I'm trying to. Sometimes you have to kind of adjust your brain first to try and. I don't think I can do it tonight. I think I've done it before, Morgan Freeman.
Simon has to get into the zone. He's a bit like
It is like that. Sometimes your brain and your voice won't match up. You can have it in your brain, but can you connect it with your voice?
Yeah. Did you remember when he had his famous crack up on stage during Hamlet?
Morgan Freeman.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh, that. No, I don't think I was around for that. Wasn't that in the 80s or something?
I thought it was much more recent. I thought it was 2000.
Right.
I might be wrong.
Day-Lewis. Hamlet. When was that?
He saw his face. He saw his real father's ghost. He said.
Yeah. Daniel Day-Lewis Hamlet was 1989.
1990. Oh no, here we go.
89.
89,
Technically still
right.
the 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, if we're going by Simon's theory, it's still the 80s.
Yeah, he went mental and he left the stage.
Do you think there's sort of like, from a professionalism point of view?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Well,
running off during a show. It's not very good, is it?
I'd have to see his Hamlet and see how good it was.
So you think if he was really that wound up and really into it, that there might be...
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing about it. I don't think you should be that wound up in that way. I mean, this is a problem I have. I mean, I've heard Day-Lewis speak, and he's been somewhat disparaging about Olivier. Okay, that's fine. Build up your own myth. Okay, but I don't know, unless that intensity is something palpable in that performance, and you think it's completely excusable that he has a mental breakdown and leaves the stage. But I don't really think that's a great thing for an actor to be doing. I think the workaday actors who put the show on and go on and carry on are admirable, and the actors with a great sort of scaffolding of mythos around them that permits that kind of behavior, I think, need to give their head a wobble.
Maybe they do, Simon. I mean, I think we had this discussion before when I think I said, look, if whatever Daniel Day-Lewis has to do, if he can give a performance on the level he does in Phantom Thread or There Will Be Blood, then whatever he has to do, fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If it's that good, then whatever his method is, if it works for him, he can do it. But I think when you get to the point of sometimes, Simon, I think you'll agree, you just have to show up and say the lines. Right?
Yeah.
Stand there and say the bloody lines, right? Don't worry about your method and psychological. Just say the lines and get off.
Yeah. And some actors are very sensitive about the idea of being, quotes, cold and technical. I mean, there is a means of delivering a performance in a technical way which gets it through and gets it over and allows the performance to continue. And if there's a sense of a disruption in an actor where they're having a genuine problem of mental crisis, I suppose I can understand it. But it feels like it contributes to a mythos of an indulgent actor. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, and I think it's as we kind of have discussed so often, Simon, it's getting further and further from the days of the rep men, isn't it? Where these guys were just hard as nails, but they would just do the part, just act the part, learn the part, and move on to another one. You don't need weeks and weeks of prep or character research or whatever. Just act the part.
I mean, and the thing about the fact that it's Hamlet, it's a tricky one because, I mean, as Laurence Olivier said, we can all do him, but none of us do him very well. I think that's the right attitude to have, a certain amount of humility to it, because that's kind of refreshing in a way. I mean, certain parts Olivier put his stamp on, Richard III, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he's prepared to say with some parts, like Hamlet, it's up for grabs. And maybe, I don't know, maybe Day-Lewis was in a mind of creating something so intensely definitive, he lost sight of the fact that, as you say, the actors I admire are the ones who just turn up and who do it. And I really, really believe that the character actors of the British stage and film are chronically undersung and really should be celebrated a lot more. There's so many great faces you recognize, you don't know their names.
Where's Arthur Lowe's Oscar?
Really? Yeah.
He needs to be rewarded, really. These sorts of
millions of millions of faces of I mean, just people I've seen on. They come up on telly, they come up in film. They're there. You know what they're going to do. They turn it in, and I think people look down on that as it's not sufficiently acty enough. It's they kind of haven't gone. They haven't gone to the extreme. They haven't gone to the limits, man. And I think bollocks. They're good actors who turn up, consistently do the show, and hit the note, hit the mark, and are part of an ensemble. I so admire the ensemble, a group of actors who work together. I really delight in that. Yep, star actors are great. That's wonderful. But when you see a really amazing company mesh together and create a world on stage, that's unbeatable. And for all the actors in the world who can carry off a part with a certain aplomb, I don't think it replaces the sense you get of watching a really magnificent ensemble.
No, I totally agree, Simon. I mean, it's possibly a low example, but I think a good one is, of course, the Carry On cast. You know, everyone sort of slants those films as being cheap and they're just a load of smutty jokes and sort of, you know, gurning at the camera and all. But I mean, if you actually look at, like, when you read their memoirs and watch the interviews with them, I mean, that was a workhorse troupe. They put up with some hellish conditions to get those films made, and of course, they have endured. Yeah. They're still part of the British culture.
Yeah. And they knew their roles, they knew their parts, they knew what they supplied, and some people were, yeah. I mean, some of them may have been a bit tormented by the sense of being typecast or the same part again and again. But they did great work, and I've just always enjoyed that aspect of a show, is when you come together with a group of actors and people say, oh, it feels like they're family now. They just, they're, you know, they kind of, each of them resonates with some part of human experience that you've known, and they play it out. And I'm slightly tired of starriness. I really am.
I agree. I mean, again, as I say, if again, using Daniel Day-Lewis as the example, he's done some really great generationally defining performances. I think in the whole history of the craft of acting, fine. I'm not disputing that. I do love him. The problem is, as I say, the cult that's built up. I think not so much him doing it as the kind of media and the critical apparatus around it, where they kind of turn it into this whole thing, the method, and it's all because he's developed this method. It's no, it's just, it's just at the end of the day, you're acting, right? It's not. Yeah. You can go and learn to make, Pepard collared snails in southern France to play a cook.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, if you can't just act the part, then what good is it?
I mean, there are many men and many methods, as they say, and the man who understands that will go furthest, to quote a friend of mine, and that's true. And it's just, as I say, when it comes at the kind of expense of the piece, of the actual work, it's not a question of a false humility. It's that good character actors just deepen the contribution of each other to a believable world. So I kind of always loved the idea of people who work for the Berliner Ensemble or the great Russian companies where the Berliner Ensemble, they'll rehearse plays for like 3 years before daring to go on, but they'll be cracking, they'll be tight and deeply felt. And sometimes it's the way with things that people play things and you don't get to know that you've really got it right until after 100 performances or something.
Well, and again, there, as you say, Simon, it's the many methods, and that is a perfectly respectable way to act the craft, right? It's, if that's the way you want to work and you want to just have this thing if you want to explore something so to its total depth that you've got got the run of the whole thing, then fair enough. But I've always admired the kind of workaday men who just come and do the part. Like, I mean, one of the few surviving vestiges of this is Michael Caine. He said many times. I mean, he's obviously so old now; he's kind of not really in things anymore. But he said for many years, he said, "Look, people ask me why do you do this film or that film that was obscure or a bit crap or why would you?" He said because his policy ever since he first started out in the 1950s was, if a script comes to you on your desk and the agent says there's a part for you in it, you take it. You just take the part. It doesn't matter if it's crap. You're there to act. You can only do as good as your performance. Then that's it. You move on. He also said sometimes, you take a job for money. There's no shame in that. You do it because you want the money. He said, I can't remember who he was talking to, but he went, I've not seen George for The Revenge this time. It's personal, and like all accounts, it is a terrible film. However, what I have seen and lived in is the house it paid for, and that is a magnificent house.
Excellent.
So there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. No, I think there is a thing of, the world can get a bit carried away with the idea of actors, and I mean, I know obviously lots of people treat them with the contempt they deserve, and that's fine. But there is a sort of a glorification sometimes that I think is more about seeking out the excellence of individual actors and wanting to applaud them, and we do recognize them, but it's not the whole show. And it takes skill to actually work as an ensemble in terms of timing and what you deliver.
And constantly listening to other people as well, like getting rid of your own ego in those moments.
And just being, sometimes you have to play under someone else, as they say. You have to give up a lot of yourself for something that it's not going to have a payoff for you in terms of your enjoyment of the performance, but it will work for the audience. It may be that you have to die in a very silly, amusing way, or something like that. Or you have to be part of just the right temperament of a crowd scene, or whatever it is. I just think we can take a lot of the other actors for granted, and I'm always constantly impressed by people who they all work at 110% of capacity.
They've got
as a company.
They've got the final product in their eye more than their own, sort of neuroses about their own ability or craft, or can I do this or can I do that?
Or at least they focus that neurosis into the work. I mean, I saw Stephen Berkoff toured in Australia with his production of Oscar Wilde's Salome, and you couldn't have done that production without an incredibly tight ensemble because it was movement based. It was a really interesting production. I don't know if there's any clips of it out there, but it was done. It's going to sound strange. It was done as if everybody was moving in slow motion. He had a very particular style of physical theatre, which I think he either studied with Jacques Lecoq in Paris or Philippe Gaulier, the Jacques Lecoq graduate who went to London and taught.
Yeah.
And it's a very expressive and beautiful form of physical theatre. And it was like the characters were moving in slow motion and speaking slowly, and it was just wonderful. It's difficult to convey, but it made the show make sense. It made sense of the decadence. It was presented by the characters as if they were in 1920s evening dress, and the whole thing is obviously suffused with the speeches that Herod has about all the luxuries he's going to lavish on Salome if she just dances for him. And it made complete sense, the way he was able to use his face and his hands, and mime makes it sound ridiculous, but he could shape fruit in the air and take a bite out of it, and you
believed it.
You would see it. It was like that. And so when he spoke those lines, it was magical. It was a magical space, and you could see it in a conventional production. Like I said, the Ken Russell film is terrific as well, and this was just something else. But you couldn't do it without a really intensely focused ensemble. And Stephen Berkoff, great as he was in the part, was supplemented by very, very good physical actors as well, who offset his work and created the scene as much as he did. So I think I have to put it out there for the unsung character actors and ensemble actors, because they just don't get any recognition. They just don't.
No, they don't.
You don't see any programs on all the great character people who've done work on British TV, British film, and over the years. And I feel slightly bored of that.
No, I agree, Simon, because I think, as we said before, the character actors are real talents that just don't get. They're never really given the due they deserve.
No. Yeah, David Warner is a British brilliant character actor. Star Trek Hornblower. Well, he was.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hornblower.
He's not around.
No.
He was at the RSC when a friend of mine was working there, and I sort of passed a few minutes, I think, at stage door with him and my friend because they were chatting. He was just curiously, I think he was quite old at the time, but he was quite sort of a bit crabby. I think he just had a sort of slightly soured. It might have been the role he was playing. I think, what was he? I can't remember what he was playing. Was it Falstaff or something like that? It could have been. But he was quite dark mood in a way. Not unpleasant necessarily, just kind of a sort of dour kind of thing about him.
Would you say there are a particularly good theatrical character actors working today that you've seen?
No, it's been so long since I went to the theatre, so I don't know. There probably are. But they get to do only what's sort of funded either by the subsidised companies or by the fundings that come from the Arts Council, which are all kind of quota and diversity led. So I don't know. I'd have to see what's being done. You know, there are good actors out there, but I think the material they're given and the way they're directed and the style of performance that's enforced by the political preoccupations of theatre now, the social engineering preoccupations of theatre now, renders them dull. It's not giving them the right kind of intensity. I've seen stuff at the RSC or clips of stuff at the RSC in recent years, and they're just not giving the actors what actors really relish and what they want to get their teeth into. They're just moving them around a stage to make pretty pictures where there's the right amount of tonality in the cast, in visual terms, let's say, to discharge their duty to the funding gods. That's all it seems. I don't see the idea of really exciting companies anymore. I see a lot of the stuff I see, the clips of RSC shows, it almost appears to be like what people thought theatre was like in the 30s and 40s, with lots of supernumeraries cluttering the stage, standing stilly, gazing upon the central action with their mouths open, and then maybe going hurrah and hoiking a spear in the air. I mean, it's really kind of like that.
I have noticed that actually. The last 10 years when I've occasionally been to see something at the Global, RSC, there's an awful lot of standing around going on. There's a lot of kind of just people cluttering, I don't know why.
Well, I think it's because directors don't really know how to use actors' bodies in the way that physical theatre companies do. And I do like physical theatre. It's maybe seen by some directors as not serious theatre in some way, like it's more like dance, but Berkoff showed it wasn't. People like Théâtre de Complicité showed it wasn't. It's a kind of formalism that's fallen out of favour, and I don't know why, because it can be thrilling. But lots of directors when it comes down to it, they don't actually know how to do it. That's the problem. They've not actually been, I knew people who went to Jacques Lecoq in Paris, and they could create amazing stuff. And to combine those skills with then classical diction and performance styles would be amazing, but they don't always get the chance to do that. And it gave them just physical energy on stage just was astonishing with what could be done. But you go to the RSC and they just treat it like kids, with a in the old days they would have like cut out theaters that you could make out of cardboard and moving the parts around. It was kind of like that, the way they were directing. And I thought, that's so boring. Why aren't you doing something spectacular?
Where's the vision? Where's the ambition?
I think it's the thing of the way people talk about in the modern age. People are frightened of heroism in that way. So they're frightened to take the risks that the production might seem too busy in some way. I think they think that everything has to be stripped back and kind of like a bunch of statues standing on a stage. And they don't really know how to create an intensity of action. They can do it in film. I think film directors can do it because they've got all the setup, the settings, the props, the mise en scène, all of that stuff for dynamic work in film. For some reason, they can't do anything in theatre. I think they think theatre should just be recited like poetry. It's not actually action on a stage. Like I said before, you rarely are not doing something in life. Life is kind of flowing flowing onwards and through you while you're talking to people and doing stuff. And they treat Shakespeare plays as a kind of rhetorical blank space that people just kind of come onto stage and say a few Shakespeare words, and everybody kind of goes, "Oh, how wonderful! How did they remember all of that speech by themselves?" And they think that's remarkable. And people are getting, in a sense, applauded for doing virtually nothing.
Yeah, but just having done put the show on, basically.
Yeah. It's sort of like,
I mean, so you yearn for the days of Tynan, don't you? And sort of really hardcore criticism, where it's like, well, no, you're not going to get any, applauded just for doing the thing.
Yeah.
How well have you done it? How, have you topped what's been done before?
I mean, the problem is the critics forgot how to criticize because they hadn't seen anything themselves. You had lots of critics coming in who they didn't have any knowledge of production history. They hadn't seen previous productions, or they didn't remember them, or didn't care to cite them. I think usually they just didn't know. And so they would say, "This is the greatest King Lear anybody's ever seen," and they've never seen another one. So what's your opinion based on? Was it based on seeing so-and-so's King Lear, and this one from 20 years ago or 30 years ago, or a classic one from the 60s? I mean, what are you comparing it to? You're not comparing it to anything, because they like to believe in this thing of theatre is ephemeral. So anything they say about what is being sold right now is the thing to say, and it doesn't have to connect with any sense of the history of theatre. And I saw performances that were completely undistinguished being praised by people who didn't remember that someone had done a performance 10 years before, which was amazing and should have been referenced as a comparator to say, well, actually, they're not as good as so-and-so doing this part 10 years ago. Perhaps they could do better. But it always has to be that the latest person is the latest, greatest thing. And it really is like that. It really has got like that. It doesn't seem to be comparative in a sense of tradition at all. So I kind of don't see the point.
It's very true. I mean, and as you say, it actually, I've only just sort of realized it now, but so many theatre critics, more so than film critics or book critics or whatever, they live so long. They have very long careers. They start out in a newspaper when they're sort of in their 20s, and they go on to the depth. Like Michael Billington or Kenneth Tynan, or these people, these went on for decades and decades and decades. Because of course you kind of need that in order to be a really good theatre critic. You need to have actually been there and seen the things.
You'd think, wouldn't you? Yeah. I think that's a lot of why it tends to go wrong, and partly there's a self-consciousness about, well, I'm showing off if I talk about things that happened 15, 20 years ago, or the audience won't get it. I mean, they talk down to the audience, essentially. They think the audience are thick and have no memory. And perhaps a lot of people haven't seen other performances, but to have an idea in their heads that there are other great performances that should be regarded, I think is a worthy thing for a critic to do, and not just to say, this changes everything. It all starts here. This is the greatest Hamlet of modern history, when they haven't seen any of the Hamlets of modern history. And I mean, I was saying to a friend about I saw the Hamlet that was done by an actor called Danny Webb, who was in a company in 1990. It was a Russian director called Yuri Lyubimov, and he was fantastic, and he was the best Hamlet I've ever seen, and nobody will know of it. It was the Leicester Haymarket Theatre, and Danny Webb is in that George R.R. Martin thing, The Knight of the Seven Kingdoms.
Right.
He plays really old. I think he's one of the main characters.
Okay. I know him.
What's the character called? I could tell you who he is. He is called. Let's see if I can find it. Can I find it? Maybe I can't. It is. Yeah, he plays. Sir Alan of what? Sir Alan of what?
I don't know. I haven't seen the Seven Kingdoms.
IMDb won't give me the thing. Oh God, I have to look up his thing now. What's he done? Okay, film and television. Oh, come on, Sir Alan of Pennytree.
Right.
That's him, Danny Webb. Fantastic actor, and his Hamlet was utterly brilliant. He was incredibly powerful, very masculine, very energetic, funny, just great.
And question in the chat. Oh, sorry, Simon. Sorry.
No, go on.
Well, have there been examples of a critic that wore out his professional welcome and essentially trapped certain aspects of theatre in stagnancy. I mean, I'd say a lot of critics now are doing that without realizing it. But I don't know if there's been anyone that was really kind of like a throwback who was sort of stuck in a different age when it came to the theatre criticism, because if that's the case, they tend to be kind of sidelined out professionally. You know, they wouldn't have the gig, as it were. Because whatever the hot new I mean, there were lots of critics who didn't get, you know, like new theatre when it came in the 50s and 60s. You know, lots of critics took a very long time to come around to that. They kind of, but it's tricky because, of course, these things aren't sort of, they don't stop and start in the sense that Rattigan and Coward didn't just end in 55 and then, you know, Pinter came in and it was just that from then on. You know, Rattigan was working till the 70s, as was Coward. You know, they both had very successful, as even P.G. Woodhouse, who was even a generation way before even Coward and Rattigan was still writing stuff up until the 70s. So, you know, and I think one of the great kind of reasons that the older style of theatre stayed on is because, of course, it was always popular. There was always a kind of elite thing with stuff like Pinter and Beckett, and you know, it was a sort of rarefied and a bit cliquey. Whereas, and so you know, you did have, you know, working class people going down to Bristol for the weekend, for example, to go and see a touring Rattigan play or something. Right? You know, there was slightly more of a demotic aspect to that. So I don't know really.
Yeah, I don't think there are. I can't think of critics of that nature who kept things ossified in that sort of way because of the nature of theatre. I think that it's always been a kind of career ladder for young directors coming up to want to make a splash and to startle audiences and give, I suppose, the leading actors a vehicle which will make them stand out for the purposes of film and television. That's in the modern age. So in the past, I think the idea of some stuck in the mud critic who would insist on things being done in a very dull and doctrinaire way, I don't think it happened, certainly after the 60s and young and more radical directors coming up. I think those people just were cycled out of the profession or went, you know, into the provincial or regional press and were just dullards who had no real impact on it. I think it's difficult to think of that actually working in the thing that is theatre, where people are kind of straining to find novelty, but they're just not always very good at making anything very different. There often tends to be a herd mentality in the way people direct and present theatre now, or at least that I've seen in the last 20 years. That's just not as adventurous as it once was, because they're worried about box office returns, of course.
Yeah, and just I think people have lost. I think the whole civilization, if you like, has lost the point of any of it. You know, we've forgotten why we do art in the first place. I think it's just seen as a kind of going through the motions thing now. We just have to have Shakespeare on repeat and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying we sort of shouldn't be funding it or anything like that, or it shouldn't be on. It's just that I think we've just lost the sense of why it's important or what the use of it is and why it exists.
Well, if you can't access it, Celtic Perspectives in the chat is saying, well, acting is essentially placing yourself in hypothetical situations all the time, so that excluded a significant portion of the population. Not directly to that point, but there is the point that a lot of theatre does exclude a lot of people, and it's difficult sometimes to sell things like Shakespeare because a lot of people are going to find it dull regardless of how well you do it, and they're just not going to want it, and that's fine. But it's like all other arts as well. It's not necessarily for everybody, and should be enjoyed as a thing unto itself. If you don't like it, you don't like it, move on, go away. Put it on for people who do like it, and also work towards your audience in the sense of, I'm here to entertain them, I'm here to give them spectacle, charge, energy, excitement. I'm not here to take their money and bore them. I think people who willfully bore audiences should be gibbeted, really. I mean, they just shouldn't be allowed to work at theatre. It's a privilege to be able to get that kind of resource, and you shouldn't be allowed to bore people. But a lot of directors aren't really that imaginative. They're not really very good, and they need specialists to come in and help them make things exciting because they have no imagination themselves.
That's very, very true. And I think that explains a lot of why the, you know, places like the RSC and the Globe stage stuff in the way they do. It's just there's no imagination, and the specialists come in and just tell them to do the same thing everywhere. So it's just homogenized, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same school of thought. I mean, the idea of having a director and the director has a specialist, it's just sort of, this is mad, isn't it?
Well, yeah, they're more and more remote from the essence of what and how making theatre, if you like, in the rough, when you've got no resources, leads you to become interesting. Because perhaps a lot of them have come from university and have gone into the subsidised sector or the funded Arts Council funded sector relatively smoothly, and have not had the adversity of having to make theatre out of a suitcase with 3 people and entertain a crowd. But they also, once they get the resources, they adopt a stance that it's somehow indecent to use the resources of the theatre. And they tend to go into this weird, oh, I want to do everything in a very stripped back way. And it's got to be really simple. And the design's going to be very plain. And you think, oh, I don't want to come to the theatre to see that. Okay. I can see plain and boring at home. I can see plain and boring on the street. I want you to do something remarkable and magical. Please do it. Don't tell me you want to do everything stripped back.
We were talking about Brecht, and I mean, he's kind of seen as the stripper backer, if you like, of the theatre, and the kind of reducing it down to its basic elements. But it's like these people understand that as a concept, but they've never actually seen a Brecht play, because they're not boring, right? The whole thing is that they're meant to be shocking and electric and constantly kind of throwing stuff at you. That you can't sit through the Threepenny Opera and not kind of be kept on your feet by it, even if it's done in a minimalistic and anti-theatrical way, where there isn't a set, it just says house or table or chair or piece of car. It's like it doesn't matter, because the acting and the text should be so electric that you can just get the whole point is you don't need this in order for it to still be good. It's not we don't need it and we can just wank off some kind of theory about the nature of it. It's like no, it's you still what about putting on a show? What about entertainment? What about theatricality?
That's the problem. That's the problem that they have difficulty with, is the idea of entertaining people. Again, it falls into that relation that we've talked about before, where people are very self-conscious about appearing to serve other people in this country. They have difficulty doing things for other people because they think it puts them in a lower social status to someone else. And the idea of entertaining people, I think, revolts certain elements of the more bourgeois theatre class, let's say.
I almost wonder if they were here now, they'd say, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
It's been over 50 years, at least, since anybody's actually come to the theatre to be, quote, entertained, right? People go for entertainment to the television or the internet or sports, right? It's sort of like you could say, well, hang on a minute, but why would we bother to be entertaining when that's not what people come to art? Like, whenever I go to Stratford, the crowds going into that, I see people who... I'm sure many of them do genuinely enjoy the experience or whatever, but they're there because they feel they should be there.
Yes, exactly.
Rather than because they're thinking, let's go and see a play and see if it's any good. It's a different impulse that drives people to go to somewhere like Stratford or to any theatre nowadays, really, unless it's a musical or something that's just pure kind of glitz and glamour.
And a lot of the time they don't go to theatre because it is boring. And I know, because I've been to plenty of boring theatre as well, and I know what they feel like. And I think, why would I put up with this stuff? But the idea that you go for that kind of sensation, to be entertained, to be excited, is looked upon as, oh no, you're the sort of person who shouldn't really be in a theatre because you're interested in some kind of low, venal, and, as you say, demotic part of the theatre. No, it's got to be an elevating experience in some way, which means it being austere and kind of dull in a worthy sense, and not visceral, engaged.
And of course, they can always pull the issues card. Oh, well, okay, it's badly acted, it's boring, it's not very well put together, but it deals with the traumatic issues of refugees in the Middle East. It deals with feminism. It deals,
Well,
okay, fine, that makes it all right.
Yeah. I mean, when Ferro and I went to a play at the Almeida a couple of years ago, a play called Alma Mater, and it was a new writing, young woman who had written a play about a possible allegation of sexual assault in a university or in a college, and it's a topical issues play, and I don't know. It felt like the front loading of the play was more heavily predisposed towards the message than it was towards a play, towards a piece of theatre, and that's always going to be the difficulty, that it may attempt to be a non-propagandistic, but it just often turns out to be propagandistic art, and addressing these kinds of issues of currency seems to be a fast track to doing that. I mean, even if you wanted to address that as an issue, maybe you could be slightly more elliptical and artful about doing it. But if you're just going to the Almeida to see a play about an issue where you're supposed to nod sagely at the end and go, well, we really should be very concerned about this. Oh, quite right. Well done. Clap, clap. I don't think that's what it's for. I think theatre should be somewhat at an angle to the world, as they say, and draw you in by other means, other methods, and other ideas and other stories, perhaps somewhat against what you have been troughed in through the slop cycle, through the media cycle. There are stories to be told that are not current and topical, that are far more interesting. And perhaps, you know, if the idea is that the theatre or entertainment could be escapist in some way, again, that's a sort of no-no. And the sorts of people who come out of universities and they go on to be trainee directors and assistant directors, and then they get into the mainstream theatre scene. They have come from the world of academia where they will base a production around, well, so-and-so did a very good essay on this particular play of Shakespeare's, and they base their approach to the production literally around that essay. So you think, well, do we want this kind of essayistic-based theatre, or do we want you to have some insight into the play other than from what academics have written? I mean, don't get me wrong, academics can make some very good points about the play, and you can use them as springboards. But it seems to be a time-honoured way of doing theatre now, that's kind of all they do. They don't bring any imagination to the world building of the stage. They don't bring any sense of excitement. Or, as people said to me when I was at the RSC, some people would be quite honest and say, yeah, I think we've actually lost the art of spectacle, because that's kind of an important function of theatre, and it's not a dirty word. And people would know. We would sit in the theatre sometimes, especially like the Swan Theatre at Stratford before it was reconfigured, and you could see all the other people who were working for the company watching the show, and we'd be looking at each other, and you could read in people's eyes that people going, this is shit. We're embarrassed to be putting this on. And it wasn't necessarily the actors weren't skilled or anything like that, but there was so little effort put in by the director, or it was so kind of painfully worthy.
Flaccid
and
art.
We would then go upstairs into the Ashcroft room, which is the room above the Swan, where they have the press buffet and stuff. And all I would go in and do is I'd just get drinks and stuff my face with canapes, because there was not much else to say.
Well, exactly. What else is the point?
You'd be aware that people knew we've spent 100 grand on this production or whatever it is, and it's rubbish, and we can do better. And there'd be people you'd point that out to, and they go, oh, you're such a cynic. But I think there'd be a lot of people who would also kind of quietly know that it wasn't good work. And it was very often down to the artistic directors and the directors siphoning their friends through to give them ratification in the world of entertainment, and, you know, tick off a few quota boxes of productions that they'd done and move them on. And productions were dull as ditch water. I don't know kind of why they were doing them. So,
indeed. Well, not a very good state, unfortunately, for British theatre.
That's my rant.
We have to look forward to it. Well,
yeah,
Simon, we've been going a good... Sorry.
It's midnight hour. It's the midnight hour.
The midnight hour. It's the midnight hour. I think we've done a good 4.5 hours.
We've given.
Respect to... We've given. And we'll be back in a few short hours as well, won't we? So,
crazy value.
Clockwork Orange at 2 o'clock. So be there, or you're... Well, you're not really in the know, are you?
No, not really. No. I've ended on a sour note there. I am sorry. I was all lightness and sweetness earlier on, and now I've ranted about the theatre, and I'm mad as hell.
Good thing, Simon. It's a good thing. They need to hear.
Yeah, well, you know. Thank you very much to the audience for joining us on the Sunday studio stream here on the Panama Hat Channel, where we value and appreciate your company, and we are pleased to entertain you for a few diverting hours in the small hours.
Indeed. Good night, everybody, and have a good week.
And it's good night from me. Good night.
Good night.